Chapter 1796. Sometimes, when he was unlucky, he felt that the whole world was against him. Everything was not going his way. When he was in a dilemma, he would become irritable and become a fool who would throw a tantrum at the air. There was nothing he could do other than to be angry at the air. That's right, he felt that he was absolutely unlucky. These few days, he was definitely plagued by bad luck. Everything was not going his way. It was a far cry from the peaceful life he had imagined. He really just wanted to live a peaceful life. Forget it. There was no point in pursuing the peaceful life at this time. He had already been involved. Even if he shouted at the sky, it would be useless. If he had the strength to do so, he might as well obediently run away. Yes, run. He was running for his life. As for what was chasing him, Nanhang looked like he was about to die. He inadvertently looked behind him. A big black centipede that was at least 2 meters thick and 12 to 13 meters long was tumbling and playing in the desert. Wherever it went, it left a huge trail. Its 2 antennae were just 1 or 2 meters away from entangling his legs. Why was there such a big centipede? Was this an ancient creature from the Cretaceous period or a remnant of the world? Moreover, this black centipede that was shedding dregs all over didn't look like a normal thing at first glance. Apart from the shape of a centipede, this thing was completely unrecognizable. Speaking of which, why was he here? Wasn't he in the stadium just now? Ah, he remembered. He was talking to Senior Hui just now. Well, the phone wasn't in his hand. It should have fallen on the ground. He hadn't paid off the installments yet. Hopefully, it wasn't broken, but that wasn't the main point. When he was talking, he seemed to have caught a glimpse of a faint golden light flashing in the big pit. He curiously stretched his neck to take a look inside. Then he came back to his senses and stood in the desert. Before he could react, there was this so big centipede baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at him. If he didn't exercise self-discipline a little bit more, he would have given this centipede an extra meal today. However, it wasn't a good idea to keep running. This desert was endless, and there was nothing in sight. Why not just kill it here and be done with it? As a cultivator, he couldn't possibly be unable to defeat a giant centipede, right? Nanhang stopped in front of him and turned around to face the giant centipede that was rushing towards him. He shouted, "Evil creature, I can tell at a glance that you are a damned thing. Release your centipedes." Ayaya. Nanhang took a deep breath, and with a roar, he turned around and charged at the huge centipede. He gathered all the spiritual energy in his body on his hands and feet, and his running speed increased sharply. He stepped on the sand and leaped high, gathering all his strength on his fists. Then he was hit by the black centipede's head and flew more than 10 meters away. Like a meteor, he drew a beautiful arc and plunged into the soft sand, shaking his internal organs. If he had fallen directly on the ground, he might have vomited blood at this moment. Spitting out the sand in his mouth, Nanhang gasped and sat up in the sand pit, enduring the strange pain in his body. His face turned green when he saw the explosively black and ridiculously huge centipede slowly crawling towards him. He weighed his own fighting strength against the centipede, and after a moment, he smiled bitterly. "I can't beat it. I'd better keep running." However, before he got up from the sand pit, the giant centipede suddenly stood up straight and shook its head to the left and right, as if it had lost its target and was looking around. Nanhang was sure that 2 or 3 times the centipede's eyes swept the place where he was, but it couldn't see him as if it was blind. After circling dozens of times in the same place, it turned around and drilled into the desert, jumping forward in the sand like a sandworm, raising waves of sand. Nanhang? Question mark. Even centipedes have become blind these days? Or is it that I'm finally lucky for once? Nanhang clutched his chest and tried to breathe evenly. If it was the latter, it would probably take a lifetime of luck. However, although I escaped from the centipede's mouth, Nanhang sat in the sand pit and didn't have time to shake the sand on his head and in his clothes. He looked around blankly, and his vision was full of light yellow sand. Where is this place? Sahara? Arabian Desert? Taklamakan? There wasn't even a sun in this place, so where did the sunlight come from? Anyway, First, let's find a place to walk down. Maybe we'll return to a normal place after walking for a while. Maybe he could even pick up his phone. After all, it was in installments. Nan Hang stood up in the sand pit and pointed in all directions. He randomly chose a direction, and just as he took 2 steps, the ground suddenly trembled. Boom! A sand wall more than 10 meters high rose from the ground, and a giant scorpion that was also shiny black crawled out from under the sand. Its tail was 30 to 40 meters high, and its pair of pincers that were probably 10 meters long made Nan Hang shiver all over. He thought that if he was the one who was pinched and had a comminuted fracture, he could even imagine the sound of his spine cracking in half. Nan Hang looked at the giant scorpion in a daze. I'm not the main character in the monster movie. Why are you looking for me? If the main character in the monster movie wasn't the main character, then the main character was basically, am I actually one of the extras who ran for their lives? The situation changed. He was still running for his life in the desert, but the thing chasing after him changed from a giant centipede that was more than 10 meters long to a giant scorpion that was twice the size. The combat power of these things was definitely proportional to their size. He felt that his internal organs had shrunk when he was hit by the centipede, and if this scorpion pinched him, he was afraid that he would be directly cut in half. He took back his words. He didn't use up all his luck because he was still being chased by the scorpion. Nan Hang, get down. Hide in the sand. Quick! The heart-wrenching scream made Nan Hang tremble violently. It was a familiar voice, but he couldn't remember who it belonged to. He didn't even consider if he would die a better death if he hid in the sand. He even squeezed his head into the sand a few times. It was a little hot. The sound of the earth shaking suddenly stopped. The giant scorpion seemed to have paused in place and stopped chasing. It was exactly the same as the centipede from before. This made Nan Hang feel very confused. He carefully turned around and looked behind him. The giant scorpion waved its shiny pincers a few times and swung its tail back and forth in the air. After a while, it seemed like the giant centipede couldn't find a target and turn around to leave. He popped his head out of the sand pit and looked at the giant scorpion in the distance with confusion. What's going on? Nan Hang! Nan Hang! The call sounded from not far away. Nan Hang quickly stretched his neck to look in the direction of the sound and was instantly stunned. The class leader and the others were crawling over while lying in the sand. Nan Hang couldn't help but want to laugh. What are you laughing at? The class leader crawled to Nan Hang's side. When she saw him trying to hold back his laughter, she punched him in the head. Why are you here too? I don't know either. I just saw something strange in the stadium. I thought you guys were struck by lightning, so I came over to take a look. Then, for some reason, I ended up here. Nan Hang shrugged. He should know the reason why they were sucked in. They were probably brought into the fragment, but the problem was how to get out. I don't know if Senior Hui received my message and came to save me. Are you guys okay? We're still here, that's all. When we first came in, we were scared out of our wits. Fortunately, we can move well, and the thing that chased us wasn't particularly big. We were scared to death when we saw you being chased by a scorpion that was dozens of meters long. The class leader sighed again and again. As long as we stay in the sand, we won't be chased by those black, bristle-like things. But we can't just stay here forever. We still have strength now, but we'll run out of strength after a while. We have to find a place to stay first. Nan Hang, did you see anything special when you came in? There was a place that wasn't far from here, a boy said. He leaned out slightly and pointed into the distance. It's in that direction. We saw it when we came down. It was a place covered in black fog. It looked like a sandstorm, but there doesn't seem to be black sandstorms in the desert. It looked quite suspicious, so we took a detour. Black sandstorm? Nan Hang furrowed his brows in deep thought. The scorpion and centipede that were chasing after his, but were also black. If he wasn't wrong, this might be the dark aura that Senior Hui and the others had seen together. But it was even stronger, giving him a rather bad feeling. Let's go there and take a look first. There's nowhere else to go here. The class leader was also a little hesitant when she heard this. She looked back at everyone and saw that everyone nodded, so she agreed. The group of people lay in the sand and moved forward. It looked particularly funny. About half an hour later, Nanhang saw the sandstorm that the class leader and the others were talking about. He couldn't help but gasp. Probably less than a kilometer away from where they were lying in the sand, there was a high wall made of black fog that stood indomitable. It looked like flowing clouds and mist. Just looking at it gave him a bad feeling. He could feel an extremely bad feeling coming from the high wall, even from this distance. If he walked in rashly, he was afraid that he would be gone. "It's here," the class leader said. "This is a literal black storm. It's completely black. No matter how you look at it, it's strange. I don't dare to get close. I'm afraid that as soon as I walk in, I'll be dragged into the wind like a man." Nanhang swallowed his saliva and suppressed a bunch of thoughts in his heart. At this moment, he was a little regretful that he didn't have any result from his cultivation. If he could increase his power by 7 or 8 times, he might be able to do something. When it comes to power, you can't get it even if you want it, but that has nothing to do with him boasting about being ordinary. The class leader was also startled when she saw that Nanhang's face was suddenly twisted. She moved a little closer and could hear him desperately muttering, "Senior Hui, save me. Senior Feng, save me. Senior Feng, save me. I swear I'll cultivate properly when I get out of here. F***CK, being ordinary." His entire person was spouting nonsense. Let's back up a bit. If something happens, someone pointed at the black storm in the distance and couldn't help but say, "I feel like the storm is getting closer bit by bit. If invisibility doesn't work and we're discovered by the bugs, it'll be bad." The class leader and Nanhang quickly looked over and saw that the black storm was indeed moving at an extremely slow speed, so they nodded. Boom! Just as the group was about to retreat, a trembling sand wall suddenly appeared in front of them. Everyone instantly turned pale with fright. It appeared. Oh, I'm the one who appeared. Just as everyone was shouting and preparing to run for their lives, a light laughter suddenly made their expression stiffen. They stopped screaming and quickly turned their heads. The towering sand wall fell onto the sand. A gust of wind blew by, and a figure wearing strange clothes appeared there. Then he gave him a thumbs up. "Yo, Nanhang, you called me?" "Senior Hui." Nanhang smiled bitterly and patted his chest. "This is too exciting. I thought it was a big bug coming out. Wow. Behind Senior Hui." They forgot that Hui was standing on the sand, so when they saw a 100-meter-tall sandworm rising from the sea of sand behind him, they were scared out of their wits. "Don't panic." Hui gave a thumbs up, and a grayish-blue light flashed by like a sword, cutting the 100-meter-tall sandworm into 2 halves, turning it into a black cloud and exploding out of thin air. The class leader and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this. "Isn't it just fighting bugs? I'll take care of it in a bit and take you guys out later." "Hey, you're not the one fighting the bugs. Can you not make it sound so easy?" The little girl slapped him hard on the back and waved her hand to point at the black cloud. A large group of black sandworms, big scorpions, some kind of reptile, and arthropod bugs were coming out together. Each of them was dozens of meters in size. "I'm just a support." When Nanhang and the others saw a large group of bugs rushing out, they took a deep breath and fainted on the spot. Wait, this. He had never liked things like countdowns. From the big countdowns of several eras to the tens of minutes or a few minutes that would pass in the blink of an eye, it always made him feel like he was being chased by someone. Even if it didn't affect him in the end, he still felt like he was being chased by something and had to use all his strength to get rid of it. It was also a very uncomfortable feeling to be nervous along with the ticking of time. But as far as the current situation was concerned, it was almost inevitable to enter a moderate level of erosion. There were less than 7 minutes left, and he didn't believe that there would be any special changes. In short, he just needed to prepare the defenses of the concept layer in advance. Even if the chaotic energy had driven the space of the present world crazy, as long as there was no way for it to reach its claws into the concept layer, there was still room for maneuver. Although in the end, he might only be able to save a broken shell and less than 70% of the attachments, it was still better than being completely wiped out. Was he going to move everything to Mars and let the blue sphere fend for itself there? Oh, this seemed to be a good idea. Everything had to go back to square one and start all over again. Maybe after tens of millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years, the blue sphere's world core would reshape a complete new world. Of course, what happened at that time would have nothing to do with the billions of people now. Mars colonization, let's forget about it, considering the current human conditions. Zhou Zibai couldn't help but smile bitterly as she listened to Yun Nuoxing's nagging. Oh, I was just thinking about it. After all, Yun Nuoxing raised his head to look at the dark sky. His spirit, that was overlooking the entire planet, quietly entered the state of being sealed by the rules. From now on, the internal void was isolated from the outside world. Both the inside and outside were sealed. A destructive energy surged quietly in the dark. It only had two uses. It could either purify this planet or sink this entire place into the void. Time's up. Time slowly ticked by. The countdown of 7 minutes slowly ticked away. At this moment, all the lives on the planet were in a trance for a moment, as if they had fallen into a dream and then woke up in an instant. It was just a momentary trance on the senses, but it didn't cause anything to deviate from a track. However, it left behind a gloomy atmosphere, as if countless lives were born at the same time with a weak sense of despair, but it was not to the extent of giving birth to ideas. Foam! Time's up. It has just entered the state of moderate erosion. However, this little blue ball seems to be quite tenacious. It didn't use any superfluous words. At the moment when the earth-shattering event was announced, it was still struggling even though it could no longer control itself. All right, I have two news here. Look, let's talk about the bad news first. The bad news is that we are surrounded in the space of the fragment. The organized chaos energy is not a physical entity, nor are they chaos soldiers. Oh, by the way, that little guy is fine, and so are his little friends. Pretty unlucky, aren't you, to be involved in this kind of mess twice? Yun Nuoxing expressed a moment of helplessness. If that's the case, what's the good news? The good news is that this fragment should be the core. There was a lot of noise in the soul communication. We was not sure what was going on over there. Since he said that they were surrounded, he was probably fighting against the chaos energy that did not have a physical entity. There are still remnants of the power of order in the fragment. The divine artifact itself is still fighting against the chaos energy. The two of us are intruders, so the level of the battle has increased by a few levels. With just the two of us, we probably won't be able to take it down in a short time. Yun Nuoxing combined the news from both sides. I think there's good news and bad news in both of your news. That's why I didn't say in order. Do you want to come over and help? The moment I release the suppression, the speed of the erosion of chaos will increase by 12 times. The disaster that erupts in the space of the present world will no longer be gradual. At most, it will enter the state of deep erosion in half an hour. By then, we can only use the method of force purification. Hui smiled bitterly. It was the same answer. Because of that, the two of them did not dare to make a move. They only used their power to suppress the chaos energy. Bad luck. At least with the world core, it won't be so troublesome. With the power of the two of them, it was not that they could not handle the erosion of chaos. It was just that the world itself wanted to be finished. They just hung a person who jumped off a cliff in the air. What could they do if the guy wanted to die? The world core, Yun Nuoxing frowned. His eyes flickered as he looked at several places on the planet. Those places had a similar aura to the concept of laws. If he was not wrong, it should be the aura left behind by the world core. The few places were in the south and the north, and there were only remnants of the aura. There was no reference value at all. It was not the place where the world core was. Zhou Zibai looked down at her phone. The wind had condensed into a wind circle that enveloped half of Huaxia. The terrain on the ground could not stop the power of the wind. For the first time, the inland felt the feeling of being hit by typhoons every year. Although it was not a good feeling, the neighboring countries could no longer be seen. They were all covered by a whirlpool of clouds in the sky. Under such circumstances, the internet was not disconnected. The news was still rolling, reporting the abnormal situation at the moment. It would refresh every 5 minutes, broadcasting the disasters that had befallen various provinces. Everything seemed to be just an unexpected extreme weather event. Everything seemed to be normal, and it was far from the worst. Even ordinary people could react now. They casually typed the end of the world, divine punishment, and so on the internet. It seemed that some people were seeking excitement and took the initiative to rush out of the door to welcome the wind and rain. There was even a live broadcast. Excitement? Zhou Zibai raised her head and looked at Jiang City in silence for a while. The apocalyptic rainstorm was still washing away the light. Even the vision of a cultivator was difficult to see, particularly far away. The rain had returned to the intensity before Xiaolan's intervention. The tall building under their feet seemed to be shaking a little in the wind. If Jiang City was like this, she didn't dare to imagine what it would be like in other places. Xiaolan suddenly jumped on the spot and turned to look at Zhou Zibai in a daze. Zibai, what will the effect of a 100-meter-high tsunami be? Zhou Zibai shook her head sluggishly. She could not imagine that kind of scene. Just the earthquake that set off a tsunami of that level could destroy a lot of things, right? The sea is in turmoil. An invisible force has created this wave out of thin air and is sending this wave to all the coastal areas in the depths of the Pacific Ocean. The energy of chaos. Yin Washing said softly, it's just creating a tsunami. It doesn't take much effort for the energy of chaos. They can tear the sparks in the starry sky, make the stars go out of control, and disintegrate the galaxy. That's why I said, this is a disaster beyond all of your knowledge. You are suffering something that you should not be suffering at this time. There are too many things beyond your level. Dead end. These two words suddenly appeared in their hearts, filling up their minds like a flood, and they could not get rid of it. Noticing that they were slightly muddle-headed at the moment, Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. Who could be blamed for this? No one. If anyone wanted to blame, they should blame the void. It was the void that caused all this to happen. Even the magnificent waves that happened on this planet were just a ripple that did not hurt the void. The void was indifferent to the madness of the 8 elements realm. It did not even care about the life and death of a small planet. In the end, only the life of this planet would care about what happened here. Huh? Are you serious? Zhou Zibai and Xiao Lan turned their eyes. He suddenly opened his mouth and muttered to the storm in front of him. The two girls looked at him strangely for a while. When they saw that he did not move, they suddenly heard him continue. It's hard to say. According to what you said, it's an extra opportunity that appeared out of thin air. Is that so? Is it confirmed? As soon as his voice trailed off, Yin Nuashing began to lower her head and ponder. Seeing that the situation was a little strange, they did not dare to speak casually. The color of the sky suddenly changed, turning into a golden color. Even the raindrops that fell to the ground were tinged with a faint golden color. Circles of ripples streaked across the sky, as if the sky had suddenly lit up. This abnormal phenomenon caused Xiao Lan and the other girl to stare in a daze. The consecutive abnormal occurrences caused them to almost stop thinking. Hey, what's going to happen again? Xiao Lan quickly stepped forward and stretched out her hand to slap Yin Nuashing, but when she touched him, it was as if she had passed through a shadow. She did not touch anything. Her line of sight suddenly rushed into hundreds of millions of colors, and countless illusory pictures flashed by like fleeting lights and passing shadows. She saw the scenes of hundreds of millions of stars burning and falling, countless large stars falling, and galaxies collapsing and disintegrating. And she seemed to be standing in the middle of the entire star field, coldly and indifferently watching the star field burning and collapsing. Then, everything turned gray. Chapter 1797. The first ray of light in the morning entered the bedroom in a lazy and lifeless state. The breeze lifted the curtains and allowed the sunlight to shine on the spacious bed. The figure wrapped in the thick blanket was about to wake up when she felt the sunlight. However, there was another sudden explosion that forced her to wake up. She could vaguely hear someone shouting outside the door. While shouting, she stomped her feet and shook the villa. Zibai, Zibai, get up quickly. I'm hungry. I'll count to 5. If you don't get up, I'll break in. 5, 3, 1. Zhou Zibai realized something and quickly sat up. Before she could turn over and get out of bed, she heard a loud bang coming from not far away. Then, the whole front of the unlucky door fell to the ground, waking her up again. Facing the wind of early winter, she shivered. A blue shadow rushed over from the door, causing Zhou Zibai to quickly turn around. She was pressed down on the bed. The blue shadow that pressed her down on the bed shouted, "Get up! The sun is shining on your butt. Hurry up and get up for breakfast." Zhou Zibai gloomily touched the phone on the bedside table. "It's not even 7:30. I don't care. I'm hungry." Zhou Zibai sighed. Ever since Xiaolan moved into the house, she had never tried to sleep past 8 o'clock. When she thought about going to the company later, she might have to deal with the people of the Zhou family. Her blood pressure was high, and it was high that a mere fourth realm of the human realm could not resolve. She fluttered twice to let Xiaolan, who was riding on her, move to the side. She stood up and pointed at the door with a pale face. "The next time you break in, your living expenses will be reduced by half. Do you know that the renovation fee is very expensive? Your Zhou family is so wealthy, yet you still care about such a small amount of money. Didn't you just sell the flame dragon stones to a spendthrift a few days ago?" Xiaolan didn't seem to care as it rolled around on her bed, giggling as it spoke. "No matter how big my family business is, it's still my hard work and brain cells that I earned it. Also, the price of the flame dragon stones was too low. If it wasn't for that guy using his identity from the imperial capital to lower the price, Zhou Zibai rolled her eyes. "All right." Xiaolan saw that Lin Sanjiu was still angry and had high blood pressure after being woken up early in the morning. Xiaolan thought for a moment and sat up. "Don't be angry. I'll bring you a real luminous pearl next time. It's as big as a basketball, but you have to take me to eat half of it." Zhou Zibai thought about the night-luminescent pearl the size of a basketball, and her face twitched. This reclusive Misguardian would definitely not do something without thinking. Maybe it was one of the large amounts of money she had saved up over the past 5,000 years. "But," she said, "if I keep such a big thing, there's a risk that it will be taken away at the beginning of the promotion. I'll smash the house of whoever comes. Take the things back and take some compensation for the mental damage." This senior dragon's treasure was probably brought back from the past. Zhou Zibai covered her forehead and sighed softly. It was said that giant dragons had the nature of collecting shiny treasures. Judging from the things that Xiaolan had given her several times, the legend was not necessarily a lie. Lin Sanjiu forced herself to be very energetic early in the morning. Although she had already gotten used to it, this habit also made her sleep earlier at night. If she did not sleep a little more, she would not be able to survive a lot of trouble the next day. After dressing up and washing up, Lin Sanjiu took Xiaolan to the nearest breakfast street to have a vigorous breakfast. About 8:30, Mr. Zheng drove her to the company, but it seemed a little different this morning. After eating and drinking, Xiaolan suddenly opened the door and sat in the car. "I'll go and have a look too. There's nothing fun in the company. Anyway, there's nothing fun at home." Well, there was indeed nothing in the villa. Well, should I buy some entertainment back? Forget it. Most of the time, she only used it once or twice and then threw it aside to collect dust. Her schedule for the day was tight. Normally, 24 hours was just enough. When it was not normal, she could only compress the sleep time and force it to be enough. There was nothing she could do if it was not enough. After all, 24 hours could not be used as 48 hours. Mr. Zheng looked at Zhou Zibai through the rearview mirror and could not help but ask, "Miss, do you have a special schedule today?" "No." "Why do you say that?" "Oh, it's rare to see you dressed up. I thought there was a special meeting. I was wondering if I should change to a more beautiful car." Mr. Zheng said with a smile, "I thought you finally had someone you like." "Zibai, are you in love?" Xiaolan turned her head curiously. "That a good idea?" Zhou Zibai sighed. "Look at my time. If you have time to be in love with me, it's either a phone or a stack of documents in the cabinet. Maybe it's not a bad choice to be in love with air. Hey, if that's the case, why did you suddenly dress up?" Xiaolan reached out and poked her delicate face. It feels like you're going to meet someone important, but it's not so grand that you have to go to a formal occasion. Probably because you suddenly want to change your style. Zhou Zibai shrugged and tilted her head to look at Xiao Lan's outstanding figure and face. She suddenly smiled. Xiao Lan was shocked by this silly girl's expression. She had goosebumps all over her body. Even if the back of the car was spacious, there was no place to hide. Seeing Zibai pounce over, she could only retreat and was pressed down on the seat. Even so, she did not give in and struggled with all her strength. She shouted, "What are you doing? Don't touch my face. I don't want to change clothes. Don't pull my hair. Hurry up and dress up. It's such a waste to leave such a good face and figure and not do anything. I've been barefaced for 5,000 years. What's wrong with this? What's wrong with this?" Mr. Zheng shook his head helplessly. He watched Zibai grow up. In front of outsiders, she looked like a capable elite, but deep down, she was still a little girl. This senior Long, it seemed like it was the same. Xiao Lan kept resisting. However, the clothes that were very new to her seemed to be impossible to take off with her own strength. It looked quite beautiful, so she could not bear to tear it into pieces. She could only compromise. The result was that the company's entrance was especially crowded today. "Look, aren't you quite popular? I'm a hidden guardian. Why would I want to be popular?" The above conversation was carried out in the office. The people who were watching Xiao Lan dress up in the front row probably did not expect her to speak so fiercely. Xiao Lan was here to join in the fun. It did not take much effort to make a place for her to join in the fun in this spacious office. After setting up a table full of snacks and turning on the TV, this senior Long could sit here peacefully for an entire day without making a fuss. As for her, she still had many things to do. For example, there was a lot of feedback from the Flame Dragonstone auction, the content of the talks with other companies, new cooperation, and new developments. She had to tidy them up today. She would be busy again after a while. There was also the aftermath of the Zhou Road being blown up some time ago. Due to the serious consequences, the Alliance of Cultivators intervened, so it did not take much effort to deal with it. Well, most of it had been blown up. She might as well let them help with the renovation of the new store that was designed not long ago. Also, some of the scheduled follow-up activities have been postponed due to the rainstorm at the outdoor venue. It would probably have to be postponed until New Year's Day. Considering the effects of the illness this year, the number of people would have to be adjusted appropriately. Would it rain again in the next few days? In short, she hoped that everything would go smoothly. She inadvertently glanced at the TV that Xiao Lan was watching. The news was about the earthquake in Sioux City. It was a magnitude of 5. For earthquake with a depth of 20 kilometers. The scope of the earthquake was large, which provinces and cities were affected by the earthquake. Earthquake damage, and so on. At this time, one could see that the comments section was bombarded by the news just by looking at the web. However, no matter what the comments were, the hostility was more or less heavy. In this world, if one did not pay attention, there would be a little bad change. Sure enough, she was too idle. There seems to be a lot of these things recently. Zhou Zibai casually mentioned this to Xiao Lan as she sorted out the information on the table. Recently, there have been strong winds, heavy rain, and earthquakes. It seems that there was a tornado that destroyed half of the suburbs. Shanghai and the imperial capital were hit by an abnormal type of typhoon. It seems that there was a tsunami too. The impact is quite big. It seems that there is no way to completely clean it up in a short time. It's the end of the year and there's no peace. If we don't deal with these things, we won't have a good new year. Xiao Lan slowly finished the desserts on the table and shrugged. Well, I haven't celebrated the new year anyway. Every year, I have always celebrated it by myself. Sigh. Speaking of which, I haven't celebrated a human festival yet. This year, I might as well join in the fun. Is there any place in particular that you want to go? You can go out for a walk during the new year, but forget about going abroad. Zhou Zibai said as she stopped the work in her hands. She supported her chin with the back of her hand. However, if you go to a famous tourist area during the new year, you may only see a lot of people holding their mobile phones and cameras. If you want to really relax, you have to go to some relatively remote places. So, is there any place that you want to go? I should be the one asking you that. There's no place in China that I haven't been to. I'm not too sure about the degree of remote, but if you want to see scenic spots and historical sites, I have a few good recommendations for you. You don't have to tell me the traces from hundreds or thousands of years ago. Now, you may not be able to find traces that are completely similar to the original traces after 10 years. Besides, you don't know how many years you haven't set foot in other places. How about you always stayed in Soaring Dragon Mountain? Xiaolon opened her mouth and was stunned. Suddenly, she felt a little sad. She entered a gloomy and depressed state. She couldn't help but lower her head and murmur, "Traces of the times, tens of thousands of years. Anyway, I'm an antique. I'll just go back to the valley and watch the falling snow alone, and the world is boring." Zhou Zibai couldn't help but smile bitterly. The room was full of resentment. "Well, I'm also interested in the places you mentioned, but the premise is that those are not caves and secret realms left by people in ancient times. We're going out to have fun, not to find trouble for ourselves." "What are you talking about?" Xiaolon stood up and put her hands on her waist. "Aren't we going out to have fun to see other places? Let me tell you, little girl, some of the fairyland in the cave are much more beautiful than the mountains and rivers outside. They also have the breath of history. Look at this place now. Where can you see the traces of thousands of years? Most of them are dead things." Zhou Zibai smiled helplessly and looked out of the floor-to-ceiling window in the direction of Xiaolon. The sky seemed to be slightly gloomy. She couldn't help but frown and sigh. "It seems like it's going to rain again. This unlucky weather." Nope. Xiaolon also looked out of the window. The weather is sunny, and there is not much moisture in the air. It is even a little dry. It is estimated that it won't rain in the next 7 or 8 days. But if you want it to rain, I can make the weather on the Pacific Ocean livelier. If you want it to rain in a few days, then make it a little livelier. If you want it to rain tomorrow, then make it a little noisier. If you want it to rain later, then make it a little noisier. If you want it to rain, Xiaolon scratched her head. Then we have to borrow a few clouds from thousands of kilometers away. It's too dry around here. The Western Hemisphere is a little noisier. As expected of Lord Nessie, she could still play like this even when it was raining. In the end, she didn't do anything. She just saw the sky darkening and thought it was going to rain. She didn't really want Xiaolon to have a rainstorm to change her mood. Today was also a peaceful day. She dealt with a lot of things in the company without incident. After receiving dozens of phone calls, she left behind more things. After a day of consolidation, it was about 10% of the things that had not been dealt with. Thinking of this result, she really wanted to evaporate the world the next day. Boring, so boring. On the car home, Xiaolon couldn't help but grimace. Work is so boring. I said it's not fun in the first place. Zhou Zibai smiled bitterly and patted her head. It's different. It's different from what I know. Why aren't there any men coming to force me to marry you? There are no bulls in heat coming to my door looking for trouble, and there are no new guys from other companies who are ready to burn down the camp, declaring war everywhere. I've already thought of all the plots, but none of them came in handy. Zhou Zibai and Elder Zheng. What kind of weird plot did you come up with at the beginning? Why are there so many weird and meaningless people? In the evening, they went to a remote farmhouse restaurant for dinner. As for why she chose this place, well, she didn't know. Maybe she wanted to be quiet today, so she didn't go to a crowded place. Part of the night was reserved for cultivation. Since the last time she came back from the Kunlun Wonderland, the 4th level of the human realm had loosened up. Xiaolon speculated that she would be able to break through in a few more days. These days, she had been thinking of ways to help her enter the Earth realm and consolidate it. But why did you come to the rooftop? Zhou Zibai tilted her head and looked at Xiaolon in confusion. At this time, the full moon was in the sky, and the moon seemed to be bigger than ever before. Under the moonlight, the coldness of the early winter didn't affect them. Xiaolon didn't know why she suddenly moved to the rooftop. She rarely came to this place. Xiaolon scratched her head and felt very confused. I don't know. I wanted to come to the rooftop for no reason. Right. I want you to change a place to cultivate. I want to use the weak power of the moonlight to try to speed up your breakthrough. Is that so? Zhou Zibai muttered, but I feel that it's a bit strange. It's not strange. It's not strange. Hurry up and cultivate. There's not much time left in a day. It was another peaceful day. It would be perfect if she could close her eyes tonight and open them safely tomorrow. It would be even better if she didn't have to be woken up by the sound of someone breaking in tomorrow morning. But she didn't lock the door. Why did Xiao Lan have to break in? The next morning, probably because she was not far from breaking through, she felt that her essence, energy, and spirit had increased by half a level. The amount of time she needed to rest had also decreased. Today, she was actually able to wake up before Xiao Lan broke through the door. Jibai, a heart-wrenching scream, sounded on time, causing her to smile bitterly. She walked towards the door while responding. Wake up, wake up! Don't break the door. Zhou Jibai quickly opened the door before Xiao Lan broke in. She was shocked. You actually woke up so early. Did you not sleep the whole night? I slept naturally and woke up naturally. There was no torture. Zhou Jibai yawned. But I'm sleepy 24 hours a day. Things like spirit, you can get a little bit. As for how long it can be used, it's up to fate. After washing up and dressing up for a while, the two slowly walked down from the second floor. They were discussing whether they should have a normal breakfast or an abnormal one. When they went down to the hall, Zhou Jibai subconsciously looked at the sofa. Good morning. Who are you greeting? Xiao Lan tilted her body and looked in front of her. The empty hall only echoed with the sound of their breathing. The dragon's senses did not capture any strange existence. She could not help but be stunned. She looked at Jibai with a strange gaze, and all kinds of strange thoughts began to swirl in her mind. Zhou Jibai was also stunned. She probably scared herself. She could not help but cover her little mouth. There was not a single sound in the empty hall. There was no life other than them. Her words just now sounded like she was talking to the air. Xiao Lan suspiciously reached out and pressed on her head. She carefully checked for a while and shook her head. There is no abnormal phenomenon. Why did you suddenly become absent-minded? I know, it must be because you woke up 5 minutes early and didn't let me wake you up. Zhou Jibai smiled bitterly. Normally, it would be easier to wake up naturally and not be woken up. This is definitely not because I didn't wake up or didn't wake up. It's something else. She glanced around the hall a little absent-minded. She stayed in the middle of the sofa for a longer time. She paid special attention to that place, as if there was something there. No, she thought there should be something there. She always felt that there was a sense of inexplicable emptiness, but it was very shallow. It was as if 1 or 2 parts of her daily life were suddenly missing. Something had inadvertently disappeared. The pets that she had raised for more than 10 years had returned to their planet. Even if a few days, a few weeks, or even a month or 2 had passed, the subconscious action of looking for them might still be retained. The shadow that suddenly flashed in the corner of her eyes made her subconsciously turn her head. The sound that suddenly came from a house, even if she knew that it was just the sound of the wind, she would think that it was the movement of the shadow that flashed by. She suddenly realized that it was just an illusion that she did not want to forget and chose to keep. Although it would only get fainter and fainter, it would never disappear. Yes, she seemed to have gotten used to something. She had just gotten used to something that should have existed, but it had inadvertently disappeared. It was so sudden that she could not accept the reality that it was no longer there. What exactly is it? Zhou Jibai suddenly lowered her head. There was a flash of confusion in her eyes. Xiao Lan, if one day you suddenly find that you have forgotten something, but there is no way to know what you have forgotten, do you have a way to find the lost part? What part? Memory? Feeling? She was not sure. The feeling of emptiness came from the heart. Xiao Lan leaned back against the handrail of the stairs and scratched her head. It's a little troublesome. The lost memory is not actually lost as we think. It is just buried in the deepest part of one's memory. It is difficult to find it again. If one deliberately tries to forget it and really succeeds, it will be even harder to find it. There are many secret techniques of the dragon race. Most of them are related to oneself. Most of the secret techniques are used on oneself. But when it comes to memory, they have never been particularly good at it. It is easy to organize one's own memory, but touching the memory of others. Xiao Lan poked her forehead. Think about it in another direction. What do you remember? What do you think you have forgotten? Zhou Zibai shook her head gently. She herself could not tell what the situation was. Forgetting was the most terrible thing, because she did not know what she had forgotten. Sometimes, she could not tell whether she had forgotten something or not. Probably because Xiaolan saw the indescribable incongruity in Zhou Zhibai's gloomy expression. She also frowned. In fact, not only Zibai, she also felt a little abnormal. She was a little annoyed. Thinking back carefully, since she left the soaring Dragon Mountain and came to this house, she began to recall. When she came out of the valley, she met a little girl who was looking for a little guy's friend. She felt that it was interesting, so she followed her to this place. The whole process was normal. However, she did not remember going to the rooftop. Last night, she almost subconsciously ran to the rooftop with Zibai. Moreover, she did not know why her heart was so restless these days. She could not control herself and always wanted to make the Pacific Ocean have strong winds and heavy rain. She wanted to let the rain cover the entire Jiang city. It seemed that there was an inexplicable feeling in her heart that told her that it should be the time for the storm to come. She might have gone crazy, probably because she had been in the valley for too long. It's probably just a normal case of forgetting something. Zhou Zibai rubbed her forehead in distress and said helplessly to Xiaolan, "This kind of situation occasionally happens in life. In fact, if you don't care about it, you will naturally remember it after a period of time." Xiaolan frowned. Was it really that simple? She felt as if she had been possessed. Phew, I wanted to say that, but if I let this strange feeling continue, I probably won't be able to do anything smoothly. Elder Zheng, I will not go to the company today. Xiaolan and I will go out. Well, there's an urgent matter, probably a very important matter. Zhou Zibai put down the phone and turned to look at Xiaolan. She nodded. Let's go out. Where to? Jiang City University. Let's find Southern Airlines. Oh, that little guy, but why that little guy? Zhou Zibai walked to the door and subconsciously looked back at the empty hall. There was not even a wrinkle on the sofa cover. Intuition. Chapter 1798. The confusion in his memory began when he woke up in the morning. When he opened his eyes, he saw the familiar ceiling. The temporary decrease in his intelligence caused by the opening of his eyes was shattered by the impact of a stronger memory. He got up abruptly and leaned against the window to look outside. His face was distorted. Blue sky, white clouds, and the sun shone brightly. The tall building 2 streets ahead on the left was still under construction. The scaffolding seemed to have been stacked higher. He did not need to concentrate to hear the knocking sounds coming from there. It was so noisy to start construction early in the morning. Oh no, it was really strange. Where was the wind? The rain? Earthquakes, floods, tsunamis, and the apocalyptic scenes of lightning and thunder? Ruling out the possibility that he was daydreaming. It was possible that it was a dream, but it was not easy to determine which side had fallen into the dream. Was it the chaos erosion that caused the collapse of all things in the dream? Or, he took out his phone and quickly looked at the date displayed on the calendar. His face twitched fiercely. It was the same day, but the time had returned to the early morning. There were only 7 hours left before the destruction this afternoon. At first glance, it seemed that time had been reversed. However, when the chaos erosion occurred, the connection between the time of this planet and the sea of time had a crack. This place had been trapped in the time locked by the chaos erosion. There was no way to reverse time and make everything seem as if it had never happened. This was a realistic dream. This was a dream, the most chaotic nightmare. Is this the real dream? The blue-clothed young man covered his face. The pain from his clenched hands made him sober up a little. He slowly sat on the chair, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. What the hell was this? The chaos was eroding, and destruction was imminent. Suddenly, he was in a dream. Dream? What was the essence of this dream? Is it a dream created by Senior Hui and the others? He slowly came back to his senses. If it was them, they should be trying to reverse the current situation entangled in a deadlock. They should use order to reshape this false dream and let everything return to the normal track. However, where would this dream lead to in the end? Would it return to the chaos erosion again? Or would it go to another path that was completely different from reality? However, this was just his own fantasy. He needed to find clues and evidence. If his guess was correct, they should still be in this world, somewhere in this dream, and they should have a passage to reality. The silver-white sports car shot out like an arrow and slowly came to a stop on the side of the road 5 minutes later. The blue-clothed youth held the steering wheel with both hands with a dull look on his face. So, where am I going? Even if he knew that there was a place where he could return to the real world, he had no idea where to go. There was no clue at all. He looked at his phone and hesitated for a while before slowly picking it up. Uncle Lou, there's something I need to. I'm not free at the moment. There are disasters all over the world at the end of the year. We're busy with disaster relief here. Everyone in the Alliance of Cultivators has been sent out. If you have free people on your side, you can come and help. If you don't deal with it well, you won't be able to pass the new year. Uncle Lou's hurried voice sounded and then quickly left. The blue-clothed youth was dumbfounded. After a while, he followed Uncle Lou's words and looked at the situation. The disasters all over the world had ended. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, strong winds blew, the sky fell, the earth collapsed, and so on were all over. The damage caused was not as serious as imagined. It was only at the level that Uncle Lou said. If he did not deal with it well, he would not be able to pass the new year. Even if it was just a dream, it still had a certain degree of connection with reality. The disasters that had already happened and been experienced would not be erased, but would be greatly weakened. In everyone's impression, this disaster was just an ordinary disaster. There might even have been warnings and preparations to evacuate in advance. There was no major disaster, no heavy casualties, and no one would feel that the world was going to end the next day. It was so normal. It was like knowing that there was going to be a typhoon in autumn. It passed as normal, packed up as normal, and continued to live as normal. The impression of a disaster has not been completely erased. In other words, even if the matter is resolved in the end, the chaos this time will be deeply imprinted. It's an established fact that has already happened. The blue-clothed youth muttered to himself and understood. As for how many scientists and geologists would be driven crazy after that, that was a matter for the future. All right, since this world is built with the energy related to order, I should be able to find some traces with a special method. The blue-clothed youth suddenly realized something and clapped his hands. Although he was a weakling at this moment, and his soul was fragmented and could not do anything, he was still a person who had been to the 8 elements realm and mastered that kind of power. The energy that had gathered in his soul and had been silent for several eras began to move gently. It circled around his body a few times and familiarized itself with it for a while. Then, like a dandelion, it floated out with the wind. The situation was quite smooth, but it was a little shaky in the process of spreading. The range that it could spread was far less than before. When the remnant power of order spread out in all directions with the soul, the essence of this dream began to be revealed to him. Although it was only a small part, it was enough to reveal a lot of information to him. What he saw was the essence of this world, like the ancient ice layer that was completely frozen deep in the South Pole, never to be melted. This was a world that was completely frozen. The flow of time was an illusion. The existence of space was an illusion, and the sky was also an indispensable thing that existed to cater to this illusion. This was a dream, he said at the beginning, a dream that was used to forcibly drag the world that fell into the abyss. It was a dream that was built by the consciousness and habits of billions of people, trillions of lives. It was the dream of this world, this small planet itself. They who existed here were real. What was moving was their consciousness, the consciousness of billions of people, and not themselves. They should have been dragged into this space and frozen in a special way, waiting for everything to end, and when the ice and snow melted. In this way, the world where the disaster broke out and the dream world, at this moment, should be connected in some direct way. Since the two of them were in a sense the same, there must be a clearer energy trace left behind. In the real world, he used the power of his soul to scan the space, and then on the map. Oh, there was no map, so he used the navigation instead. The range of his soul was not big enough, so he could only drive around Jiang City. He hoped that they did not hide the point too well. Found it? The car had only been driving for a few minutes when the blue-clothed young man suddenly noticed the strange point. He quickly pulled over and moved the navigation map according to the direction he sensed. Finally, his eyes fell on a place relatively close to the city center. The slightly familiar building made him feel uncomfortable. Jiang City University? Why was it Jiang City University? Could it be that when Senior Hui and the others unfolded this world, they happened to be in Jiang City University, so the connection point was here? Forget it, he did not care so much. Anyway, it should be here. Let's go there first. The silver-white sports car let out a low roar and instantly turned into a silver arrow and rushed out. It almost rushed to the gate of Jiang City University. He directly jumped out of the skylight and did not even bother to lock the car. As soon as he landed, he was slightly stunned. There was no one within 100 or 200 meters of the gate of Jiang City University. There were no students and no passers-by, as if this was a wasteland that had been abandoned for countless years. There were also rumors that it was haunted, so no one dared to come here in the daytime. Faint traces of distortion. The power of order dispelled all the life that came here. It seems that I have found the right place. The blue-clothed young man nodded and walked 2 steps closer before he found that there was indeed someone here. 2 figures appeared behind a stone pillar at the gate. The view of the place where he stood just now was blocked. He only saw the 2 of them when he walked closer. "Miss Zhou." He quickly walked forward and shouted. Zhou Zibai and Xiao Lan, who were standing behind the stone pillar in a daze, turned around subconsciously. Seeing him rushing over, they were a little surprised. "Why are you here?" "I'm here." "Well, I'm here to look for something." The blue-clothed young man's words were a little stiff. After a moment, he waved his hand. "Why are you here?" He was referring to special circumstances. The weak power of order might have turned the entire Jiang City University into a distortion zone, dispelling all the people who came here, including those who had the intention to come here. It was a little suspicious that Zhou Zibai and this girl appeared here. Zibai said that she was in a daze and seemed to have forgotten something. Based on her intuition, she found this place. Xiaolan scratched her head and looked forward. There was a trace of doubt in her eyes. But it's strange. The whole university is quiet. After we came here, well, I don't know why, but I don't want to go in. Aren't we hesitating whether to go in or to retreat? Then you came here. The blue-clothed young man understood. When Senior Hui and the others used this world, the 2 of them were also beside them, so they were swept into it. However, their rules and order were not strong, so they were only in a daze as if they were sleepwalking. They didn't even know what they were doing at this moment. Moreover, listening to their words, he suddenly guessed. "Have you seen a person with colorful hair who wears black clothes all day? She's very beautiful." Zhou Zibai and Xiao Lan frowned at the same time. There was a clear description, but it made them confused. They could not find the same memory in their minds, so they subconsciously wanted to shake their heads. But for some reason, their necks were stiff, resisting their orders. "Well, you don't have to answer. I probably know what's going on. I know who you're looking for. Come with me." The blue-clothed young man waved his hand. His idea should be correct. These 2 people were sleepwalking. He nodded to the 2 and then walked into the university. Zhou Zibai and Xiao Lan looked at each other, and their eyes were a little confused. They subconsciously raised their feet and followed his footsteps forward. The campus was empty and quiet, and the main road was silent. The buildings in Jiangjiang University were exactly the same as what he knew, except that there were no signs of human activity, no sound, and no external furnishings in the huge space. The parking space was empty, and there were no traces of people setting foot on the sacred place where people took photos all year round. The trees by the lake were still lush, but there was not a drop of water in the entire artificial lake. It was filled with fallen leaves. Even if all the leaves on the shore and the small hill were plucked, it was impossible to fill up the artificial lake with a pile of fallen leaves. When they walked to the other side of the artificial lake, their ears suddenly caught some sounds. It was empty just now, and there was not even the sound of wind. The sudden sound was enough to make them have goosebumps. They quickly turned around and saw a group of boys who came out of nowhere. They were playing basketball in their hands, talking and laughing as they walked toward the dormitory area. The basketball accidentally hit the corner of the roadside and bounced out. It rolled into the artificial lake in a few moments, splashing a small amount of water. The boys quickly ran over, picked up long branches on the road, and stretched out their hands to catch it. If I remember correctly, there was no water in this lake just now, right? Xiaolon rubbed her eyes. Are my eyes deaf or my ears blind? Not in any way. It's just that this place is like this. Well, it might be troublesome to explain. Look, I'll go up and say hello to them. The young man in blue said as he walked forward. He waved his hand and used energy to pull the basketball out of the water and threw it aside. Then he turned his head. The boys were still grabbing each other by the shore. They stretched out their arms and branches in an attempt to reach the basketball floating in the water. The way they tried to catch the air made Zhou Zibai and Xiaolon stunned. What's going on? This is the situation here. You can think that we don't exist in their minds. Well, for example, what we do has no way of affecting them. He tried to explain it as simply as possible. What's going on? Maze? Hypnosis? That's more or less it. I can't explain it further in a short time. Xiaolon heard this and frowned. Well, I feel that these words make me feel uncomfortable. It seems like I've heard it a few times. By the way, do you remember what you're looking for? The young man in blue coughed dryly and changed the topic. He used his soul to expand the search area. The distortion of the inner space was more exaggerated than he imagined. Their approximate destination was here, but they might not be able to find the center immediately. If they really stayed with Senior Hui and Senior Foam from the beginning, they might be able to sense the center faster than him. Nanhang. We're here to find Nanhang, but we can't contact that little guy. Xiaolon spread her hands and said, but we don't know where he is. The young man in blue looked at Zhou Zibai. I just mentioned your intuition. What do you think he is? Zhou Zibai looked around thoughtfully. It was as if she was sleepwalking. She raised her hand and pointed at the distance. He immediately turned his head and looked. It was the direction of the gymnasium. Without saying anything, he walked towards it. Let's go. The entire Jiangning University should be the center of the explosion of the power of order. If he could still use his eyes to observe the flow of energy, he should be able to see a huge energy vortex hanging in the sky. There were countless naturally formed energy nodes in the entire world. They were nodes that were connected to the center of the vortex. The purpose of their existence was to expand the influence of this core. Based on his previous knowledge, this place was called a core, but it was actually a buffer zone to preserve the core. The real core was only one place, and it should be the gymnasium that Zhou Zibai pointed out. Please, it has to be there. The energy in this place was too chaotic. His soul could not find the way. There are people playing basketball here. Those few shadows just now should have left from here. Xiaolon stepped forward and pushed open the door of the gymnasium. The empty space inside reverberated with the sound of a basketball hitting the ground and the basket. This was very normal, just like the few boys who were about to return to the dormitory. The people here should be normal in this dream world. It just happened that this place was the center, and a part of it was separated from the real world by the power of order. Therefore, even if something happened here, it could not affect them, and they could not affect the people here. I found Nanhang. Before entering the gymnasium, he saw Nanhang first. He was sitting in the audience seat opposite the entrance. He held his chin with his hand and looked depressed. He looked at the class monitor and the others who were playing basketball on the court and sighed deeply. He had been here watching them play basketball for a long time. Even if he walked over to talk to the class monitor and the others, they would only say, "The holy light is fooling you." And they would say it again and again in the past. After repeating it back and forth for dozens of times without changing their voices, he gave up. While although the class monitor and the others were usually quite unreliable, he felt that their condition might be worse this time. It was also possible that it was not him who was wrong, but the world that was broken. After all, he had been sitting here for an entire day. He did not see the sky turn dark, nor did he feel hungry. In fact, he became more and more energetic. He was just a little bored, watching the class monitor and the others play basketball for an entire day without stopping. He wanted to go down and say a few words, even if they only repeated the same line. Then he saw the three people who were pushing open the door and walking in. He immediately stood up and hurriedly jumped over the railing of the audience seat and rushed to the door. Thank God, there's finally a living person here. Nanhang breathed a sigh of relief. No one has come here for an entire day. Even if I stood at the door naked, no one would pay attention. It's very strange. The young man in blue was about to say something, but when he heard Nanhang's words, his expression changed. He looked at Nanhang with a rather serious expression. Don't tell me, ahem. Nanhang's face turned red. By the way, what the hell is going on here? He pointed to the few guys who had been repeating the same steps for an entire day. The class monitor and the others are like NPCs, doing the same actions back and forth. I went over to touch them, but they didn't respond. Only when I tried to talk to them would they respond, and they were repeating the same sentence. It's even worse in other places. The entire Zhangjiang University has become strange. The young man in blue was stunned for a moment. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, "It's very complicated. Anyway, I just want to confirm that you know what happened, right?" Well, then let me change the question. What were you doing before you came here to watch them play basketball? Nanhang scratched his head. In the desert. I was fighting insects with Senior Hui, and then there was no later. When I came back to my senses, it suddenly became like this. Okay, he confirmed that this guy should be someone who stayed at the scene of the crime. Zhou Jibai and the other two couldn't remember Senior Hui and the others, but Nanhang still remembered that the former should have been affected when the dream world unfolded, and the latter should have been involved in the center. By the way, speaking of insects, Nanhang suddenly remembered something important and hurried to the audience seats. The three young men in blue also hurried to follow him. They watched as he took out a thick, 1-meter-long cylinder from under the seat. There was a golden spot in the center of the cylinder, and the rest of the cylinder was covered by a large black spot. It's a fragment. The young man in blue understood at a glance what it was. It was something mixed with the aura of chaos. It should be the fragment that Senior Maple mentioned. A fragment left behind in this world where the chaos did not erode. Perhaps it was the key to awakening from the dream. He took the metal cylinder from Nanhang and fiddled with it for a moment. The latter suddenly released a ray of golden light into the sky. In the surging power of the rules and order, there was the aura he was most familiar with, the aura of the energy of the 8th realm of elements, but it was quite weak. In terms of strength, it seemed to be only the strength of the 3rd realm of elements, which was very strange. Looks like it's true. This is the way to the outside world. The young man in blue was about to walk in, but his expression froze. He remembered a very important question. Even if they went back, what was the use? What they were dealing with was a disaster of the void like the chaos. Even if they went back, they would only add to their troubles. When Xiaolan heard him say the passage to the outside world, she was a little inexplicably anxious. Seeing that he was stunned and did not move, she suddenly became a little irritable. She flew up and kicked him into the golden light pillar. Don't waste time. Hurry up and go in. Suddenly stepping over the light, he felt as if he had been thrown into the void, hanging on a windmill and spinning tens of thousands of times. A wave of dizziness flashed past like a flash of light. Before he could even react, he was already fine. He slowly calmed down and opened his eyes. Instantly, half of his body turned cold. A strange planet occupied most of his vision. The thick black aura ignored the gravitational restraint and floated on the surface of the planet, as well as the stars beside it. His eyes could hardly see through the surface covered by the black fog. Billions of thunderbolts were raging everywhere on the planet, like a net of electricity covering the entire surface of the planet. The frequent flashes of lightning were not only caused by the fury of the thunderbolts, but also seemed to be the movement of energy explosion. The blazing fire was like a small lump on the planet suddenly exploding, mixing the fiery red color with the thunderbolts into the starry sky. The blood-like, dim red light bloomed on the various continents of the planet like a tide, spreading in all directions. The surging sea rolled up an immeasurable level of tsunami with the power of destruction to all continents. In the middle of the vast sea, a huge vortex was slowly spinning, stirring the entire sea. On the other side of the planet, the condensed storm clouds covered the entire hemisphere and was still expanding. A gust of wind, more than 7 or 8 times the speed of sound, swept wildly in the area covered by the dark clouds. This was the vast scene seen from the perspective of the overlooking star. He could not imagine what a terrifying hell map it would be if he were to see it from the surface up close. Crack! There seemed to be an auditory hallucination in his ears. He seemed to hear the sound of the planet cracking. A crack suddenly appeared in the sea, and twisted strips of light covered the largest continent. Dozens of cracks that were clearly visible to the naked eye formed little by little and gradually expanded into crimson light ribbons spewing out flames. He could even feel that the entire planet was trembling and breaking apart. It's exactly the same as that day. The blue-clothed young man stared blankly at the earth that was brutally torn apart by the chaotic energy. He could not help but turn pale. He recalled that day when the chaotic energy attacked. The continents of the 8 elements realm also collapsed and were torn into pieces by the chaotic energy. Where were they? In the empty starry sky, there was a floating platform and a crystal ball that emitted a faint light, but they were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 1799. Karma. It was a wonderful thing, an abstract concept, an elusive and untouchable existence. It could be controlled by humans, but it could also be uncontrollable. When weak karma was involved in a huge karma link, it would be affected by its own uncontrollable influence. It could be brought to the top or pushed to the bottom. But no matter what, the original karma had been torn to pieces when the latter intervened. It tried to form a new link, but could not adapt to the influence of the latter and could not be rebuilt. It was as if it had been abandoned. For them, karma was a useless thing. Their karma had been linked to the void, and as everyone knew, the void was the most ridiculous thing. It meant that their karma was completely blank and out of control. They would only think of it occasionally when they were dealing with the lower life forms. But in fact, it was quite difficult to even think of it. After all, they had not touched such a thing for many years. It was a good idea to steal karma, correct mistakes, and try to get everything back under control. However, the power of chaos would not let them do as they pleased. Otherwise, they would not have to use such a troublesome method to try to bypass an inevitable ending. As mentioned earlier, a great cause and effect would have a great impact on a weak cause and effect. The power of chaos was one of the great and one of the greatest in the void. Due to its special characteristics, it could even cause more damage than the void could cause and effect. In short, it was bullsh*t. There was no way to reverse the reality that had been destroyed by the power of chaos, but could save the reality that had not been destroyed. It could be delayed, and naturally, it could be resisted. They could not be more familiar with the scene of chaos. They were so familiar with it that they were a little irritable. They were so familiar with the scene of being surrounded by chaos that they could not wait to unleash all their energy to make a scene. However, when they remembered that they were in the realm of 3 elements, they suddenly became discouraged. Even if he was a shield and unleashed all his energy, the void would not be able to withstand it. Moreover, he was now a middle-level premier whose realm was higher than Maple's. If his aura exploded, the realm of 3 elements would probably have to wait for dozens of eras to recover. Although he had said it several times, he still wanted to say it again. It was so F***ing frustrating. The power of chaos had strengthened to the extent that it could cause a storm in the entire planet in just a few hours. The dark storm blew across the surface of the planet, dyeing the traces left by human beings little by little with the gray of destruction. Everything that it touched turned into black dust under the erosion of the storm and was blown up into the sky by the gale. From afar, it looked like a storm of sand and dust was blowing across the entire city. Everything was gradually disintegrating and disintegrating. No matter whether it was fragile or hard, They were eroded and destroyed by chaos at the same speed. Only some relatively large objects could slightly resist the erosion of chaos. The gray dust drifted from every corner of the planet and was blown to every corner by the gale. It drifted across the sea and into the starry sky. Even the sun had been extinguished long ago, leaving only the dim light in the world constantly flickering. Ordinary people could look directly at the huge fireball even without special eye protection. Its light was weakened by the power of chaos and could not completely hide its huge body. At this moment, it looked like an ordinary furnace, with distinct areas divided by the trajectory of the flames. The dim crimson light sprinkled on the world, setting off the gray storm, making the world look desolate, as if it was the end of the world. The trajectory of life, the brilliant trajectory that human beings had spent tens of thousands of years to create on this planet, had turned into chaos in just a few hours. The ancient traces that had once been glorious, symbolizing the reverence of the future, the so-called beliefs, ideals, dreams, and all other traces were eroded bit by bit in this dark storm and slowly dissipated. No one witnessed this scene. They were all in the dream, having beautiful dreams that had nothing to do with the scene of the end of the world. Deep erosion. The process has reached the final stage, and the speed is still gradually increasing. In a few hours, order will completely fall to the critical point, and when that time comes, I hope you can hear some good news from your side. Unfortunately, there is no good news. Because of the acceleration of the chaos erosion, the difficulty of recovering the fragments has exceeded the level that I can handle. I can't do it. I can't do it. I really can't do it. Blocking the power of chaos and recovering the fragments at the same time. Is this something a human would do? Is this something a god would do? I really can't do it. I really can't do it. I really can't do it. Then let these billions of people play together? Yin Nuashing spoke calmly. Let's just treat the reverse dream as their last beautiful dream. Letting them pass away quietly in the dream is also a good choice. At least compared to being corrupted by chaos, it's better. No, the cloaked girl and Elon shouted at the same time. Their faces were full of difficulty. The former quickly shouted, just use all your strength to hold on to this world. We will definitely take care of all of this. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. I can really take care of it. Is that so? Yin Nuashing turned his head. More than half of the tall building he stood on had been turned into gray dust by the power of chaos and scattered in the air. More than half of Jiang City's composition had spread into the air, and this was also the progress of destroying all traces of human beings on this planet. When this overall process reached the end, this world would return to the scene where it was not invaded by any life, and everything would return to nothingness. Yin Nuashing's eyes, which were paying attention to the world, were suddenly attracted by something that was arranged to be sent out. He turned his head subconsciously, and a wisp of his soul left this place and came to a place at the edge of the planet. On the platform placed in the starry sky, the blue-robed young man, Zhou Zibai, and the others were staring at the little blue ball that was being dragged into the abyss by the storm of chaos with a pained expression and an even more indescribable expression. As soon as the wisp of his soul materialized appeared, the few of them were shocked. Why did you all come out? Come out. Sure enough, the world over there is in another space. The blue-robed young man suddenly understood, and then looked at the little blue ball that had been completely enveloped by the storm of chaos with a dazed expression, and said dully, "Then this is our real world." Yin Nuashing glanced at him, and then turned his head to look down at the planet from the starry sky, and shook his head. No. The blue-robed young man was stunned. No? Then what is going on here? The planet that you see now is... Yin Nuashing paused for a moment and thought that what he was going to say might be too complicated. He lowered his head and thought for a while and changed the way he said it. A simulation experiment. Can you understand if I put it this way? Simply put, the planet that you see now is the situation that appears in the process of the erosion of chaos continuing to deepen, and it is the follow-up of everything that continues to develop. However, there is no life here, and it is just a model that lacks life. Yin Nuoxing floated on the platform for a while, and then reached out his hand to point at the crystal ball that appeared here at the beginning. Your world is here. Not long after the erosion of chaos entered moderate erosion, the few of us discussed and decided to use a power that we have forgotten to try to deal with this process. At that moment, the entire void of the planet that you are on was stripped away and frozen in this crystal ball, but there was no chaos power in it. Instead, what appeared in the original position of the void, in the original position of the starry sky, was a model without any life. The chaos power was left here to continue to wreak havoc, and we continued to deal with the out-of-control chaos power here. I don't understand it all. Xiaolon covered her head with a blank face, while Zhou Zibai and Nanhang nodded beside her. They did not understand what was being said at all. It was clearly a human language, but when they listened together, it sounded like a ghost was reading a book. The only one who understood was the blue-robed young man. After all, he had lived in the Eight Elements realm for an era, so he could still understand this part. I see. So the chaos power is isolated like this. Ugh. But what is going on over there? That peaceful world is like a dream. Although there are memories of the disaster, there is no sign of chaos erosion at all. That is the other part, the opposite of your real world. As you said, a dream is a place where the consciousness of all life on this planet is placed. The real you and billions of lives are still in the frozen real world, maintaining the movement of the frozen moment. It is only your consciousness that moves in the dream. As for you, because Nanhang is by Huey's side, and Zibai and Xiaolon are by my side, you are exposed to the uniqueness of our bodies. Your own soul is special, so your consciousness is more active, and you can sense the difference in the dream. This was a condition created by referring to the situation of Sui Qing and Sui Feng's world, a temporary idea. The blue-clothed youth smiled bitterly. All right, now he knew what had happened. He knew a few pieces of information, which could be summed up in one sentence. The destruction of their world had been delayed. It was only delayed, but it had not been truly resolved. Well, then, if we resolve all of the mixed energy in the model, how do we make it work in the real world? Yin Oxing said, what I just said is the power that we have forgotten, cause and effect. The current situation of being destroyed by chaos is an established fact, so it cannot be changed. But we can change the latter. When this planet is frozen and the void is stripped, it is almost equivalent to cutting off all communication between the internal void and the external void. At this time, we can make changes in cause and effect on the frozen internal void. If we can get rid of the chaos power in the model, this cause and effect will also be synchronized in the real world. The worldwide disaster caused by chaos erosion will abruptly fade in the next 10 minutes and finally return to peace. No one will feel anything unusual. The blue-robed young man listened with a long oh. The power of cause and effect was not used much in the Eight Elements realm, so he could not remember it. But it could be used here. Wait, there seemed to be another meaning in her words. Then if it is not solved, Yin Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at him. When the chaos power of this model grows to the maximum it can bear, and when it breaks the limit of order, it will also lose its effect. The real world will be released from the frozen state and continue to suffer the destruction of chaos erosion. Everything will return to the state when it was frozen and start again. I understand now. Nanhang clapped his hands excitedly. Isn't this just saving and loading? If we can't beat it, we just need to do it a few more times. Unfortunately, with the strength of the void here, it is only enough for us to touch it on a large scale once. If we do it again, the power will crush this void. Yin Nuoxing shook her head slightly. But in terms of the result, there is no difference. If we can't clean up the chaos power before the model collapses, this world will be destroyed. If we do it again, this world will also be destroyed. There is no difference. Everyone. So, either way, we will die, right? Xiaolon was speechless for a moment. After she recovered, she slowly raised her hand. Put it down, you can't do anything. I haven't even said anything. Xiaolon gritted her teeth and glared at him. Looking at the planet that was completely covered by dark clouds, she whispered, Is there really nothing we can do? The only thing you can do is to stay here and watch. Watch as everything calms down and returns a peaceful world to you. Everyone can just treat it as a gust of wind, a rain shower, a dance on the rock and roll land, and then the world will return to peace. Those who should clean up the mess will clean up the mess, and those who should face the tragedy will do their best to face it head on. After all, this is something that can't be helped. If you want to find someone to take the blame, you can only blame it on the void. However, the void will not care about you, and will even roll its eyes at you, because you can't do anything about it, or watch as everything comes to an end and enters destruction. Unfortunately, this is the truth. Even if you look at me with a pained expression, it is still the truth. I can't wait for you to solve it yourselves. I'll just watch from the side. Yin covered his face and sighed bitterly. Every time he went to someone else's house, he would run into trouble, big or small. The void did not revolve around him. So why did it have to put the blame on him for things that had nothing to do with him? Why couldn't it just let those things revolve around the underworld? For example, throwing two heavenly gods of origin over there, right? Then he would be relieved, and there would be nothing to do. The void would be peaceful. Congratulations, congratulations. Phone, how's the little girl? Huey's voice pulled Yin out of his state of resentment. He subconsciously looked back at the crystal ball and nodded. She's in good condition. At least she will be fine before we reach the end. Well, it was not Hui who suggested using the power of cause and effect, but the little girl on the altar. If she did not remind them, they would not have remembered it. But even if she reminded them, they could not use this method. In the end, she had to do it herself. It turned out that the function of a support was pretty good, much better than two guys who specialized in carrying shields and tearing apart the void. This wave of support was to save the day, and the two simple-minded guys who were confused by chaos could only watch from the side. It would not be difficult to maintain the dream of trillions of lives at once under normal circumstances in the self-sealing state. Looking at her now, it did not seem to be too difficult. Feng Ling, I want to tell you two news. Elan's voice sounded a little nervous. Not long ago, when she froze the planet, she contacted the two gods who were so busy that they were about to throw up. Now, it sounded like they were about to throw up. Tell me the bad news first. Elan was silent for a moment. Theoretically, both are bad news. Yin Nuashing. Then pick one. I seem to have found the world center of this world. It's right in front of me now. Hui and the cloaked girl who were listening by the side were instantly excited. They said in unison, then what are we waiting for? Let's cut it off quickly and end this farce. But Elan looked straight ahead stiffly. A huge whirlpool was rolling up huge waves in the sea, and the whole sea seemed to have sunk thousands of meters. The violent storm was driven by the whirlpool, making this the core of the storm. The bottom of the whirlpool was shining bright red, as if it led to the deepest part of the planet's core. The breath of chaos in the sky was also gathering here like a whirlpool. Vaguely, a gray airflow was falling from the sky and spreading towards the depths of the whirlpool. Her eyes followed the gray energy into the center of the whirlpool, and in the deepest part of the whirlpool, she saw a ball of energy wrapped in the energy of chaos. It had turned into a pure gray color, and a fragment was stuck in the center of the ball of energy like a sharp sword. An energy far stronger than the breath of chaos was spreading in all directions with them as the center. It has been completely eroded by the power of chaos. In the depths of the whirlpool, Hui and the girl in the cloak were silent. Their minds were filled with the words finished in an instant. What's the other news? Aren't there two bad news? Yin Nuashing still remembered that she said there were two bad news. Yes. Elan was silent for a moment. Looking at the turbulent whirlpool, her expression changed. She quickly withdrew and said, no need to say more. You will see it soon. In the dark storm, Yin Nuashing suddenly opened her eyes and turned her gaze. 2 or 3 seconds later, an unusually large dark energy ball suddenly lit up in the sky. It was as if the sun was extremely close to the planet, slowly rising from the horizon. They could only see a huge fireball rising from the horizon. The dark energy ball continued to rise, violently expanding and contracting several times. A vast amount of chaos energy suddenly spread throughout the entire planet. The four people who were still on the surface of the planet were all stunned. They put down what they were doing at the same time and rushed to the platform in the starry sky. A series of dark energy shock waves spread to the entire planet at the speed of light. The violent energy explosion flattened 1/10 of the planet. Its radius was reduced by 1/10. The dense chaos energy that could not be released turned into a monstrous flame and spread to the surface of the entire planet. Whether it was the land or the sea, it was covered by a layer of dark energy flame. From afar, it looked like it was undergoing an abyss of suffering. The entire planet was on fire. The traces of life, the bright traces that Hui had been talking about for a while, the planet that was once regarded as the most dazzling gem in the starry sky by the humans on this planet, had experienced the destruction of the chaos energy for several hours. In a short time, everything on the surface of the planet was flattened by the chaos flame. Those precious things that carried the breath of history and the treasures hidden in the space were all burned in this monstrous chaos flame and turned into ashes. Zhou Zibai and the others who were watching from the platform stared at the soaring fire that swept into the starry sky. They watched the beautiful little blue ball that they lived in turn into a ferocious molten state. They watched as the earth shook and the mountains shook. They watched as the beautiful blue ball turned into a ferocious molten state and was stripped of its shell in a short time and burned into a coal ball. They slowly took 2 steps back and widened their eyes silently. Their empty eyes reflected the soaring dark flame. Fortunately, we made the decision early. We glanced at the few people who were in a daze. He held his forehead and sighed. Otherwise, we would really have to discuss the possibility of colonizing Mars. You were eavesdropping at that time? Yin Nuoxing looked at him. Hey, I actually had something to tell you at that time. But I forgot when I heard you and Jibai talking. Hui shrugged and looked at the planet that was engulfed by the chaos flame. However, I am afraid that the ending is not far away. The power of chaos should not have fallen below the limit. Why did it suddenly erupt? The center of the world. There's a fragment that is stuck in the center of the world. The degree of chaos erosion that we can see on the surface does not represent the true extent of its erosion, because the chaos erosion starts from the center of the world. Ilan walked over from the side. Her right hand was covering her left shoulder. The left sleeve of her white cloak was completely engulfed by the chaos flame. Even her arm was injured. She was the closest to the explosion. Even if she reacted in an instant, she could not completely avoid the impact. The girl in the cloak quickly went up to treat her injury. She tilted her head and looked at the coal ball. She could not help but grit her teeth. Is this no other way? Now that it is already the domain of chaos. After a while, this phantom model will also fall apart. Do we have to rescue it again? This time, it is still in the real place where there are countless lives. Ilan was silent. There was no way to say anything. At this time, even if she wanted to say something, she did not know what to say. Do again? This time, there would be a different result? For example, finding the center of the world first. Maybe the success rate would be higher, but only by a little. However, they could only try again. In any case, before the real ending came, it was not the time to give up. Yin Nuoxing and Hui both frowned. Logically speaking, the moment when chaos erupted, it should have collapsed. They turned their gazes behind them at the same time. The crystal ball that the little girl had transformed into was still safe and sound. They turned their heads again. The planet that had been burned into a ball of coal was still burning very hard. For some reason, the illusion had not collapsed yet. The little girl did not give any answer. When they were looking at each other in confusion, a faint red energy thread suddenly appeared on the coal ball that was dyed with raging flames in the starry sky. It turned into a ring around the surface of the coal ball. There was a thick light that was slowly rotating on the red energy ring. Then, another orange energy ring appeared. Energy rings of different colors appeared on the surface of the coal ball without any warning. They rolled and rotated around the planet that was engulfed by the chaos flame. The dense silk threads seemed to entangle the entire planet into a cocoon. Oh! Hui suddenly jumped up. It's the imprint of the divine realm. It's those imprints that are holding this planet. Phone, I have an idea. Use all your strength. Purify them for me. Leave a defense to me. The sound of chains collapsing rang out one after another. The colorful colors were like a vast sea of energy surging in the starry sky. It was displayed in the starry sky in a form that was hundreds of millions of times more powerful than the chaos flame that was attached to the coal ball. It was like a vast and mighty sea of colors covered the entire galaxy and surged towards the end of the starry sky. Two magic arrays that were hundreds of millions of miles wide spiraled out from the starry sky, one above the other, and encompassed the entire solar system. Endless order energy surged in the starry sky, causing the distant starlight to distort into strange shapes. The dazzling light of order swallowed the light of billions of stars in the starry sky. The initial light slowly emerged from Yun Nuoxing's body. He raised his hand and pointed forward. His colorful eyes reflected the coal ball. As he waved his arm, it was as if endless order energy and origin energy had swarmed up. Now let's reverse everything. Chapter 1800. Her experience in this short period of time was like a dream that she had for several nights in a row. It was neither a nightmare nor a sweet dream. Looking back on the complicated series of events one by one, it still didn't feel very realistic, even if it happened to her. However, if she had to categorize it, this might be the most peculiar sweet dream in her short life of 100 years. The heavy rain had stopped long ago, and the sky was so clear that not a single cloud could be seen. The early winter sun, as usual, didn't feel too warm. Looking into the distance, Jiang City was still a bit chaotic. The dense buildings weren't seriously damaged. After all, the earthquake hadn't spread from the inland to here. However, most of the unlucky shops on the first floor were submerged by the surging river. The driveway was filled with cars that had to be abandoned because they were submerged and stalled when the river rose rapidly. Rows of cars were placed there, and no one knew how many could still be used and how many had turned into scrap iron. Just like when a movie came to an end, a caption on the screen told everyone that several days had passed. The next scene that appeared in front of everyone's eyes was the scene where the chaos had just ended and everything was being rebuilt. Or several years had passed in an instant. The reconstruction had been completed, and the world had returned to a prosperous and stable state. Everything that had been deposited at the bottom of time. They didn't choose to forget it, but had to carry this history and move forward. However, this was the reality. It had only been a day since the apocalypse, and the streets were still very wet. When stepping on the broken bricks, dirty water would squeeze out from the cracks and splash on their feet and legs. The streets were still quite empty, and there weren't many pedestrians. Only in places that were more seriously affected by the disaster, such as the roads that were completely blocked by scrap iron, the intersections that were blocked by trees that were broken by strong winds, or the roads that had collapsed, there were people on the scene to deal with it. Most of the manpower had probably been sent to the inland. It was said that the earthquake disaster there was very serious. Compared to there, most of the damage in the coastal areas seemed to be only to the extent of being soaked in water. Standing at the intersection and looking around, the whole world was quiet. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be reasonable. Obviously, this was the situation. Whether it was the disaster that they had personally experienced here or the complete destruction that they had seen in the Otherworld. Even if they were standing here and looking around, they still didn't feel much like they were in reality. It was as if they had fallen into one dream after another. Even if they woke up from the dream, they couldn't tell which dream they were awake from. The TV news had been broadcasting the disasters all over the world, one after another. There were also so-called experts who came out to explain, making those who were confused by the disaster even more confused. Because they themselves could not tell what the situation was, they just wanted to say something. They tried to explain it simply, but no one could connect the disasters that happened all over the world together. Just as they said, even if the world went back thousands of years, there was no guarantee that the truth of this series of disasters would be discovered. During this period of time, other than being busy with disaster relief, the scholars, scientists, and a series of other people would probably be arguing about this disaster that had no signs and warnings at all, although in the end, it would only end up with an inconclusive result. Anyway, no one would care about the why. Putting out the facts and theories here would make everyone feel at ease. As long as most people didn't go crazy and think that it was really nature destroying mankind, or something like that, the mission would be considered completed. Speaking of which, she saw a very interesting saying. This year is 2012, the scene that was supposed to happen, but it was postponed. Really, she didn't know who said it. A few years ago, because of the words "the end of the world," there was a lot of commotion, but in the end, nothing much happened that year. On the contrary, 8 years later, there was a lot of illness and disasters, especially a disaster at the end of the year. She had already seen the ending, which was indeed the end of the world, completely accomplishing what couldn't be done 8 years ago. Everything was real, but the cause and effect of what happened was forcibly reversed. What should have happened was cut off, and the world was peaceful again. Compared to the ending of the little blue ball being burned into a coal ball, she still preferred the current ending. Then, goodbye. See you next year. Why do you have to write it like it's the finale? When Zhou Zibai just stopped writing, there was a gust of wind in her ears. She immediately turned her head and saw that Xiao Lan was floating next to her, with an extremely strange expression on her pretty face. She was so scared that she almost destroyed the diary that she had just finished writing. It's just a record. Although it was a diary, she didn't write too much about her feelings and thoughts. If it was seen, then it was seen. They had all experienced it together. What's there to record? Isn't it just a big and small disaster? We're all just bystanders. Most of the time, we're just mascots that don't get lucky. Xiao Lan rolled her eyes and turned around to sit on the table. She reached out and patted her head. Just like you said, just treat it as watching a movie. But this is a movie that is far from the end. At most, it's an intermission. The whole movie is divided into upper, middle, and lower parts. There are a total of 20 seasons, and this is only the first season. Zhou Zibai. She felt that Xiao Lan seemed to be a little agitated. It was no wonder. When she saw the scene of the solar system being drowned in light yesterday, she was the one who screamed the loudest among the people present, because everyone else was so scared that they fainted. Were they? Zhou Zibai closed the diary and looked out of the window. Seems like they're going to deal with the aftermath. Xiao Lan shrugged. They said something like, although the result of the theft of karma has been achieved, the wreckage is still placed in its rightful place. In other words, they still have to clean up the fragments scattered around the world. Incredible things, incredible people, incredible in all aspects. Gods, I suddenly feel a little strange. Zhou Zibai tilted her head and looked at Xiao Lan, who seemed to be a little disappointed. She seemed to be relieved, but she seemed to be a little worried. It was probably because she had experienced a lot in that series of events, especially when she was pressed by Feng Ling and could not move. Mortals don't need gods to save them. You can't do anything, and even if you're stronger than mortals, you can only watch. Perhaps this world was already the same as what they said. Gods, well, the gods that existed in their concept had long been buried in time when the ancient times passed away. Moreover, the gods that they all knew and the real gods seemed to be different. She had not understood it until now. Will they come back? Xiao Lan was stunned for a moment and slowly shook her head. You ask me, I don't know. This matter had more or less come to an end. As mortal immortals, perhaps it was time for them to return to where they should go. Feng, slow down a little slower. Don't break that thing when you pull it out. I saw it very clearly. The thing is stuck inside. You must not remove it by force. If you feel that you can't use your strength, just turn it in a few directions. You shut up. Oh. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes with all his might. His left hand pressed down on the white ball that was the size of a head, and his right hand grabbed the fragment that was inserted into the center of the white ball diagonally. He tilted it left and right a few times to test it out. After aiming at the right angle, he easily took it out with a little force. Chi! After pulling out the fragment, the white ball suddenly spewed out a few white gas in all directions. It looked like it was relieved. Then it circled around them and spun in the air for a while. It flickered for a while, then slowly fell into the center of the big pit in front of them. It fell into the space below and disappeared. After it returned to its original position, the chaotic energy movement in the big pit slowly weakened and disappeared. Hey, if I knew that there was the protection of the god's seal, I would have used all my strength from the beginning. I forgot. We stretched his body and grinned. In the end, he remembered that this matter was really a failure. When he came here, he was still interested in watching for a while. If you used all your strength from the beginning, I'm afraid that you want to vaporize all life on this planet. You said it yourself. In the end, if it wasn't for this karmic theft, you wouldn't have been able to do it. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and said, she didn't know who was the one who tried so hard to stop her from directly purifying it. Just think of it as looking for the key for a long time and finding it in your hand. No matter what, the result is pretty good, isn't it? That is true. The few of them let out a long sigh of relief. In terms of the result, it was indeed a good situation. The erosion was contained at a moderate level and did not worsen. The damage to the space of the present world was not very serious. That's it. Don't you need to check if the world center is damaged? The cloaked girl looked at the white ball flashing back to its original place and was a little worried. There's no problem. The biggest disaster, the power of chaos, has been purified. As for the world center itself, as you can see, it's just choked. It'll be fine after the fish bones are pulled out. If there's only a little problem, it will slowly recover when it returns to its own space. We don't have to worry. Elon shook her head and squatted on the ground to put the pieces together. Compared to those, it's not over here. If you have time to stand, why don't you come and help me put it together? The cloaked girl stuck out her tongue and quickly ran to help to put the pieces of the divine artifact together. We looked back at them for a while and then looked at the big pit in front of him again. He said to Maple, who had landed beside him, "How is it? Do you see anything? The world core has returned to its place. You should be able to see something, like this strange world." Yin Nuashing looked at the big pit and tilted his head to look at Hui. After a moment, he turned back to look at the big pit and then turned to look at the little girl, causing the latter too to be at a loss. What exactly was going on? Hui tried to connect the dots and immediately said, "Is it about the origin again? This world, oh, this indestructible area was left behind by the origin god? No, there's no origin aura." Yin Nuashing shook her head and frowned with a distressed face. We could see from her expression that this must be something extremely troublesome. Although it had quietly taken root in the tertiary realm, its predecessor might be something deadly. That's right. Once Maple showed such a pained expression, it would be either origin or chaos that would cause trouble, or both of them at once. Generally speaking, he would judge the severity of the situation based on Maple's expression. Well, I'll make it simple. Yin Nuashing scratched her head and sighed. She pointed at the big pit in front of her. Just as she was about to speak, she withdrew her finger and pointed at her feet. This world is an ordinary world, an ordinary tertiary realm world. If there's anything different, it's a tertiary realm upper plane world. Hui was startled. It was sent to the lower plane by the void gate. Well, it came here by itself. Let me finish. Yin Nuashing pointed at the pit in front of her again. That world core is a product of the 8 realms. Oh, that's expected. Yin Nuashing glanced at him. It's also a product of the 7 realms. Hui and the little girl were startled. Well, it was understandable that it was a product of 2 primordial realms at the same time. It was actually very simple. For example, they used the power of the 8 realms to create a nomological creation. Halfway through, they brought it to the 7 realms to complete the rest of the manufacturing process. This used the power of 2 primordial realms. Yin Nuashing continued. It's also a product of the 6 realms. It's related to the 5 realms. The 4 realms, stop. Hui hurriedly stopped the content that was getting more and more ridiculous. He looked at Maple with a face full of sweat. Can you say something more reasonable? Is this thing an assembly line production? Is it part of the assembly of a primordial realm? No, it's not that magical. Yin Nuashing shook her head. This world core has components of 6 primordial realms, from the 3 realms to the 8 realms. The 8 realms has the largest component. The other 5 primordial realms are more like pieced together. We took a deep breath. He tried to analyze it. The analysis failed. He forced himself to analyze it. His brain exploded. Please enlighten me, the wise and mighty Lord Maple. You can see it with a few glances. Why do I have to force myself to explain it every time? I don't have my brain, Hui said righteously. Yin Nuashing. Okay, then I'll put it simply. It's a world core of the 8 realms. It was born naturally. This can't be wrong. The core law is still the law of the 8 realms. It should have accidentally fallen into the crack of the primordial realm and went to the 7 realms. Maybe the world it was in was torn apart, and only the world core escaped destruction. It came to the 7 realms through the crack of the primordial realm that was torn apart by the destructive storm. It's very likely that it was caused by the aftermath of a battle between high-level beings. The natural destruction of the void generally wouldn't leave out the world core. The broken world core began to repair itself according to its own law, using the law of the 7 realms. Yin Nuashing paused and looked at Hui. The latter looked thoughtful. You're not going to say that this process was repeated 5 times, are you? Theoretically, yes. Hui and the little girl were silent. The probability of this happening was so low that they didn't even bother to calculate it. But it happened. The void was indeed a nonsense thing. A world core of a hybrid of 6 primordial realms. Although it's rare, its uniqueness isn't special. The little girl shrugged. Let alone 6 primordial realms mixed blood. Even 8 primordial realms mixed blood wouldn't be special. The more laws there were, the better. If it was forcefully pieced together, it might suffer. Yin Nuashing glanced at her. Theoretically speaking, that's true. Could there be an accident? The little girl raised her head suspiciously. Do you still remember what I told you before leaving the 8 realms? Yin Nuashing said softly. At first, there was only one primordial realm, so the little girl's cheeks twitched. It can't be, because it accidentally collected the laws of 6 primordial realms. So it can reproduce the laws of the source that has already passed away, right? If this path reaches the end, it should be able to reach this level. Yin Nuashing nodded and gave an affirmative answer. However, it's still missing the laws of 2 primordial realms. For now, it might be fixed here. If there's no accident, it won't go to the 2 primordial realms and the 1st primordial realms. Although it doesn't sound nice, this might be the last stop of its journey. It has settled down here. It was difficult for the 3rd primordial realm to have the power to tear apart the barrier of the primordial realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have discussed the probability of people from the 3rd primordial realm going to the 8th primordial realm. It wasn't enough to be powerful. If the power was too strong, it would only turn the void into nothingness. For example, the passage of the primordial realm's barrier was like a tunnel in a mountain, and the mountain was the primordial realm's barrier in the void. If the power was too strong, it could only blast the mountain together. Forget about the tunnel. Even the ground would be sunk. Well, the meaning might not be too accurate. He just wanted to say that a special method with a certain degree of power could be used to accurately break open the barrier of the primordial realm. It couldn't be done by brute force. When it came to the 3rd primordial realm, it found this world in the upper plane. It should have settled down here from the beginning. Perhaps it experienced some kind of destruction that caused it to have to bring its home across the void. There were some twists and turns along the way. It might have changed houses and environments several times. However, it always dragged the core law of the world that it came into contact with when it first came to the 3rd primordial realm. It dragged it all the way to the lower plane, where it finally settled down here and became a little blue ball. It continued to write and repeat the story of the destruction and rebirth of several eras. During the long journey, it had already mutated. The path of the world's development is exactly the same as the path that the heart of the world saw in the beginning. It just kept a direction so that even if the world was destroyed, it would continue to repeat in this direction. The lives that have passed away are different from the new ones. What it keeps is just a shell, like a kind of obsession. As for why it has such an obsession, I'm not very sure. I only know that it has done so, and that's all. Also, if I'm not wrong, the law of the 8th primordial realm at its core may be the reason why it unintentionally connected with the 8th primordial realm. Those who went to the eighth primordial realm without looking at the primordial realm's barrier were probably sent over because the heart of the world unintentionally connected with the eighth primordial realm. The stability of the passage of the primordial realm's crack that spans several primordial realms is due to its own law. That's about it. It's the result of picking up fragments and deducing bits and pieces. We tidied up his mind for a long time. He glanced sideways and saw Maple's expression as if he was ready to do something. He also perked up a little. Maple, have you thought of something fun again? The source law. I think I've found the way. Yin Nuashing nodded. The source law, the name he just came up with, referred to 56 years ago when the great primordial realm had not yet been divided into 8 parts by the slash that split heaven and earth. When the great primordial realm was still fighting for their lives in the great primordial realm, the law of the great primordial realm in its complete state was the source law. Although the 8th primordial realm inherited the law of the great primordial realm before it was split, it was only a part of it after all. The strength of the law in this world might have something to do with it. 5 years ago, when he fought with the doppelganger of the origin heavenly god, he already had this feeling. It was a different feeling he felt from the doppelganger. In the past 5 eras, besides being busy fighting in the void, he had also been secretly deducing things related to the law. In the end, the vague answer he came up with was the source law. Do you have a clue? Have you found the specific method? Huizhen's interest was immediately piqued. He also knew about this matter. He also knew that Maple had spent a lot of effort and had not succeeded. It's hard to say. I just got a direction. It's worth a try. Yin Nuashing shook her head. In the past, I had always used the energy and law contained in the original light as an experimental subject. I tried to use the law of the 8th primordial realm to copy the law of the original light, but it failed. I tried to directly mobilize the law of the original light and copy it with the origin temple, but it also failed. The power of the original light can only affect me, or affect something through me. There's no way to extract it. Oh, you said it once last time. I still remember. Huizhen crossed his arms and nodded. And then? The law of the original light may not be able to withstand other life. Just like the origin energy to the current life of order, there's no way to use the original light to dilute and weaken it from top to bottom. There's also no way to use this method to strengthen the power of order. We can only try to reverse the bottom to top. The lower limit and upper limit of the latter is much lower than the former, but it's relatively safer. Yin Nuashing turned around and pointed to the big pit beside them. Now, maybe we found the way to bottom to top. Are you going to carry it back? No, there's no need. Just find a special type of world core. I've also saved a considerable amount of the law of the 1st primordial realm to the 8th primordial realm. It should be enough. Huizhen was shocked. What did you save it? I've been walking around these days. I saved it while I was at it. Yin Nuashing shrugged. The little girl looked at him and understood what he was talking about. The law of the original light was the source environment at that time, the law of the 1st primordial realm. Feng Ling intended to use this power to strengthen the power of the world of order. However, just like how the heavenly god of origin wanted to create 49 types of weakened origin energy to find an inheritor, the source law was too special and could not be used directly. He could only try to dilute and weaken it. But he had also hit a wall. Now, he might have found the way. How can you be sure that the weakened source law that is replicated by integrating the law of the 8 primordial realms can be used by others? The little girl asked. There's a possibility that it can't be used, but don't worry. There's a world core that has inherited the law of the 6 primordial realms in front of us. This world is safe and sound. That's one thing. Another thing is that we naturally need to test it first. We need to test it ourselves first, Yin Nuashing said calmly. The little girl, she forgot that he was a wolf. But the important thing is to replicate it first. Even if we find the way to continue moving forward, we still need to take it step by step. Let's set a small goal first. Find a clear direction to move forward in 500 million years. Change it in 500 million years. Perfect it in 500 million years. Prepare it in 500 million years. Take effect in 500 million years. The Little Girl, Chapter 1801. At first, they thought that the trip to the tertiary realm was just for fun, but they did not expect to stumble upon something quite important as they walked. A train of thought. Sometimes, a train of thought was quite important, especially for a group of people like them who had almost reached the end of the order. It was not easy to find a train of thought that would allow them to continue moving forward. The road ahead was built by themselves bit by bit, and the road of the mythological era had long been broken into pieces and scattered in the void. I didn't expect to find something unexpected, he said while holding the back of his head. His eyes kept glancing at the crater. But does this thing really have nothing to do with the god of origin? What kind of magnificent journey did the world core of the 8 elemental realms go through to come to the 3 elemental realm without being completely destroyed? Indeed, there is no breath of origin energy in origin law. As for how it came here, Yin Nuoxing shook her head. It was hard to say. The fragment of the world core did not record how it came to the 3 elemental realm. No, maybe there was a record, but after repeated destruction and destruction, even the recorded memory had been destroyed. Since it could carry the law of each elemental realm, it proved that it was damaged every time it crossed the elemental realms before it was repaired. Maybe the crossing of the elemental realms was destroyed by the power of the void, or a series of accidental disasters caused it to be damaged, and the records of it wandering around the elemental realms were destroyed. He could only see bits and pieces of information about its activities in the 3 elemental realms in the world core. Who knows? When they almost figured out the ins and outs of this strange world core, Elon was also done. She was now squatting on the ground with the cloaked girl to study it. Oh, this is the divine artifact that you have been fighting for so long. It looks a little resentful. What is it for? Yin Nuoxing and Hui came over. The latter stretched his neck to look at the thing that the two of them were talking about. He almost slipped and fell to the ground just by looking at it. In front of Elon and the others was a 2-meter-wide carbon sphere. It may have been dyed by chaos energy, as only the central part of it had golden light, like a shining golden cross. Half of it was buried in the ground, and the ground was probably pressed into a hemispherical shape by its weight. While its surface had become carbon black, there was a rather dim golden light flowing around it, and they could vaguely feel a sacred presence emanating from within. Ah, it's not finished yet, but it looks like it's almost complete. If you want to see the complete appearance. Elon quickly stood up, and like a pale golden whirlwind, she pulled out the half-buried ball from the ground and threw it into the air. Like a gust of wind, she completely restored it to its original state. Oh! Yin Nuoxing and the others looked at the ball floating in the air. After it was completely restored by Elon, its shape made them speechless. It looked like a hedgehog now. Except for the rows of spikes on the surface, it was not a smooth shell. When they got closer, they could see that the surface was bumpy and had a whirlpool shape. It looked like the shell of some kind of sea snail. Why'd it look so strange? Ahem, we didn't decide on this shape. Elon guessed their thoughts from their strange expressions and quickly waved her hand to explain. Well, I don't care. It looks like a hedgehog or something. Hui looked at the snail-like hedgehog and couldn't help but laugh. Feng slapped him to the side. Yin Nuoxing came forward and looked at it. What's this thing for? This. Elon scratched her pretty face and laughed dryly for a while. Suddenly, under his gaze, she turned her head strangely to look at the cloaked girl. The latter received her gaze and was also startled. She walked forward and reached out her hand to stroke the surface. After a moment, she shrugged and said, I can't tell what it does either. Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath. I think it's hard to say now. Let's leave for a while. No, it's not like that. The cloaked girl quickly stepped forward and pulled him back by the arm. She looked at the hedgehog-like ball with a wry smile and laughed dryly. I'm not kidding. This thing is quite old. I'm not even familiar with the model. We can only take it back and let the old antique study it. There's nothing wrong with an old antique studying an old antique. Elon covered her head and shook her head. She looked at Yin Nuoxing apologetically. Indeed, I'm not too sure, but I can guarantee that it's calmed down. We can study it slowly after we bring it back. This thing's history is too long for us Protoss. The way to analyze everything in the world has been updated hundreds of times, let alone this divine artifact model that we have never seen before. The appearance of this old antique model is really strange. The cloak girl poked and prodded the ball. I can accept it if it's any other shape, but why is it a hedgehog? Look, if I add a section at the bottom, doesn't it look like a sea anemone? She used her divine energy to draw a shape below the hemispherical hedgehog. From afar, it looked like a giant sea anemone more than 2 meters in size. Hui and the little girl were stunned. I don't know if we have time to deal with it after we bring it back. Elon knocked on the cloak girl's head and then reached out her hand to knock on the sea anemone. Bah, the divine weapon. When she said this, Yun Noashing remembered that the god race was still busy fighting with the chaotic void for some reason. The chaos void. The cloak girl lowered her head and sighed. I don't know what's going on over there. Will the expeditionary army be okay? I haven't seen any big movements in the chaos void for many years. This time, well, things over there, there's no way to help. If there's really a bastard from the underworld in the chaos void who could do whatever he wants there, what should we do? We can only ask Yuan Ji to send 2 people over to the world of order to recruit soldiers. Forget it. The world of order in the 3rd elemental realm probably doesn't have many people. The main defensive force of the world of order is probably still the Protoss. Without the Protoss, the world of order is almost finished. Can we expect less than 1% of the lives to go to the edge of the chaos void and the void of order to help fight? Forget it. It's better to ask Yuan Ji to send a few people over to support the Protoss. Looking at the current situation, the 1st and 2nd elemental realms were almost unlikely to be disturbed by the underworld. The chaotic situation over there made even them not want to stay for long. The other elemental realms had already shown signs of multiple hands and feet. The 7th elemental realm was the most serious. The 3rd elemental realm might still be brewing. In order to prevent a fire in their backyard when they were fighting in the 8th elemental realm, it was necessary to leave 2 people behind. The matter of the primal chaos void. Yin Nuashing suddenly opened his mouth, startling Elon and the other 2. They tilted their heads and saw him revealing a serious expression. They also listened attentively. The matter of the primal chaos void, if our guess is correct, it might be related to another matter, and we don't know how to say it. After a while, we'll send people over to help you. It's for suppressing the situation. If, as we've guessed, the chaos void is rioting because of that matter, they can help you suppress the most crucial factor. You can take the opportunity to suppress the chaos void. That matter is referring to... The cloaked girl looked at him curiously. How should I explain this matter? Yin Nuashing and the other 2 tilted their heads and looked in all directions. Their expressions were not very natural. It's a very special, very special, very special matter. You can think of it as some stupid matter in the void that you haven't discovered. Anyway, that's what it is. Well, I'll let you know in advance. That's all. Hui squinted his eyes and grinned. He couldn't possibly tell them about the big mess in the 8th elemental realm and the great elemental realm in detail. A simple and rough explanation obviously couldn't make it clear. The anomaly in the chaos void may not be a natural activity, but regarding the anomaly in the deepest part of the chaos void, we can't immediately guarantee that it's the situation we think it is. We can only remind you that there may be some special kind of trouble behind the scenes. The chaos void may not act in the way you're familiar with. Be careful and pay attention to your back. Don't get stabbed in the back. Stopping the cloaked girl who still wanted to say something, Elon nodded to Yin Nuashing and the others. Well, I'll pass on this matter. If you're right, we still have to strengthen the defense of the world of order and all the subordinate worlds. We have to go back to the heavenly realm now. We have to bring this artifact back as soon as possible and let the professionals deal with it. Elon reached out her hand to Yin Nuashing. He took a look and reached out to shake her hand. I wish you all the best. Elon smiled faintly. Come to the heavenly realm to play when you're free in the future. I'll treat you well then. After leaving a greeting to each other, Elon and the others took the hedgehog-like artifact, opened a passage in the void and disappeared into it. In the future? Looking at the void crack that was gradually closing, Yin Nuashing took a deep breath. I'm afraid there's no future. This unexpected journey has come to an end. They should also return to their original path and deal with the things that they originally wanted to deal with. It's almost time to go back. Thinking of this, Yin Nuashing tilted her head and looked at Hui. Is there anything else? Huey's face was full of sweat as he tried to recall. Even if there was nothing else, he planned to do something to keep Feng here for a while. Well, when he saw Feng's eyes, he knew that this idea could only be thought of. He could only nod helplessly. Well, it's almost time to go back. His tone was full of regret and reluctance. Although the mission of coming out for a stroll and rest was completed, the effect it had on Feng was too small. There was no progress at all. Aren't you going to say goodbye to Jibai and the others? Once you leave, it'll really be goodbye forever. It's the same for them and for us. Hui whispered. Goodbye. Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Her hand that was about to open the teleportation gate to the primordial realm froze. She lowered her head and looked at the space in front of her in a daze. She nodded slightly. Goodbye. Looking at this guy's stunned expression, she knew that he still hadn't come back to his senses. Wasn't this a waste of time? Forget it. Forget it. He couldn't do it. The difficulty of this mission was too high. He couldn't persuade a guy who didn't have his heart here from the beginning. The void front line had become a fate that he couldn't avoid or escape from in this world. It was a fate that he imposed on himself. Perhaps only by ending everything could he really come back to his senses. The sky gradually darkened and the afterglow of the setting sun dissipated. The lights in Jiang City were already lit. The dusk that didn't last long in winter disappeared before it dyed the horizon yellow. Soon, the sky would be full of stars again. To them, this was the sign of the end of another day. Just like in the dream, she and Xiaolon seemed to have tacitly agreed to the way they interacted in the dream. They directly skipped the steps that were gradually getting familiar with each other and turned into a normal daily life. It was just that it felt like something was missing. It wasn't that she accidentally forgot something, but suddenly something was really missing. It was missing in all aspects. Pushing the door open, the room was lit up in a moment. Zhou Jibai and Xiaolon had just walked into the room when they subconsciously glanced at the sofa. Then they were stunned. Yin Nuashing turned her head. Morning. It's already so late. Morning your head. Xiaolon bared her teeth and pounced over, hanging on him and biting his head. Hey, to this guy, any time to say hello is morning, regardless of the time of day or night. Hui poked his head in from the balcony. Zhou Jibai had just walked up with a smile when she suddenly realized that the atmosphere was a little different from what she had imagined. She calmed down a lot and quietly looked at Yin Nuashing. Are you guys leaving? Xiaolon was stunned for a moment. She quickly slipped from his body to the sofa. After taking a closer look, she realized. What did she realize? This guy was just expressionless. Until now, he was expressionless. Yes. Yin Nuashing nodded lightly. It was time to say goodbye. The scene of farewell. This farewell would be eternal. There was no turning back. In this life, or even forever, they would never see each other again. As if a stiff soul had suddenly awakened, Yin Nuashing stroked the long hair beside her ear, smiled faintly, and nodded. Yes, we're leaving. The beautiful smile was the same as that rainy night, but it was different. The smile now came from the heart. It was very warm, very gentle, with a bit of helplessness, just a little stiff. It seemed that he really hadn't smiled sincerely for a long time. Although I still want to stay here for a while. If I have nothing to do, I might stay here for a while. It might be 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. To us, it's just a fleeting moment. Unfortunately, I still have a task that I have to do my best to complete. I can't stay here for long. Yin Nuashing sighed softly and responded in the calmest tone. In fact, his facial paralysis hadn't recovered. Just now he smiled. It was just a fleeting moment. Zhou Jibai opened her mouth and hesitated for a long time before saying, Can we meet again in the future? Xiaolon also turned her head and stared at Yin Nuashing. However, when she turned her head and glanced at Hui and the little girl, they both sighed secretly. The answer was probably, but this didn't prevent her from looking at him with hopeful eyes. Although she thought it was unlikely, she still wanted to hear a definite answer. Yin Nuoxing shook his head lightly. I'm afraid it's not possible. In the distant void, endless time, the sea of time is right before our eyes, blocking everything. To us, millions and millions of years would pass by in an instant. We have forgotten about ourselves in time. In the blink of an eye, countless worlds are born and destroyed. The lives of mortals are too short. Maybe there won't be a day where we can cross through time and meet again. You also have your own concerns and your own things in the world. You are not people who have nothing. Therefore, you can't change your trajectory without permission. Moreover, the world over there is not suitable for you. After these few words, the atmosphere in the hall became even more oppressive, causing him to sigh helplessly. Originally, he didn't want to experience this, so he planned to just leave casually. However, Hui made a sound, so he had no choice but to say it. No, this farewell is eternal. It's more than eternal time. How can we not say goodbye properly? The voice of the little angel sounded softly, making him sigh helplessly again. However, he really didn't know what to say. Was it really enough to just say goodbye casually? Okay, then I'll show more sincerity. Yin Nuoxing sighed bitterly in his heart. Once again, he forced a smile and patted Zhou Zhibai's shoulder. Live your own wonderful life. Just treat it as a fantasy dream. Forget those people and things that shouldn't have appeared. Well, if you find it hard to forget, I can help you erase part of your memories. That's not necessary. Zhou Zhibai smiled bitterly and shook her head. She looked at Yin Nuoxing. I will remember you. Yin Nuoxing looked at her in surprise and smiled faintly. In that case, I will also remember your souls. If this period of time that surpasses eternity also comes to an end, we still have a chance to look back. Perhaps we can find your reincarnated souls. For us, only the soul is able to remember everything. When that time comes, let's get to know each other again. Zhou Zhibai nodded with a smile. Xiaolon slapped him on the back with her tail. Do you have to be so emotional? You can just say that you have a mission and can't turn back. Why do you have to say so much? If you want to go, go. If you have something important to do, go do it. No one is forcing you to stay here. Yin Nuoxing looked at her helplessly. Did this girl think that he couldn't see her red eyes when she said those words? And she said those words like a little girl who was throwing a tantrum. Oh, she was a little girl, a 5,000-year-old girl. Okay. Yin Nuoxing sighed and stood up. Being emotional really doesn't suit me. He took out 2 necklaces that were still in a safe range from the pendant and gave one to Zhibai and Xiaolon. They should be in a safe range. They didn't have any attack effect. At most, they could be worn to prolong one's life and protect one's safety. Anyway, they wouldn't be out of the range of the 3 elemental realm. Thank you for taking care of us all this time. We're quite happy. If you have time, please say goodbye to Southern Airlines for us. Yin Nuoxing rubbed Xiaolan's head and patted Zhibai's shoulder. I hope that in this life and in the next life, you can follow your heart and continue to move forward without any obstacles. Zhou Zhibai walked forward and gave Yin Nuoxing a big hug. She whispered in his ear, "Take care." Yin Nuoxing smiled and replied, "You take care too." In the middle of the hall, a purple crystal crack was gradually closing. Zhou Zhibai stared blankly at the crack. She looked at the necklace in her hand and slowly put on. She whispered softly, "Goodbye, my..." With 3 people gone, the hall became quiet. Xiaolon stood up and hugged Zhibai, who was a little absent-minded. She whispered, "Some people just leave when they say they're leaving." She raised her head and whispered, "You guys are. Although I don't know what you're carrying, I hope that you can seize the ending you want. Let's not think about the next life. Just thinking about this life is giving me a headache. Also, this guy is an idiot. While asking people to forget about him, he gave me an accessory. Is he really not afraid that Zhibai will misunderstand and remember it for hundreds or thousands of years? However, it's useless to talk about this. After this farewell, as they said, it might be eternal. The aura of the 8 elements realm is finally not limited by the low-density energy of the 3rd elements realm. After experiencing the long journey from the 3rd elements realm to the 8 elements realm, The fact was that he broke the barrier of the elemental realm several times and crossed the elemental realm several times. It didn't even take 2 minutes. When he opened his eyes again, he saw. It was still dark in front of him, but he could feel the aura of the 8 elements realm that he had not seen for a long time. Looking at Hui running wildly in the void, Yinuashing couldn't help but roll her eyes. She couldn't help but think of a certain species that had disappeared. I'm back in the 8 elements realm. I have to start getting busy again. The little girl stretched herself and let out a long sigh. She glanced at Hui, who was walking around in the void, and said to Yinuashing, I still have to find the core of the 8 elemental realms. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Yinuashing was stunned. Still looking? You've gone back and forth in the great elemental realm tens of thousands of times. You can't find it all. I have to find it even if I can't. The little girl spread her hands, not to mention that I'm guarding it. If the underworld gets it, then the world of order will be in big trouble. I don't want to wake up one day to find that the world of order has completely collapsed or something. Yinuashing rolled her eyes. She felt that the phrase, wake up one day, was a little familiar. She seemed to have heard it somewhere before. Anyway, seeing that you guys are working so hard to guard the world of order, we will also work harder to find it. The little girl patted him on the shoulder and sighed. Even so, it's a very realistic thing to have no clue at all. I really don't know where to look. There was once when I followed the weak aura and found that I was halfway there. When I woke up, I found that I had drifted away in the void for some distance. Moreover, I couldn't tell the trace that I was looking for before. I don't know if the trace that I'm looking for is that. I don't know if it's already been found. Yinuashing, why does it sound like there's no point at all? Ahem. The little girl coughed dryly. I can't help it. Those traces are too messy and easy to mess up. It's hard for me to find it, but I can't not look for it. But I probably won't leave the 8 elements realm in the near future. I'm also very interested in the source law that you mentioned earlier. I should be running back and forth between the void and the void frontline recently. When the time comes, I might go to your place to disturb you. Oh, if you want to come, then come. Yinuashing scratched his head, but I'm not sure if I have time to entertain you. The little girl rolled her eyes at him. I knew you would say that. Chapter 1802. The Void Frontline. Forget it. Let's just skip it. No, let's just say, look at the energy fireworks in the sky. Look at how their energy tower array has swept the Void Frontline clean with a round of bombardment. Even the ground has been blown away. Looks like everyone is in good spirits. Nothing has changed. However, they have only been out for about 10 days. It is unlikely that anything bad will happen. The primeval god of the underworld, who is guarding the border, still did not make any move. They had disappeared for half an era. Although the pressure on the Void Frontline had decreased a lot because of their departure, which gave them time to do other things, they still felt a little uneasy. Compared to they appeared and then left, it was not as reassuring as they have always been in front of us. If they were not in front of us, they must be doing something bad behind our backs. You only need to think for a moment to know, which was more worrying. Although there was not much change whether they were in front of us or not, that was what it meant. It would be more reassuring if they were in front of us. Sigh, we are just deceiving ourselves. It's good that they are not in front of us. If they are not in front of us, we could divert most of our attention to prepare. Prepare everything that needs to be prepared. Yinuashing said to Hui, who was muttering at the side. Just as we had said, they had slipped away for more than 10 days, and there had been no change in the Void Frontline. To the Void, less than 10,000 years of activity might not be enough to make it tremble. A mere 10 days was not even enough to make it yawn. Therefore, the observer space was probably the same as well. Little Star, just as he thought so and walked into the observer space, a call rang out in his soul and in front of his eyes at the same time. That familiar tone, that timbre, and the feeling of it whistling towards him made him tremble all over in an instant. He reacted abruptly and was the first to throw out a magic circle. Then, he was swept away by a white figure and rushed into the distance of the observer space. We looked at Siyu and Feng flying to the sky like a pair of wings. He could not help but sigh. He said to Feng Qin Wang, who was laughing awkwardly, "It has only been 10 days. She doesn't have to miss him so much, right?" Feng Qing Wang laughed dryly. She just likes to torture little star. She's used to it. Hui looked into the distance and was silent for a while. Suddenly, he slapped his face and regretted it. If he had known, he would have brought these two girls to the three elements realm. Letting the two of them torment Maple would definitely be much better than him tormenting Maple like a fool. Why didn't he think of that? Sure enough, he had beaten himself silly after 5 years of fighting. Ouch, my back hurts, my back hurts. Yin Nuoxing rubbed her waist as she walked back with Siyu's help. She rolled her eyes and flicked Siyu's head. Why do you have to knock me out every time? Siyu giggled and hugged his arm tightly without replying. How's the observer space now? Is there anything special going on recently? Walking back to Blue Phoenix and Huey's side, Yin Nuoxing subconsciously asked Blue Phoenix while looking around. The entrance to the observer space was opened in midair because of the surging sea of energy below. Looking down, it looked like they were above an ocean. Nothing had changed even after more than 10 days. The surging energy in the colorful sea of energy had accumulated to the point where Hui felt that he might die if he were to plunge headfirst into it. They had been preparing for this sea of energy for a long time. Since it started surging, they had thrown in countless world cores, world light orbs, and principal entanglement points. It had been an era. He still did not know what Maple was going to do with this sea of energy. Was he going to throw it out to smash the abyssal death mist? Brother Qing sent a batch of scrapped world groups a few days ago. I heard that they suddenly floated up near the outer area of the Void Seal and were captured by them. There was no trace of the abyssal death mist. It may have nothing to do with them, or there may be something we don't know. Siyu let go of Yin Nuoxing's arm. As she spoke, she reached into the space next to her and took out a huge body from the space. Here, Brother Qing said to let you take a look before you decide. After all, this is a world group from an abandoned world of order that was captured outside the seal. It has been purified just in case, but I still want you to take a look. The scrapped world group was condensed into an energy ball with a diameter of 10 meters. Yin Nuoxing and Hui took a closer look and saw that there were at least 10,000 worlds inside. They reached out and pressed their hands on the energy ball. They quickly scanned the space inside with their souls. There was indeed no breath of life, and there was no trace of the abyssal death mist. It's a world of the void of order. Judging from the traces left in the void, it should have been hiding at the bottom of the void before this, and it should be a very deep place at the bottom of the void, Yin Nuoxing said. She tried to use the origin energy to surge into it, but there was no obstacle. Phone, look at the bottom. It's the bottom of the void inside the world group. There seems to be something left in it. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing mobilized the origin energy to surge into the bottom of the void of the world group. Speaking of which, Qing Jun had removed the entire world group, including the void region where it was located. At first, when he asked her to move the world light groups back, she could only melt them into energy. But now, she seemed to be getting more and more skilled at packing them as a whole. The remnant that we was talking about was a ball, a group, a whole. Forget it. He couldn't tell what it was. It was just a big piece of weird stuff. It was twisted like tens of thousands of balls of wool entangled together, twisting into hundreds of patterns that were pieced together. There are also folds. Just by looking at the patterns, it looked like an area of the brain, but it was a big pile of stuff gathered together. Each fold was quite big. It just looked like it, and it definitely had nothing to do with the two things. I can't tell what the main body is, and there are traces of severe distortion. It should be something that originally existed in the void of order, but was distorted. I'll try to use the power of order and origin to reverse the process. Yin Nuoxing started to move halfway through her words. The origin energy swarmed up and wrapped the whole distorted thing. Under the wrapping of a large pile of energy, the thing in that area began to tremble slowly, but it was not the movement of the whole thing. It was evenly divided into tens of thousands of small areas, and the movement of each area was different. Anyway, the whole thing looked like a squirming chrysalis, and the scene was really delicious. Something that exists in the world of order, and it has been distorted. Siyu rested her chin on Yin Nuoxing's shoulder and looked at the distorted pattern that was quickly restored under her influence. She suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Could it be related to the abyssal death mist or the chaos concept body?" When talking about the objects in the world of order that were distorted, these two things would subconsciously come to mind. We also thought about it carefully. The main body of the distorted thing did not look like the result of being distorted by the power of order. It could not be twisted to such an extent. If the power of order and the power of order were to wrestle with each other, at most they would be twisted into a right angle, but the thing in front of them was twisted into a fried dough twist. As for the energy of chaos, it was indeed possible, but he denied it. Although it's not a problem, even if we put the blame on them, this time it might really have nothing to do with them. If the thing in front of us is a structure that was distorted by the energy of chaos, there should be a reaction when Maple's origin energy touched it. Moreover, Lady Green also said that there were no traces of the abyssal death mist, so it should have nothing to do with them. If it's not order, nor is it chaos, then what's the situation? Siyu tilted her head in confusion. Other than the energy of chaos and order, was there anything else that they did not know that could cause this phenomenon? The action of distorting and restoring suddenly stopped halfway. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and kept the origin energy. Hui and the other two looked at her in confusion. It's very simple. I know what left this trace behind. Yun Nuashing flipped her long hair around her ears and looked at them. She said seriously, "It's caused by void activities." Oh, I see. Hui suddenly understood. The void of order was not like the chaos void, where one could feel the overflowing energy of chaos wherever they went. The entire area of the void of order was quite clean. If some kind of natural activity in the void of order caused the destruction and distortion of this world group, it would not be contaminated with any energy aura. The life inside probably left early because they felt the strange activity in the void, leaving behind an empty shell. However, Hui crossed his arms, what kind of void activity would cause them to abandon their homes? Void activities generally had very long preludes and signs. It was very slow, even slower than the activities of sloth. The movement caused by it had enough time for all life to react, unless it happened right in front of their home. Moreover, it happened very quickly, so fast that they did not have time to move their homes away and could only abandon them. Yin Nuashing looked at him and whispered, "Void turbulence." As early as 5 years ago, signs of pre-event of void turbulence were discovered in the lower planes. That girl, Yuan Kong, seems to have been alarmed by the small-scale void turbulence and abandoned her nest. This is the only void turbulence that meets the conditions of distortion and speed at the same time. Hui shuddered violently. He had almost forgotten about that. They had learned about the cause of the void turbulence from the little girl. First, the void was damaged by the man-made void turbulence caused by the heavenly god of origin, which caused the entire void to lose something, and they themselves declared their demise. Since then, the void had holes, and the maintenance of maintainers were still incessantly moving. Some things that would lead to the destruction of the entire void were slowly accumulating, waiting to topple everything when the limit was reached. Well, it shouldn't be considered slow. Just look at how the underworld was causing trouble all over the void. Their actions were probably accelerating the accumulation of destruction. The void tremor was probably getting closer and closer. The premonition that appeared at the edge of the lower planes was a warning. This time, they had caught a world group that was partially distorted by the premonition of the void tremor when they were close to the upper planes. This should count as the highest level of warning, right? The place where the world group was destroyed is at the bottom of the void, the deepest part of the bottom, and its original location should be in the middle or lower planes. Yin Nuashing stroked the surface of the energy ball, and the feedback of energy flowed in his mind. In other words, the footsteps of the void turbulence are actually getting closer. Now, it is only appearing vaguely in the distant void. There is no pattern, and it is not the time for it to erupt. Do we need to do that in advance? Just to prevent the void turbulence or something? Hui waved his hand and turned to look outside the observer space towards the front line of the void. if it affects this place. No, there is no need for that. It will not affect this place. Yun Nuashing shook his head and led the world group forward. The small signs of the void turbulence would at most affect the edges of the middle and lower planes. There's only one way that the middle and upper planes would be affected by the void turbulence: the day when the void turbulence erupts. Well, that is the conclusion that she and I have come to after our research. Apart from this simple conclusion, there was another reason. Since the battle at the end of the Dark Age had occurred normally, the void turbulence must not have occurred before the battle began. Therefore, they did not need to worry about the void turbulence at this moment. Instead, they should focus on dealing with their old foe, who was one step away from them in the void. A product of the void's turbulence and distortion. Yin Nuashing murmured softly. He looked at the world group in his hand and let it fall into the energy ocean below. It is a good material. It has a good distortion mark. This kind of fragment might be able to further my plan. Although I have no idea what you're trying to do, I can't give any constructive suggestions. Huey's forehead was sweating as he pointed at the energy sea below. After it swallowed the world group, 10,000 worlds were instantly released, including the part that was affected by the void turbulence. Maple did not intend to restore it, but kept it in its affected state and threw it down below. Is it really okay for you to throw a bunch of messy things down there? The more, the better. The messier, the better. He nodded slightly, his hands surging with origin energy, and gently stirred the energy sea below. The quantity is important, but the type is also very important. Poof! Tens of thousands of meters away, the sea of energy suddenly surged with a gigantic wave that was over 10,000 meters tall, as though it was about to engulf the entire space around it. After causing a ruckus in the air for a while, it slammed heavily into the sea of energy, causing a portion of the waves to splash into the space around them. Following that, the entire sea of energy seemed to have a chain reaction. The energy that was accumulated on a daily basis had caused the various parts of the sea of energy to surge with monstrous waves, each wave becoming more and more intense. If anyone were to come in from the outside, they would definitely faint from fright. Blue Phoenix, see you. What's happening? I can feel the observer space. Jing Yuanji sensed that something was wrong and quickly rushed into the observer space. She was greeted by a huge wave that was thousands of miles long falling from the sky. She was stunned when she saw it. While she was urgently thinking about how to choose between destroying the energy that Lord Feng had accumulated with great difficulty or obediently taking a slap, the huge wave in front of her split into two and avoided her figure before crashing into the sea below. The explosion made her come back to her senses. At the same time, she saw the two lords standing in the space in front of her looking at her. Lord Maple, Lord Hui, welcome back to the Void Frontline. Jing Yuanji came in front of Yin Nuashing with a serious tone and bowed respectfully to the two of them, and then said calmly, "What happened in the observer space?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just threw down something quite heavy, and it's being digested now." A huge wave in front of them rose into the sky and swept beyond the ninth heaven, and then slammed down from high above. Although it took the initiative to avoid before it came into contact with them, the momentum was still quite scary. This was much more exciting than watching the abyss death mist construct, rushing towards them. Well, digesting. Yun Nuashing nodded and repeated, "Although it's quite a big movement, there's no need to doubt this statement." Jing Yuanji breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that. She rushed over because she felt the abnormal energy here, and she thought that something had happened. Everything is normal in the Void Frontline. The storage of the special energy towers is still accelerating, and the collection and production of the world light orbs, world cores, and law entanglement points are also accelerating. As the impact of the underworld on the Void Frontline has weakened, we have tried to focus on your plan as much as possible, but the surveillance of every node has not been relaxed. So far, we have not seen the underworld people reappear on the battlefield. During this period, even the frequency of the fledglings and the origin energy type constructs has decreased, and their attacks are slowly weakening. Jing Yuanji habitually opened her mouth to report. When they were in the tertiary realm, They received information regularly every day, but it was only a rough sentence or two of normal or safe. Now that they were listening to the report in person, there was no change. For the time being, everything was still peaceful. Let the search team in the Void of Order go to the bottom level of the Void to search for possible things. By the way, if there are no accidents, there should be a small number of refugees in the Void of Order. If you have the time, get in touch with them. You should be able to go against their direction and find the things I mentioned that might exist. Try to bring them back, no matter what it is. Yes, Jing Yuanji took note of this matter, and at the same time, asked curiously through the soul transmission, but why did they suddenly turn to the bottom level of the void? There are very few world light orbs in those places. Indeed, but didn't Lord Green get a world group in the place he was guarding? It was a world group that existed in the bottom level of the void. It probably had not had time to float to the surface of the void when it encountered the precursor of the void turbulence. Nearly half of it was destroyed, and the building was empty. Jing Yuanji's expression changed. The void turbulence is coming? It's not that fast, but the footsteps of the void turbulence have approached the middle and lower planes without us noticing. But don't worry, it will not affect the middle and upper planes before it erupts. According to our observation, even if it does erupt, it may take 4 or 5 years. Yin Nuoxing waved her hand to let her relax a little. As for the so-called observed time, that was a lie. It was just because he knew the boundary between the Dark Age and the Ancient Age, the end of the 59th era, the Great Samsara eruption. However, he did not have enough information to determine whether the eruption of the Great Samsara would end in an instant, or, well, there were some details about the division of time that he did not know. But it did not matter much if he did not know. The final battle still had to be fought. It would be best if the Great Samsara would suddenly erupt when the battle was at its most intense, and everyone would play together. Congratulations, congratulations. Jing Yuanji looked at the violently tumbling sea of energy, and then thought of what Lord Maple had told her. She whispered, "You're searching for fragments related to the void turbulence." "That's right." Yin Nuoxing nodded and patted her on the head. "Take care of this for me. Other than the fragments that are affected by the void turbulence, anything else that is strange or worth mentioning is not here. Now, we don't need to stick to the 3 things that we mentioned at the beginning, but we don't need to bring ordinary things here to make up the numbers." Jing Yuanji blinked. "Just in case, can I confirm more specifically what strange things are? Things that are beyond our knowledge, related to the void itself, related to the world orbs, and things that have a long history that cannot be identified. As long as you have the ability to safely move chaos energy here, there is no problem." Jing Yuanji laughed bitterly at that. "Forget about chaos energy. Oh, by the way, help me prepare 8 world cores. Take a few from the Temple of Origins. I have something else to try and deal with here." After watching Jing Yuanji leave, we turn around. "Maple, are you going to start dealing with the source laws? You have just returned. Aren't you going to organize your thoughts?" "I'm already doing it, but it is better to try it out first." Yin Nuoxing waved her hand to calm the sea of energy in front of them, and led the others to land on the platform built by the sea of energy. "How are you going to do it? Do you need help?" Yin Nuoxing scratched her head. "I'm not sure. Let's just do it randomly. Once we have a rough and feasible step, we will slowly adjust it bit by bit. After all, it is dealing with this kind of thing. I think the God of Origins never imagined that one day someone would take the initiative to touch the ancient law that had passed away countless years ago." We sat down on the edge of the platform. "Speaking of which, what can the source laws do? Is it stronger than the current order laws?" "That is definitely one of the reasons. As for the second reason..." Yin Nuoxing raised her head slightly, her gaze seemingly landing on the distant sky. "If the law is strong enough and special enough, perhaps we can use the weakened source laws to forge a special space with special environments." Hui was stunned. He dug his ears. "What?" "The inspiration comes from the original light, but I can't tell you in detail." Yin Nuoxing tugged at her bangs a few times. "I can feel that the energy contained in the original light can try to cover the current void and the order laws. Originally, When breaking through to the celestial stage and origin stage, one's God's imprint has to resonate with the current environment of the void and the concept layer of the laws for a short period of time. Does it have to be the same for the primeval stage? We nodded. The time is even shorter. When I broke through to the primeval stage, I spent most of my time dealing with the divinity carriers. But there was also a short period of time when I broke through all the obstacles and directly connected with the void. But I don't know if it's because of this era, I didn't ask Sui Feng and the others about it. The method of breaking through to the primeval stage requires a short period of contact with the void, but it's not necessary. That's why they said that even in this era, we can also use the method of divinity carriers to break through to the primeval stage. At most, it'll take a little more effort. Other methods to break through to the primeval stage also require a short period of time to connect with the void. But no matter which method, the time required to resonate with the void is much shorter than the previous two stages. It's also longer than the time required to resonate with the void. Although it's gradually getting rid of the restrictions of the void, it's not complete. The latter part is the result of Sui Feng and the others' research in this era. Yin Nuoxing pondered for a while after listening. So, the source law may be able to block that resonance and not let the resonance of breaking through to the primeval stage come into contact with the void laws. Instead, it may be the source law that comes into contact. Huey's body trembled. Oh, if that's the case, maybe we can use the method outside the divinity carriers to break through to the primeval stage. Are we really going to achieve mass production of primeval gods? Chapter 1803. Even with the convenience of the origin energy and the elimination of the influence of the chaos superorder on the environment of the void of order, more people could enter the primeval realm. However, after 5 eras, the number of primeval realm cultivators was still not particularly high in the entire void frontline. Those who entered the primeval realm early were constantly using their own methods to break through. They were less restricted by the environment of the void compared to others and could go further. However, those who were stuck below the primeval realm could only slowly accumulate, tormenting divinity carriers, and wait for the day of the ultimate leap. Therefore, there was a phenomenon. The difference between each batch of primeval realm cultivators was, well, it was quite big. The earliest primeval realm cultivator was Hui, and the next was Jing Yuanji. Hui was still in the mid-level primeval realm, slightly lower than Brother Lei and Sui Feng. The latter took a long time to eliminate the influence of the void law from the previous era. It took a very long time to reduce the influence to a level that was enough for them to continue moving forward. It was like taking off the shackles on one's body bit by bit. Every time a layer of shackles was removed, the speed of progress would be a little faster. Back to the topic. Hui, Jing Yuanji, Lord Green, and 30% of the soldiers of the Divine Realm were all in the mid-level primeval realm. To be more specific, Hui, Jing Yuanji, and the other leaders were around the 5th heaven, which was quite close to the 6th heaven. The other mid-level primeval realm cultivators seemed to have just entered the 4th heaven. Putting all these people aside, the next batch of primeval realm cultivators were all in the early level, which accounted for 80% of the total number of primeval gods. It was not a lapse in generation, but a serious time constraint. This was the most troublesome drawback of the divinity carriers. It took a very long time, just like using time to grind down the primeval realm barrier in front of one's eyes. As a result, the gap between the first batch of primeval realm cultivators and the next batch of primeval realm cultivators was quite big. Beyond the primeval realm, one would also encounter restrictions when breaking through. Everyone had to wait for a very long time. Perhaps it was because one had to go against the rules of the void to forcefully break through. The duration of the restrictions was more than 5 or 6 times longer than what Brother Lei and the others had experienced before. If the source law could really prevent them from coming into contact with the weak environment of the void, and instead come into contact with a source law that was stronger and more special, the duration of the seal would be shortened. Secondly, there would be no restriction on entering the primeval realm. They would no longer have to focus on divinity carriers, and they could use other methods. The earlier they entered the primeval realm, the earlier they could escape the shackles of the void law. To put it bluntly, it was a race against time. Every bit of time counted. But can it really reach this level? We calmed down after a minute of excitement. It sounded like a wonderful thing, but it sounded unlikely, so he doubted it. There's no guarantee that it can really be achieved, but we can try. After all, it's a direction. As I said, this feeling comes from the first light. The rules, order, and chaos of the first light all came from the chaos era. If the replicated weakened source law is indeed related to the chaos era and the first primeval realms environment, then I speculate that it should be possible to reach this level. If it happens, Yin Nuashing shrugged. It would be a great thing for the world of order, right? If it really happens, I can also enter the higher primeval realm within the time limit you set, although it's just a beginner. We shook his body and nodded. He imagined the scene and could not help but feel a little excited. If it really works, then what should I do? This question came back. So what should I do? Yin Nuashing had no idea. First, mess around. You just said it once. I thought you were joking. No one has done it before, and probably no one will do it in the future. Even if there's a direction, we have to start. Yin Nuashing patted Blue Phoenix's head and sighed. If we can't even start, we can't go on. And there's no example that can be used as a reference, and there's no way to understand the principle. So what can we do other than mess around? Of course, I don't mean completely messing around. First, treat it as the primeval energy and the primeval law. Since it's the law of the 8 primeval realms, let's first mix them together. As for how to mix them together, we can only try it one by one. If this method really works, it will definitely succeed, but it will take some time. Yes, it will take some time. If it's just 5 by 5, like Maple said, it's fine. It's not like we can't afford to wait for 5 billion years. I'm just afraid that this thing will encounter some unknown trouble. The Void likes to do this kind of thing. It's always causing trouble for us, and it doesn't know how to throw a few stones at the underworld. Jing Yuanji, who had returned and heard the conversation between the two of them, stood and listened for a while. Then, she asked tentatively, "Won't this affect the underworld? If the primeval law allows the underworld to break free from the restriction, well, that's a problem." Yin Nuashing only thought for a moment before throwing the problem aside. We just have to fix the boundary delineated by the primeval law in the node cities of the Void frontline. That can be done with the Sanctum of Origins. Right now, the Sanctum of Origins is still helping to open the domain. We patted him on the shoulder and reminded him, "The domain you used to suppress the power of chaos 5 years ago has been in effect on the Void frontline for 5 years. Throwing another one in now means opening 2 special domains against order and rules at the same time and dividing them into different areas. Is that okay?" Yin Nuashing paused for a moment. He might have forgotten about the domain left behind by the primeval god of origins after he perfected it and threw it on the Void frontline. That domain was also spread through the Sanctum of Origins and was mainly used to suppress the power of chaos and order. There were 2 other smaller arrangements that also worked against the larger environment of the Order Void. If that domain was removed, the pressure on the frontline warriors would probably skyrocket. It was not to the extent that they could not handle it, but they would have to transfer some of the people who were assigned to other missions back to the front line to guard the front line. That's not worth the loss. It's not feasible. Other domains were fine, since they were similar to magic circles. Overlapping would at most stack their effects and functions. On the other hand, domains that interfered with or adjusted the environment of the Void did not overlap, and to have 2 domains stacked together. There's no telling what would happen, and the Void might collapse at any moment. For example, if they defined a silver needle as air, the next second, the silver needle would turn into air and disappear. Then, if they defined the silver needle that turned into air as a pool of liquid, the silver needle would melt into a pool of liquid metal. Then, the previous definition would disappear and be revoked. It would not conflict with each other. If both were used together, they would define an object as air and liquid at the same time. Well, with their realm, the Void would collapse. If they interfered with and changed the nature of the Void too much, it would be like fighting with the Void. Since the Void itself was not as strong as them, it would collapse when they fought. That's what they meant, but interfering with the void was definitely much more difficult than interfering with the Silver Needle. Only one domain was allowed to interfere with and change the environment of the void. If two domains smashed down at the same time, the rules and order of the domain would be stronger. If the strength was the same, they didn't know. They had never done such a thing before. If the void didn't collapse, then the two domains would collapse together. Therefore, they had to prevent the underworld from coming into contact with this domain, but they also had to let the domain unfold normally in the entire front line of the void. They also had to maintain the suppression of the abyssal death mist. It's down. Hui was also startled when he saw smoke coming out of Feng's head in the blink of an eye. Siyu and Qing Huang hurriedly took out their fans and fanned his head. This problem is indeed a little tricky. Hui crossed his arms and looked gloomy. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but look at Jing Yuanji. The girl was half an inheritor. Although she didn't have the origin energy, she still used that thing from the origin god to break through to the next realm. Perhaps Jing Yuanji naturally knew what it meant after being stung for a long time. She shook her head helplessly. I'm sorry, Master Hui. I can't think of any ideas. We can only make concessions and compromises to interfere with the origin energy. If we want to coexist, unfortunately, we may not be able to meet all the requirements. Huey's face twisted. On the other side, smoke was still coming out of Feng's head. Fengqing Wang had to transform into her ice phoenix form to cool him down. About 5 minutes later, when everyone's faces were twisted in confusion, Yin Nuoxing suddenly raised her head. The smoke on her head suddenly disappeared. We can only make concessions. What kind of concessions? Seeing that Feng seemed to have an idea, we stopped tormenting his brain and quickly asked, let's set the domain in the frontline world, the vassal world of the void frontline. If that's the case, we can only adjust the personnel. Yin Nuoxing sighed. We understood as well. The domain would be set in the vassal world of the void frontline. It would not be spread through the origin sanctum, but would be set up in each node region. Since it was useless to keep the suppression effect on the death mist in the frontline world, they might as well just let it go. The removal of the mark of chaos from the tide of chaos should also be over, and there was no need to worry about any other changes. The initial domain was no longer useful in the frontline world, and it was naturally time to change to another domain. Make some adjustments. Let the origin sanctum leave the node cities, and keep the suppression domain in the void outside the node cities. The new domain would include the node cities and the frontline world of each node. That's all I have in mind for now. If that's the case, the only thing that needs to be adjusted is the distribution of personnel. We lay back. Try to get those who are not in the sealing period and those who are about to indigo there earlier. I think I'm thinking too fast. We haven't even started. There's no harm in thinking about it earlier. Yin Nuoxing shrugged. But it's time to start. Anyway, let's give it a try first. Arranging the world core that Jing Yuanji handed over in front of his eyes, Yin Nuoxing released the void precepts of the 8 primordial realms, which were all extracted from the center of the void. Now, they were injected into the same world core in order. Seeing that he began to act, the little angel hurriedly pulled Frost and the little purple soul out of the spiritual world. She also sealed the spiritual world that she had been operating for many years to prevent it from being destroyed. It looked like she was fleeing for her life. We kept muttering as he watched him do it. Explode, 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 explode. Yin Nuoxing, I've just started. Don't do it like this, okay? Although the road at the beginning was indeed difficult, it was not to the extent that it would start to explode in the first minute, right? He was in a state of perception and energy, and he did not sense anything wrong at the moment. How could he fail just like that? Boom. We looked at the energy fireworks that were blooming in front of him. They were not huge, but were exceptionally gorgeous. He could not help but sigh. Look, it's going to explode, right? Everyone. They felt that it was because of his nagging. When someone comes out later, he will definitely vent his anger on you. Why don't you run away before he realizes what happened? Something suddenly tore a big hole in the energy fireworks. The sound of wind breaking mixed with the residual energy explosion rang in everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned. When they turned their heads, they saw a black shadow flash past them and hit Hui on the head. Hui staggered and rolled into the sea of energy. A huge wave mercilessly rushed over and swept him 1,000 meters away. Feng Qing Wang and the rest looked at the strange wave and the guardian, who was clearly a mid-level premier but could not avoid it. They had every reason to believe that the observer was taking revenge on them. The little angel picked up the heart of the world that had fallen on the platform. This heart of the world had been destroyed. The energy explosion inside made it blossom like a flower. The outer shell and the core were twisted and turned outwards. The residual energy in the center was still bursting with sparks. The leaked energy that was not caught in the explosion was still calm and mixed. It seems that I can't sense its nature. I can't even tell which primordial realm it belongs to. Siyu curiously stretched out her slender finger and poked at this piece of art that had turned into trash. The latter trembled slightly and began to disintegrate. Its physical body seemed to be cast by fluorescent light and separated bit by bit. Whether it was the chaotic part or the energy part, it was slowly disintegrating into pure energy and the power of rules. The original information and aura of rules have been washed away. Generally speaking, even the energy explosion of origin energy would not be able to wash away damaged objects so cleanly. Jing Yuanji took it and looked at it for a while before it completely dissipated. When a structure of rules completely disintegrated, she looked at Lord Feng and asked, "Lord Feng, do you have any clues?" The result of the conflict between the auras of the different primordial realms. Yin Nuoxing walked over with another heart of the world in her right hand. As she walked, she explained, because of the shadow's information, the similar parts between the 8 primordial realms and the 7 primordial realms will be judged as one and put together in an attempt to overlap. You can think of them as 2 iron rods that are bent at 90 degrees. They cannot be back to back and can only meet force with force. A third of them will quickly stick together as soon as they get close to each other. When they collide with each other forcefully, they will smash each other into pieces. They just tried to mix the rules of the 7 primordial realms with the rules of the 8 primordial realms, and something happened. I don't know if it's because of Huey's nagging. Yin Nuoxing spread her hands and sighed. Everyone nodded, indicating that it was very likely. The rules of the 8 primordial realms, 8 sets of rules. Even if we have them, it's not that simple. There shouldn't be a way to use the most direct method to put them together. We need to change our way of thinking and use a special method to restore them. Perhaps we still need the guidance of the original light. Yuan Ji, help me get a part of the heart of the world. I have to be tortured here for a while. You don't have to wait for me here. Go to the front line and see if there's anything you need help with. While you're at it, throw out that ornament floating in the sea of energy. Everyone turned to look at the human-shaped ornament, who was still struggling in the waves of the sea of energy. Looking at each other in dismay, they shrugged their shoulders, and when they retreated, they brought him out as well. Hey, it's rare to see Maple show such a conflicted expression. Looks like he's going to be tormented for a long time this time. Outside the observer space, we looked at the space entrance that was slowly closing and couldn't help but say. C's pretty face twitched. I don't know why, but when I heard this, I felt that little star's conflicted time seemed to have been extended by a few hundred times. The girls nodded in unison, making Hui feel awkward. However, since he himself had said 5 fives at the beginning, at least a budget of 500 million years would be used to study the heart of the world. In the near future, Maple probably wouldn't be able to get any special results. They also couldn't help Maple in any way. The guy who used the origin energy and the first light had his own unique perspective of looking at the world, understanding and analyzing the world. His perspective was not the same as theirs. If they used their own methods to help, unless it happened to coincide with a conventional domain and could be solved using conventional methods, it would only be more of a hindrance. And to solve something that felt strange from the beginning, it was obvious that more than half of it couldn't be solved using conventional methods. Jing Yuanji, every time you go to deliver the goods, secretly check on that guy's condition. Hui blocked the soul transmission and whispered to the others. Don't appear in front of him during normal times. Wait for Jing Yuanji to tell you that something might be wrong with him before you go and take a look. What's wrong? Why do you sound so serious? See, you sensitively sensed that something was not right, and even her expression changed. Hui scratched his head and breathed a long sigh. No, it's nothing now. I'm just worried. After all, he didn't recover even after going out for a stroll, and I'm worried that he won't be able to hold on if this goes on, or something. Well, I'm just worried. It seems that things are fine now, and I'm just reminding you. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked toward the void. As time approaches the final time we set, I'm worried that the idiot who said 5 fives would become impatient. In fact, there are times when Maple is more impatient than I am. Well, now is one of those times. Leaving the observer space, Hui poked his head out to the front line. Brother Lei, Jing Yun, and the others were not guarding the front line. They were probably in seclusion or making breakthroughs in the Temple of Origins. Even so, the pressure on the front line was relatively small, to the extent that it could be considered small. Although there were still countless primeval spawns in sight, their numbers did not change, so it was considered normal for the time being. It was just that there were some cores missing in this normal state. Some cores who should have used the abyssal death mist spawns as cannon fodder to charge the void blockade by themselves. He was talking about the underworld and primeval fledglings. The former aside, the fledglings were all gone. The fledglings' numbers were also sharply reduced, and most of them were gathered at the rear, shooting arrows from behind while commanding the abyssal death mist spawns and constructs to charge and break through enemy lines. It was as if they had to protect the more important components at the rear to reduce losses. He did not believe that the underworld did not know that there were a lot of primeval information on the void frontline. Since they did not attack them out of anger, there should be some special move. For example, that time, when the high-level primeval joined forces, they were planning to crush them in the void in one go. In front of the Temple of Origins, he flipped through the records of the dozen or so days they were not there. Since the void frontline had more primeval combatants, the casualty rate on the front line had been gradually decreasing. Apart from a few eras where they were wiped out, the casualty rate was very low. In these dozen or so days, there was not a single casualty. Well, there was only one casualty record in the entire void frontline. He had to hurry and see which idiot had sent him to the spiritual temple at this time. I'm sorry, everyone. I played myself to death. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm a pig. I can't even beat a few hundred fledglings. Jing Yun's message. Hui was speechless. Well, this guy probably rushed to the abyssal death miscrack to show off his strength again. He was surrounded by a few hundred fledglings and trillions of manifestations and constructs, and was blasted back to the spiritual temple after a wave of concentrated fire. This guy has been very arrogant since he returned to the primeval stage. He rushes to the depths every day. Does he think he's a high-level primeval? We did not know whether to laugh or cry as he put down the crystal ball that recorded the information. Time. If only everything continues to develop normally. Well, there shouldn't be any problems in a short time. Hui looked up at the void, muttered to himself, and then sighed. Lord Hui, there's something unusual to report. I Ching's voice rang out before he could finish his sigh, causing his face to be filled with melancholy. If there's nothing, it's better to shut up. The probability of this stupid mouth causing trouble seems to be getting higher and higher. Glancing at the void front line, which he reckoned would be the same with or without him, Hui walked into the Temple of Origins and used the temple's energy to strengthen his soul communication with I Ching. There was some interference on his side, and he did not know where he was. Communication is normal. I'm in the Temple of Origins. Speak, what's the matter? We've discovered a world group. I Ching's voice slowly sounded after a few seconds of hesitation. It's not easy to judge the situation in front of us. All right. I'll go over. Since I have nothing to do now, send me the void coordinates. Hui quickly tidied up his outfit. Before he stepped out of the Temple of Origins, he received the void coordinates that I Ching threw over, and his entire body trembled. Damn it, where did you run off to? Chapter 1804. The coordinates were clear, undisturbed, and unaffected by some unknown energy, and very clearly told him where I Ching and the others were. The lower plane, the far frontier. Ever since the abyssal death shroud sealed off their visualization of the void, they had not heard any information or intelligence from the lower plane. More than 80% of the Middle Plains territory had been lost, and there was no telling if the underworld had done anything shameful in the Middle and Lower Plains. Spawning sanctums, and spawning. That was pretty much it. It was actually hard to tell how large the void region sealed off by the underworld was. Either way, every void region they knew of had been sealed off, and there was no way out. Even if new void regions were discovered later, or new worlds in the middle and upper planes that had yet to be discovered, they were all surrounded by the abyssal death shroud. While they observed and expanded the void sealing zone, they also found traces of the abyssal death shroud, but probably because they were at the edge of vision, those places were not involved in the battle. Either way, it was clear that the underworld who was executing the blockade clearly controlled more void regions than they did, and basically all of them were sealed off. Under such circumstances, I Ching had thrown a set of coordinates from the far frontier of the lower plane, and it was coordinates that bypassed the blockade and could be directly teleported. Could he have found a place that was not sealed off by the abyssal death shroud? You're in the lower plane? How did you sneak to the lower plane? Hui Man asked impatiently as he prepared for the void teleportation. You didn't just barge through the abyssal death shroud, did you? Lord Hui, you've overestimated me. I Ching laughed bitterly. We followed the tracks all the way here, but because we were too focused and did not sense the presence of the abyssal death shroud, we did not pay special attention to where we were. When we realized it, we were already in the lower plane, and we were all shocked. You're also a talent. That's fine. Stand still, I'll go over. With the detailed guidance of the void coordinates, there was no need for him to explore and transit in the void. It only took him 1 or 2 minutes to reach his destination. When Hui Man was imagining what he would see in his mind, the teleportation had quietly ended. Because he had crossed 2 planes at once, the difference in energy density made him immediately realize where he was. Other than that, there was no trace of the abyssal death mist in this place. The void was so clean that it made him want to shout. If he hadn't seen I Ching and the others appear in front of him along with the void, he would have really shouted. Lord Hui, I Ching and the others bowed respectfully, moving to the side so that Sir Hui could clearly see the scene in front of him. That's the world group in front. Hui Man slightly turned his gaze. When the teleportation ended, he noticed that there was a bright light in front of him. But it was not normal. Something born naturally in the void would have such a large light. Generally speaking, only a large world group would have such a large light. According to the report, a world group had been found. But when he took a look, he suddenly took a deep breath. The scene in front of him could only be described as hideous and disgusting. He took a closer look, and after peeling off the large mass of colorful yarn, he could barely see the situation clearly. The void surrounding the world group had a huge crack that spanned millions of miles. That was the scar of the void being torn apart. The cracks crisscrossed with each other, as if they had turned into solid fragments that pierced into each other's cracks, cutting the sea of time that bloomed in the void crack. The golden sea gushed out like blood from the wound, and then crashed into the 2 crisscrossing void cracks along with the waves. The void had already mixed with the void, like 2 hemp ropes twisted into 1 rope. Gradually, it was impossible to tell who was who. Other than the sea of time, even the primordial realms barrier and the space barrier were cut apart by the huge solid void crack. The void in front of them was completely bruised, and the bruises were solidified and solidified. The energy of the sea of time, the energy leaking from the primordial realms barrier, and the power of the space barrier had all turned into the blood of the void, gushing out from tens of thousands of big cracks like waterfalls. They hung in the void and fell towards the world group from countless directions. All kinds of energies were also attracted by the messy environment here, and all of them crashed into this pot of void soup. The scene was so tragic that it was like dismembered animal carcasses were thrown into the pot without any cleaning, mixed with internal organs, flesh, bones, and blood. It was a bloody mess. Oh no, I'm going to vomit. This world group did not encounter the most tragic tragedy in the void but it definitely encountered the most disgusting thing in the void. If it was supplemented with the aura of the collision between order and chaos, and scattered evenly in this place, anyone who came to look at it would gag, like a hanging river, spit it out. Oh my God, which great artist turned a perfectly good world group into this kind of void art? Look at this distorted appearance, this damned appearance, this psycho. He was so frightened that his head tilted back, and his palms subconsciously covered his eyes. The degree of distortion and ferocity of his whole face was comparable to that of the world group in front of him. This thing was like this when you came here? Are you sure you didn't kill it? I Ching shook his head helplessly. Lord Hui, when we found it, it was indeed like this. It has not changed in the 16 minutes since we found it, and you came here. Huey's cheeks twitched violently, and he turned his head to look at the miserable state of the void. The guts were cut open, the bile and blood were all over the ground, and even the intestines were leaking out. Forget it, I'm going to throw up everything I ate in the 3-elemental realm a few days ago. He did not know what the void had encountered to become like this. Going through a mountain of swords and a sea of fire was probably not as tragic as this. Even if it had rolled around in the divine destruction storm, it would not have been so miserable. Did you find something that could cause this? He could not help but want to take another look and turn away with a green face. A tragedy? This void has been in a state of lockdown ever since we came here. We have searched around a few times, but found nothing. I Ching shook his head. By the way, you haven't told me how you came to the lower realm. How did you bypass the abyssal death mist? That's a very long... I'll try to keep it simple. Master Hui raised his hand, and I Ching knew what he was going to say. He coughed dryly and said, About a year ago, when I went out to search for the world of order. At that time, I was at the bottom of the void in the upper realm. The level of the void was shallower than here. There, I found a destroyed planet. It had the residual scent of the lower realm, but it did not have the scent of the abyssal death mist. The time of its existence was also very strange. When I first looked at it, the time of its destruction showed that it had been destroyed for more than 10 years. After a while, it looked like it had been destroyed just a year or two ago. After a while, its time of destruction showed that it was in the future, as if it had been shoved back by a weak power of time, so it was not disturbed, I Ching said as he slapped his forehead. I'm off topic. Anyway, we showed it 3 different times of destruction and analyzed the possible reasons. We also tried to trace its traces in the void. We followed it all the way from the upper realm to the middle realm. Before we crossed the abyssal death mist, we saw a half-destroyed world of light. Just like the destroyed planet we first found, it had a chaotic flow of time, and it was difficult to determine what time it belonged to. The world of light was severely damaged by the erosion of the void, but the strange thing was it should have been destroyed as a whole. After all, there was a hole in its world barrier, and it could not stop the erosion of the void. Maybe the heart of the world is still there. We tried to explain. No, we specially went in to look around. It's an empty shell. There's nothing inside. The erosion of the void is also very slow. We speculate that it should be affected by the strange flow of time. Its performance in the sea of time should be in a severed state, so it's difficult for the void to have any effect on it. Well, skipping this part, you studied the world of light for a while, continued to trace its traces, and finally found this place. I Ching nodded with a complicated expression. Although there were more than 30 traces, we checked them one by one until we found the last trace, which made me feel a little resentful. It took us a whole year. This child is a little unlucky. So, the whole world group also has the chaotic flow of time that you mentioned. He turned his head again to look at the tragic scene, which was as tragic as the collision of 2 world groups in the void. His cheeks twitched a few times. No, I don't think we can find anything in this scene. Just as you said, I Ching sighed. We can't find anything. There are too many traces here. Even if we use the power of the heavenly God of the beginning to separate them one by one, there seems to be a delicate balance between them. The whole world group is in 3 states at the same time: energy leakage, void erosion, and energy injection. The energy injection happens to be at the same speed as the energy leakage and void erosion. We dare not break the balance. We looked at the tragic scene with his arms crossed and pondered. I think you should find a technician. Brother Qing and Sister Jing said that Master Feng is in seclusion. They asked me not to disturb him, so I can only find you. I Ching scratched his head and said, why don't I call Feng over? Anyway, let's seal this part of the void first. Seal the part of the void passage that bypasses the abyssal death fog inch by inch. It might be useful in the future. I Ching, let's go take a closer look at this tragic scene. Hui and I Ching wandered around the periphery of the world group, trying to touch something while not affecting the energy balance here. The void scar here won't heal. The sea of time, the space barrier, and the primordial realms barrier will always be open. It looks like someone opened their stomach and dug out their intestines and brains. We couldn't help but say this. Beside him, I Ching's face immediately turned green. He opened his mouth and made a retching gesture. Thanks to you, the way I look at the void now is not normal. Hui laughed dryly. The two of them stood in front of the largest void scar. This void scar should be the size of a solar system. It pierced through the side of the world group from a very distant place, piercing through 13 void scars along the way. It also pierced through the sea of time, the primordial realms barrier, and the space barrier. It was lucky that this place did not have any spatial disorder. It was randomly connected to any reality world. Maybe it wasn't right. Or maybe it was already connected to the real world, but it was connected to the real world of the world group. The world group, which was already empty, naturally wouldn't panic because of some cracks in the real world. From another perspective, if the largest crack pierced through the world group from top to bottom, the tremendous energy surging out of it formed 4 or 5 waterfalls of different sizes, like a blood-stained scythe. Only the edge of the scythe could be seen. It fell from the sky and slashed at the center of an enormous city. The blood flowing out of the scythe turned into a rain of blood in the city below, making countless ordinary people think that it was the end of the world. Look at this perspective. Doesn't it look like the blade of a sickle pierced through the world group? Hui pointed forward and gestured at the void scar around. I Ching tilted his head and looked around thoughtfully. After a while, he landed beside Lord Hui and said, if that's the case, the other void scars, the gushing sea of time, the power of the primordial realm, and the power of space, when combined, are like a huge seal that has nailed the entire world group in the void. It seems to explain why the inflow of energy and the outflow of energy in this place are in balance. Hui was a little excited. His eyes flashed with golden light as he scanned the entire world group. It took him about half a minute to come back to his senses. There is no trace of seal. Either it's not a seal, or it's a special seal of someone else's world, such as a ritual. We can't get the result before we know it. We seem to have found something. He suddenly flew forward without saying goodbye. I Ching quickly stopped observing and followed him. The two approached the largest void scar in the void. When they got closer, they could really feel the size of the void scar. It was huge, and it seemed that he could not help but reach out and touch it from afar. Hey, it's a solid body. Lord Hui, the void scar has solidified. Hui heard I Ching and tried to touch it with his hand. His fingers seemed to touch a solidified crystal. There was nothing special about it. They were immersed in the void and did not have much of a sense of touch. After all, they were almost immune to the erosion of the void. The void scar torn in the void has solidified. It pierced through a dozen layers of the void. No, this aura, it should be more than 30 layers of the void. Hui frowned and looked distressed. The void was divided into shallow layers and deep layers. To make it easier to understand the concept of tearing the void scar in the void, they would generally treat the void as a stack of tens of millions of white papers. They would dig a hole in the layer of paper on the surface and see that there was still a piece of paper behind the hole. They would then dig through the paper below until they dug through a dozen or 20 pieces of paper. The hole would then become a three-dimensional scar. Now, assuming that a piece of paper was a layer of the void, this scar was a dagger. Using the dagger to stab into the pile of paper, the wound caused by the void scar in front of them would be the void scar in front of them. Hui reached out and touched the sea of time that slid down the scar. He looked at the golden liquid flowing on his hand for a while and let it flow down the scar again. It's fresh, not solidified. The Sea of Time is also not solidified. Even if this void region is broken, it still has substantial energy exchange with various layers. It is even drifting in the void. There will be world light clusters that break away from the whole. That's why you can capture the world light clusters that drift out and the planets that pop out from the world light clusters. Then, Hui lost his patience. I can't take it anymore. I can't handle this at all. I need to call for reinforcements. Hui roared at the top of his lungs. I Ching smiled bitterly and covered his face. He thought to himself, Lord Feng, I really didn't go to disturb you. It was Lord Hui who disturbed you, Feng. You're King noisy. The first thing that came out of the soul communication was Lord Hui's hoarse roar, followed by a loud explosion. Then came Lord Feng's cursing voice. Seeing that Lord Feng might have accidentally blown something up and was about to go berserk, Lord Hui immediately switched the soul perspective to the front. Don't panic. We found something that you might be interested in. Yin Nuoxing, who was about to charge over with the Nether Void sword, frowned. She slowly put down the sword and looked at Hui's soul perspective. What is this? What did you do to the world group? Why? The pressure of fighting the abyssal death mist is so great that you have to vent outside. How did the world group provoke you? No, it's... Hui smiled bitterly and quickly explained the matter clearly. In the end, he added the reason why he had to call for a certain wise and mighty Lord Observer. In short, I can't handle this thing. Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath and almost threw the broken world core at Hui's head across the void. You... Phew! Taking a deep breath, Yin Nuoxing put on a calm face. You're a mid-tier premier. There shouldn't be anything in the void that can confuse you except for the origin, right? The pile of junk in front of you obviously doesn't have any trace of the origin energy and the origin law. Why do you still need? I don't have a brain. Yin Nuoxing. Damn it, how many times has this guy said this reason? Yin Nuoxing sighed and threw the world core into the sea of energy. Sitting upright, she observed the world group destruction and chaos before her eyes for the Guardian, who usually did not have a brain. Cross it out. Usually did not have a brain. Hui and I Ching Jing waited for her to look at it. They also changed their perspective so that she could look at the world group from all sides. After about a minute, she finally finished looking at something and blinked her eyes. For now, I can see that this world group has a stay time of 2 eras. Yin Nuoxing frowned. The time has been stopped. No, it's not stopped. It's... Yin Nuoxing lowered her head and pulled her long hair. After a while, she said, No, just treat it as a stop. It's just that the internal time has been stopped. The Sea of Time is still surging forward, but this world group has stayed in the same place for 2 eras. Do you understand? Hui let out a long oh and said, If this condition is met, it means that in this world group, there isn't even a single origin. That's right. Yin Nuoxing nodded slowly. It was normal for there to be no origin in the lower plane. Regardless of how the stay of 2 eras happened, whether it was a void disaster or who did it, the world group in front of them had stayed in the same place and experienced 2 eras of its own instead of 2 eras of the Yuan realm. This situation could not be wrong. 2 eras. If it was done by someone, many things would have to be sacrificed in order to buy such a long time. I Ching Jing frowned. There are many things in the void, especially in our current situation. There are many things in the void that can be used to offset the price. Waste energy, waste world light, waste world group, and destroyed void regions can all be used to specify. The fewer high-level life forms there are, the lower the price. We don't know how many things they sacrifice for 2 eras, but we can only see that they used this method to buy themselves 2 eras. Hui scratched his head and said, Then why was the world group destroyed? Because the time was up. Yin Nuoxing said matter-of-factly, They forcefully seized the time of 2 eras. They are like static stones in the Sea of Time. However, the stones in the river will also change after being washed by time, but they will not be damaged in the present because they are solidified. However, when the time of 2 eras came to an end, Hui's face twitched. Damn it, The impact of two eras was directly used on the world group, on the void regions. Is this why it was destroyed? On the surface, that should be the case. Completely destroyed. The timeline, void, order, and rules are all destroyed. The reason why it still remains here is probably because, some sort of anomaly in the void caused it to become. Yin pondered for a moment before speaking. A specimen. The time difference between the two eras was too long. From the moment they seized it, the world group was destined to be destroyed in the blink of an eye. However, no one expected that it would not return to the void, but instead become a living specimen that was frozen in place. It could even communicate with the outside world a little, and it was this remnant of communication that finally allowed I Ching and the others to discover the remains hidden in the far reaches of the lower planes. As for the void anomaly, a little thought would make it obvious. The void anomaly was from the lower realm. The answer was self-explanatory. It was a sign of void anomaly. Chapter 1805. The premonition of the void turbulence probably only worked for a short while and did not cause it to be annihilated in the void. Therefore, it left behind such a bloody scene. It was also possible that time had returned to normal, and when it was about to completely collapse, the impact of the premonition of the void turbulence made the whole process strange. In the end, it left behind such a tragic scene. Disasters related to time would occasionally happen in the void. To the time of the Great Yuan realm, it might only be a second, a day or two, or a month. However, in the area that was locked by time, it might have been tens of thousands of years, millions of years, or even trillions of years. This was a void calamity that would happen when the order and rules of the void were wrong. Generally speaking, as long as there was a high enough life form, such a calamity would not happen. Moreover, the probability of a void calamity occurring was extremely low. The probability of a void calamity occurring after a zero followed by a string of zeros would only occur when the environment of the void was unstable. At that time, the probability was quite high. In other words, it was not long after the last void turbulence. He snapped his fingers and then calculated the time in his mind. The void annihilation triggered by the god of origin was at the end of the 39th era and the beginning of the 40th era. The end of the recovery should be at the end of the 42nd era. That is to say, this world group? Wait a minute. You're talking about the center of the void. The end of the 42nd era in the center of the void is the end of the recovery. However, it is different for other places. Yin Nuashing reminded him in time. Hui exclaimed and calculated for a while. Then, if we convert it to the lower plane's distant border should be, this is a blurry period of time, and during this period of time, the conquest of the underworld should have already begun. Your world was not affected by the abyssal death mist, right? Then it might not have been included in the underworld's blockade from the very beginning. Excluding all external factors, the lower plane's far border should be at the end of the 47th to 49th era. Yin Nuashing said, but a void calamity that caused time to stagnate for 2 whole eras still feels a little inconceivable. Hui stroked his chin and pondered. Can you see the specific time of its destruction? Yin Nuashing paused for a moment before changing the topic. It's difficult. There are too many traces. It's already very difficult to tell how long it has been stuck in the same place. If you want to see more, Yin Nuashing paused for a moment before changing the topic. Try to go in and see if there are any traces left behind. If there's anything left behind, you might be able to deduce when it was frozen. In any case, it's either the 47th era, the 48th era, or the 49th era. When its stagnant state ends, it will be the time of its destruction. All right, let's skip this topic. Hui crossed his arms and muttered to himself as he speculated. If we exclude the influence of the void calamity and assume that it was man-made, there's no need to assume that. If you go in and take a look around, there's a high chance that there are traces of life left behind by the void disaster. If there are no traces of life at all, it's more or less assumed that it was set up by someone, and the moment it was set up, the entire world group had been given up by default. In the end, we still have to go in. We jumped when he heard this. I deliberately changed the topic because I didn't want to go in. Nonsense. If you don't go in, who knows what's going on? Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him and waved her hand to urge him. Don't waste time. Go in and take a look. I still have the source law to deal with here. I'm deliberately stalling for time to solve the riddle for a brainless fellow like you. You better thank me with gratitude, you bastard. Wait, that's a very strange way to put it. Hui and I Ching didn't stay there for long before they plunged into the world group's territory. This place was far away from the abyssal death mist's encirclement. They did not have any scruples and did not affect the balance of the world group as much as possible. Since they were just looking for traces of life, it did not take long for them to finish. There's no trace at all. Hui waved his hands and put them in his pockets. He had a weird expression on his face. Clean, completely clean. There is not a single trace of life in the tens of thousands of world light clusters. The entire world group has been immersed in the free void energy. Perhaps it has been destroyed for too long. Plus, it has been a long time since people left. Therefore, the life aura has been wiped out by the void energy. But it makes sense. Even if the void disaster broke out in the 49th era at the latest, it would have been 2 eras inside the world group. In the outside world, the Great Yuan Realm's time would have passed at most 2,000 years, or even shorter. It's been destroyed for at least 6 eras. Yin Nuoxing nodded in response. I can't find any traces, although it's normal. Well, actually I was hoping to find something, such as residual traces, weak energy exchanges, or traces left by something that has been here. Hui blinked his eyes quickly and showed a strange expression of reminiscence. About half a minute later, he suddenly rushed out without saying anything. Yin Nuoxing and I Ching were both stunned. The two of them hurriedly followed him and circled around the edge of the world group. When he was circling around, he kept looking left and right as if he was looking for something. Yin Nuoxing and I Ching looked at each other. They did not know what Hui was doing all of a sudden. Seeing that Hui did not say anything, they did not say anything for the time being. Found it. About 5 minutes later, Hui jumped up on the spot and pointed to the front with excitement and joy. I just glanced around and saw it. After looking for a long time, I thought I saw it wrongly, but it turned out to be the back. At this time, they were at the back of the scythe's blade. Hui reached out and pointed to a rather large void scar. It was an ordinary sawtooth scar, 1/3 the size of the scythe. However, a part of the scythe's body pierced into the largest scar and was hidden in it. It was another scar. At this time, it did not seem too special. However, what made Hui excited was not the scar itself, but a building that appeared on it. It was an ordinary house, built on a crack as a foundation. It looked quite out of place. It did not appear in the world of light, nor was it in a fragmented state. Instead, it was a small house built on a crack. There was not much that stood out about it. There were only 1 or 2 simple domains that maintained it. It would not be swallowed by the void. The style could not be distinguished. Compared to the hundreds of styles they saw in the void front line, there seemed to be 100 or 200 that were quite similar, but not exactly the same. The houses used by the human race in the void were almost the same. At most, they were a little strange. However, no matter how strange it would not be as strange as a snail's shell. Hui and I Ching landed in front of the door of the small house. When they got closer, they could see clearly that the small house was only 3 or 4 meters high and about 10 meters wide. It looked like it had 2 rooms and a living room. They did not know who set it up here. No matter how they looked at it, it looked very deliberate. Was it left behind by survivors? I Ching walked around the house and whispered, "Why did you say that the people in these tens of thousands of world of light were killed the moment you opened your mouth?" Hui rolled his eyes and patted him on the head. Then, he turned to look at Feng. "A house left behind by fugitives? So that we can come back and take a look?" Yin Nuoxing said, "Both of you are saying the same thing." The interior of the house was as barren as its exterior. There was nothing special about it. There was only a stool and a bed in the interior. It looked no different from an empty shell. The 3 of them walked around the interior of the house and came out. No, that's not the point. Hui immediately waved his hand after they came out. What I want to say is that this should be a trace left behind by someone. Can we follow this trace to find out where the people might be? If they are still in the void and not dead. Yinuashing looked at the void and looked around. A light flashed in her eyes. Found it. Follow the distant border and keep going in the direction of the side. However, the energy trace is quite vague. This house should have been left here for a long time. Maybe it is really like what you said. The survivors came back to see their destroyed home, or successfully escaped from here, and one day came back to reminisce about the world they lost, something like that. You think they are still alive? It is quite possible. Yin Nuashing nodded and turned to look at the collapsed world group. Personally, I feel that they should have known about this long ago. Regardless of whether it was man-made or a void disaster, they knew. That is why the entire world group is empty. There are signs that it was carefully cleaned up before they left. Perhaps they left the world group when the time was almost up. They might have even witnessed their home being destroyed by the void in time. The footprints left here are engraved in the history of the entire world. The living continue to move forward, burying the drips of the past here. All right, let's not talk about this for now. Go and take a look. Call me when you find something alive or something that can point you in the right direction. But if you dare to break in again, I'll throw you into the God-destroying storm. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and snorted. Then she turned and her soul image disappeared, leaving Hui and I Ching scratching their heads with a dry smile. Just as they were about to move forward, Yin Nuashing suddenly appeared again. Ah, wait a minute. Bring the entire world group back to the void. This is a rare material. I should be able to use it. Hui, Feng, you're getting more and more out of hand. Just a second ago, you said that it was a mark of someone else's world. In other words, it was a ruin or ancestral grave. Now I want to dig up the entire void. Leaving it here is just keeping it. It is useless except as a specimen. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes, waved his hand, and slowly disappeared. The others don't have any other use other than looking at them. It's good that you're giving them to me to make the best use of them. As for the historical remains, or not, just leave a place for them in the Institute of History. Currently, it's just a blank place. As for whether there will be anything, it depends on whether you can dig out any history. Hui rolled his eyes. This time, Feng really went back first. Hui and I Ching looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. The great observer would occasionally come up with situations that left them helpless. In the big picture, there was no big problem. The specimen was just a specimen and could not produce any value. It was better to move it away and let the great observer study it. Perhaps she could find something new. That being said, it was a little forced when they thought that someone might occasionally come here to take a look. The world orbs, world group, and world cores that they had found in the void were all completely useless. They were floating around in the void and were confirmed to be ownerless. It was not the same as the world group that had turned into a ruin and seemed to be admired by people. All right, let's not dwell on it. Let's pluck it out of the void. Hui patted I Ching's shoulder. The two of them worked together to suppress the entire void territory. Without much effort, they removed the void territory and sealed it into a crystal ball. For safety reasons, they even sealed the crystal ball with divine patterns to maintain its internal balance. This was to prevent them from using it to set off fireworks in the future. After settling the world group, the two followed the path that Feng pointed out and headed deep into the void. Along the way, they left the presence of order and markings, including the void, into their realm of order. They were far away from the center of the storm in the middle and upper planes, so there was no need to use the void seal to seal this place. It was just a subconscious action. They had gotten used to searching for undiscovered worlds of order in the void. As for the use of marking this place as their realm of order, it could probably be used as a retreat route. All right, it was just a thought. They would not retreat, nor could they retreat. They left behind order orbs along the way, so that those who caught up would strengthen this realm of order. With the orbs as the center, they slowly spread order energy into the surrounding void. They expanded the realm of order and occupied the void. They also had to strengthen the defenses. This was the far end of the lower planes. It was hard to guarantee that there would not be small-scale void turbulence. They had to strengthen the area occupied by the realm of order to prevent the void turbulence from washing away all the energy they left behind. At the same time, They also left some energy runes to monitor the situation in the void and try to collect information from the void turbulence. They headed deep into the void. They walked and stopped for about 6 or 7 days. Their speed was not fast. They had mainly been setting up the realm of order these days. So far, they had not seen anything. It's so clean that it's like someone is purposely cleaning this path. I Ching scanned the void around them and said, because their level is lower than ours, purposely cleaning up the weak traces left behind makes the void seem unnatural. Originally, such small traces would be easily swallowed up by the void. Well, because this is the far end of the lower planes, the activity of the void is a little low. So it did not manage to swallow such traces in time. Moreover, these traces should have been left behind in a relatively short period of time. Hui yawned. But if we still can't find anything, I'm going back to hold the fort. I Ching, you guys can continue to search ahead. I Ching smiled bitterly. Lord Huey's patience had been exhausted. In fact, it had been exhausted long ago. During this period, he had chatted with Lord Feng a few times. His exploration of the source law did not seem to be going too smoothly. Lord Feng was depressed and had asked Lord Hui to find something new to give him some inspiration. Lord Hui had persisted in his search, although he did not say that they would definitely find something if they continued to search along the path. That was not the case either. The moment the two eras were restored, the vibrating timeline twisted the entire void region into something like a rotten orange that had been pinched a few times. The fact that the living beings inside were still alive should be a rather novel thing. It would be even better if he could find a group of people who were still alive and learn something from them. Lord Hui, there's a distortion point in the void. I Ching's sharp eyes noticed that there was an abnormal distortion in the void far away. He took a step forward and fixed the black vortex that was about 10 meters wide in the void. He then used the void energy and the power of order to test it for a while before he continued. The other end of the distortion point might still be in the void, but I can't tell what's the situation on the other end. Hui stepped forward and waved his hand above the distortion point. I can't feel the traces left behind by something teleporting. In the timeline, I Ching nodded. It's the same as what we found. It's hard to tell when it was opened. Perhaps it's the people we're looking for. That's interesting. Hui stretched his back and rubbed his palms. He waved his hand and said, prepare the realm of order and hide well. We'll teleport directly. I Ching nodded and left a beacon of order on the spot. He waved his hand and tore open the distortion point in the void. A bright white light burst out from the center of the black vortex. The reverse space and void energy poured into it and barely opened a reverse teleportation channel. He guided the channel to expand and swallow the group. Teleporting through the void distortion point was actually more uncomfortable than teleporting through the void. The latter had a rough void coordinate to guide them, and they knew where they were going. The void distortion point was actually, a solidified vortex left behind by a sunken ship. That's right. And they stood on the surface of the sea and had no way of knowing how deep the vortex led to the bottom of the sea. That was roughly what they meant in their minds. As for the reality, the void distortion point was a trace left behind by a teleportation from an unknown location. Where to go depended on where the distortion point originally led to. It was a bit of a gamble. What's more, the void distortion point was usually a small tail that would only appear in low-level void teleportation. It was easy to be followed if one did not pay attention to it. As the void jump was even more uncontrollable than the blurry teleportation, the group felt a momentary trance. After a while, they calmed down and the scene before them slowly took shape. It was dark. It looked like they were still in the void. But there was something in front of them that obviously did not exist in the void. A floating garbage dump. He did not mean to say that, but it really looked like they had crashed into a garbage dump. There should be a large ruin in front of them, a ruin made of large stone fragments. There were large and small round and square platforms, round stone pillars, metal pillars, semicircular roofs, arc-shaped energy crystal walls, pyramid-like covers, and there seemed to be spiral stairs. They did not know what it was, but in short, there were two things that looked like circles. There were a lot of them, densely filling the void in front of them. They suddenly appeared in the center of this garbage dump, surrounded by hundreds of millions of fragments. Yes, hundreds of millions of fragments. Otherwise, he would not have called it a garbage dump. Even the asteroid belt did not have such an outrageous number of fragments. Lord Hui, what kind of place have we crashed into? I Ching smiled bitterly and could not bear to look at it. Don't ask me if you don't know. Hui subconsciously opened the energy barrier. The weak energy disturbance caused by their teleportation made the fragments move. Tens of thousands of fragments that were close to them knocked on their energy barrier, bounced off, and collided with other fragments. The fragments that flew out hit more fragments, and then hit more fragments. The whole garbage dump suddenly became lively. Before there was a riot, Hui slapped the void, and all the fragments that were given power dissipated and became a pure garbage dump that was still in place. These fragments are protected by weak energy of order. They will not be swallowed by the void for a while. I Ching picked up a fragment and examined it for a while. Then he looked at the situation in the void and said, "It's not a sealed void. They must have crossed over to another void region. There's no communication with the void frontline." Hui scratched his head and said, "My intuition tells me that we may have run into a strange place." I Ching and the others trembled, and their faces turned green. Everyone knew that when Lord Hui said this, usually something would happen. This was triggered, and the magnitude of the event was up to fate. If they went out with Lord Feng, they would know without a doubt that there would be trouble, and the level of the event would be as high as it could be. Well, if they went out with Lord Hui, it would not be so easy to scare them to death. I feel it, the breath of life. Hui tilted his head and looked into the distance. His gaze passed through the ruins and looked outside. Then, his face trembled. There is also something not so good. I Ching and the others turned their gazes and saw the scene in the distance after crossing a considerable distance in the void. They instantly gritted their teeth, and their faces became ferocious. It was a battlefield, a place that they were very familiar with. Moreover, their souls would be stirred as soon as they saw it, and they would subconsciously go berserk, the scene of the great battle between order and chaos. A group of humans dressed in various styles of clothing held sabers, spears, swords, halberds, hatchets, hooks, and tridents. They seemed to be able to increase their power of order when they worked together. They seemed to be a group of beings that had not even reached the origin realm. They were not on the same level as the battlefield they had to deal with. However, in the battlefield that belonged to both order and chaos, the side of chaos was a large group of dark clouds that would never change. Countless humanoid manifestations walked out of the clouds like beans being spat out. They all wore heavy armor and held huge axes and machetes. They looked very heavy. This scene of constantly sending out soldiers was very irritating even after a few eras. There was a small distance in the void, and the breath of the abyssal death mist did not permeate. Wait, that is not the abyssal death mist. Huey's eyes were wide open. He subconsciously repeated, "That is not the abyssal death mist." I Ching and the others rubbed their eyes and frowned. The dark breath was indeed the breath of chaos, but it did not have the crazy red hue of the abyssal death mist. It was still the breath of chaos, but it was on the weaker side. Visitors from the chaotic void? Hui shivered violently. It is not the abyssal death mist. It is also the breath of chaos. That kind of humanoid form. It is a freaking soldier of chaos. I Ching shivered. Sorry, he was wrong. It turned out that going out with Lord Hui was not as safe as he thought. He should have thought of it when Lord Hui said that. Damn it. Don't tell me another chaotic concept body will appear later. Wouldn't it be better to call Sir Feng over right now? Chapter 1806. The distant border of the lower plains seemed to be in a void region that had never been discovered before. As if it had been agreed upon, the forces of order and chaos did not stop fighting even in a region that was close to emptiness. Perhaps it should be thought of the other way around. Perhaps it was because it was the distant border of the lower plains and was not particularly far away from the chaotic void, so it was only natural that there should be a battle between order and chaos here. It seemed to be an unquestionable understanding, but when there was nothing going on, this border was actually quite peaceful. In the distant void, the densely packed warriors of order were unleashing all their power to their heart's content. Although judging from their senses, they were only a group of order life forms that had not reached the realm of reciprocity. Their fighting style was not far off from the warriors at the front line of the void. The energy that filled the void could only be used to attack the enemy with the assistance of the domain of order and various energy domains. It was a grand scene. They seemed to be fighting with their lives on the line, but could not hide the fact that they were at a disadvantage. In the void, if they could not break free from the influence of the void and directly use their energy to fight against the forces of chaos, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Their power would leave the domain of order and leave the energy domain, and a portion of it would be devoured and disturbed by the void. Even if it was just a portion, it was enough to make them suffer. After all, their enemies, the soldiers of chaos, were not affected by the void, even if they were at the same level as them. Hui and the others had always been thinking of ways to weaken the forces of chaos and strengthen the forces of order to fight against them. Today, they finally saw what it would be like when the forces of order fought against the soldiers of chaos when they were weakened. Using the scene before them as an example and projecting it to the front line of the void, if this was what they were facing, the front line of the void would probably have collapsed long ago. The humanoid soldiers of chaos, upon closer inspection, were indeed quite different from the abyssal death mist spawns that they were fighting against. The abyssal death mist spawns were basically a bunch of mixed things. They came in all shapes and sizes. The soldiers of chaos were basically humanoid in armor and wielding sharp blades. It was just that there might be a difference in size. But why are the soldiers of chaos here so weak? After recovering from a shock, I Ching calmed down and looked at the situation in the distance with a frown. In his impression, the chaos soldiers that the two masters had seen were not so weak. This was just a group of chaos soldiers that were comparable to the heavenly gods. They were probably not even cannon fodder. The situation of the chaos soldiers is mostly related to the chaos concept body behind them. Perhaps the chaos concept body itself is quite weak. He was a little anxious as he rubbed his hands. The chaos concept bodies should have been sealed by the heavenly gods of origin. Everything that appears in the void of order is basically a projection or shadow related to them. They only control a relatively small part of their own power. We have seen two chaos concept bodies. One is a shadow, and the other is a doppelganger that is projected in the present world using some method. Looking at it now, it may be comparable to a high-level yuan-shi. As for this one, we glanced at it and was a little puzzled. Based on their understanding of the chaos concept bodies, it was that anything related to them would leave a lot of gray colors wherever they were placed. Every minute and every second, they would want to turn the void of order into the shape of chaos. They had extremely powerful destructive power, and no one knew how much damage they would cause to order. They would easily tear the starry sky and the light of the world. If they made a bigger mess, most of the void would be buried with them. The chaos soldiers that they saw in the three-element realm a while ago were under the protection and suppression of the heavenly gods of origin. So it was a different story. But this one, could there be a relatively weak version of the chaos concept bodies? But they had never heard of the heavenly gods of origin being so weak that there was a heavenly god among them. This is the fourth. The fifth trace related to the chaos concept bodies. Hui recorded the situation in front of him. The chaos aura that he sensed from the chaos soldiers was different from the previous four. Was it the fifth chaos concept body? How many of them were there? Could it be that there were 149 of them, like the heavenly gods of origin? Hui was about to call out to someone in the observer space, but he shut up as soon as he opened his mouth. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. Get ready to go and support them. They are obviously no match for the chaos soldiers. Even if they don't know why the chaos soldiers are so weak, they're not something that beings of order of the same level can casually fight against. Although they are experienced, their combat power is not enough. As Hui waved his hand to give the order, I Ching and the others who had been waiting by the side immediately rubbed their palms together and subconsciously took out their energy towers. Then they were all stunned. I Ching's eyes widened. No, we don't need energy towers here, do we? Those are chaos soldiers, you know? Although they are only heavenly gods, don't underestimate them. No, the main thing is that we are using energy towers. In this state, a torrent of energy will vaporize that group of people, right? I think so. I forgot that I am already Yuan-sure. The group of people looked at each other. After a moment, they put away their energy towers and continued to rub their palms together, ready to charge into the battlefield. We slapped himself in the face. A group of Yuan-sure heavenly gods had even taken out their energy towers to fight against heavenly gods. If he did not know better, he would have thought that they were preparing to attack more than a dozen abyssal death fog rifts. Yep, this was a habit from several eras. As expected, there weren't many normal people in the front lines of the void right now. Even if it was a small-scale battle, they would subconsciously go all out. This was because they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to kill off that small group of order life forms. Looking at the group of people rushing out, we was suddenly a little worried about that group of beings of order. Would they be swept into the storm of Yuan-sure and killed directly? No, I can't be at ease. I should go over and support them with the energy barrier. We thought as he caught up with I Ching and the others. The group of people arrived at the other party's battlefield in less than half a second. Hui waved his hand and held up the order barrier, using divine energy to sweep towards that group of beings of order. I Ching and the others burst out with all their strength, unleashing an unparalleled and vast energy attack towards the Chaos Soldiers. The whole process took less than half a second. They cooperated very well. Then, whether it was Huey's energy that was trying to save people or I Ching's energy that was destroying order, all of them missed. Everyone looked at their own energy passing through like shadows in the water. Both sides were shocked. Those energy torrents did not touch anything and just rushed into the depths of the void, leaving behind a huge energy wave before slowly dissipating. The energy of order and chaos was still clashing in the void. The beings of order were struggling to maintain the order realm and fought with the chaos soldiers who rushed into the realm. Occasionally, there would be warriors of order who were surrounded by hundreds of chaos soldiers. Their order realm would be destroyed, and they would be thrown into the void like garbage, using the power of the void to bury them. The chaos soldiers would also be defeated by the powerful order power, and the dark energy would constantly explode and scatter. Everything was happening around them. Those beings of order and chaos soldiers were like shadows. They could not see them at all. They could not touch them at all. They would even drill through their bodies. They could clearly feel the energy touch, but there was no feeling of physical collision. It was as if to both sides of the battle, they, as a group of outsiders, could only watch from the sidelines. However, they could clearly feel the movements of the battle. It was as if they were there. What was as if? Don't think that these puny heavenly gods are the same as you, who can withstand 5 eras, you bastard. Yin Nuashing threw away the world core in her hand and let out a long sigh. She then called out to her little angel and the others who were sitting beside her. I'm going out. Do you guys want to come over? Little angel, and Frost jumped into her spiritual world without saying a word. Feng Qing Wang and Siyu thought for a while and nodded. They had adjusted the observer space in the past few days. There was no need for them to keep an eye on this place. This time, there was no need for them to keep an eye on it. It was fine even if they weren't here. It would be great if they could go over and help. When she received the coordinates from Hui, Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. She counted carefully. 1, 2, 3, 12, 13. A total of 14 void jumps. The location is still in the lower realm. But where did you guys go? Just. Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. Anyway, we're in the lower realm. Come over quickly. Yin Nuashing nodded and said something to Jing Yuanji. She then brought Siyu and Feng Qing Wang into the void crack that had just opened. The feeling of being teleported came and went. The three of them opened their eyes at the same time. It had been a long time since they felt the presence of the lower realm. They had been trapped in the cage for many years. Although they didn't come here often before they were trapped, they couldn't help but sigh. You've really come to a place that isn't too good. The scene in front of them was enough to express everything. However, Yin Nuoxing's attention was focused on the other side first. In the direction he was looking at, a place very far away, but also very close at the same time. That was the domain of the chaotic void. Hui shrugged his shoulders. For the time being, I've already prepared an escape route. Are they the life forms you guys found that are related to the world light that you mentioned a few days ago? We arrived here after following the direction you gave us. I think that's the case. The underworld has almost wiped out all of the lower planes that we've discovered. It's unlikely that we'll be able to discover two groups of life forms related to the lower planes that haven't been killed yet. The origin energy began to emerge from Yun Nuoxing's body and formed a circle of energy about 10 feet away from his body. Yin Nuoxing slowly walked forward and reached out his hand to press on the void in front of him. His palm, which was surrounded by the origin energy, suddenly came into contact with a hard barrier after reaching out for some distance. He turned around and nodded to everyone. Such a defense against the origin energy is indeed the domain of chaos, as I thought. Hui came forward and looked at it curiously. There was a faint presence of order and chaos at the place where Maple's palm came into contact with the void. Hui also reached out his hand, but he didn't touch anything. He could not help but laugh dryly. Well, this domain depends on the person. Can you break it? I'm trying. This is also the first time I've encountered a domain of chaos that is related to the concept body of chaos. Although I already knew a lot when those damn things were nagging at me. Yin Nuoxing sighed with a depressed look. Hui laughed dryly. At this moment, Maple's way of addressing the heavenly gods of origin had changed. It had become something like damn things. Who knew what that meant? Speaking of which, why did the heavenly gods of origin keep nagging at him? Yin Nuoxing tried to increase the surge of the origin energy and continued to increase it bit by bit. It will probably take a few minutes. Wait a moment. A few minutes, Hui muttered in his heart. The shadow that the concept body of chaos left in their hearts was actually quite huge. Usually, whenever they encountered something related to the concept body of chaos, he actually planned to move the entire front line of the void, ready to be thunderous at any time. He would either crush them to death in the void or push himself into the cycle of reincarnation. Anyway, it was quite a dilemma just thinking about it. Even if he had reached the middle level of Yuanshi, he still felt that there was a big gap between him and those weird things that were born in the origin period of the Deyuan realm. Therefore, when he heard Maple say that he might be able to destroy his domain in a few minutes, he inexplicably felt an inexplicable feeling. He did not know if it was joy or regret. It would be great if Maple could reach Yuanshi. He did not know how many times that thought had crossed his mind. A few minutes. Hui sighed again after a few minutes. The group had all retreated hundreds of thousands of miles away. They watched as Maple's azure wings expanded to tens of thousands of miles wide, and a vast origin energy condensing into a sea behind him. Suddenly, they fell silent. They were afraid that he was going to use the origin energy to penetrate the domain alive. Is the energy tower over there ready? Hurry up and cover up the commotion here. I don't want to attract the abyssal death mist behind me with the concept body of chaos in front of us. That would be a big problem. Hui hurriedly said as he threw the energy tower with divine patterns engraved on it to I Ching. The setup is done, but we don't know how effective it is. See, he scratched his head as he walked back. He turned to look at the thousands of layers of barriers stacked inwards. With such a tight setup, it shouldn't be detected, right? I Ching's figure emerged from the void. He shook his head at Hui and the others who were looking over. There are no traces of the abyssal death mist around here. This is probably a void region that has not been discovered by either side. There shouldn't be any problems. No, I actually feel a little. Feng Qing Wang hurriedly said, Don't say it. Shut up. Hui, you've learned bad things from Maple. Everyone laughed dryly. They were all tensed up just now, waiting for Huey's heavenly voice to descend like a judgment. They did not expect to be interrupted. About 7 minutes later, the vast origin energy sea trembled slightly and gradually disappeared into the void. Everyone turned to see Yin Nuoxing return to his original state, and hurriedly went over. This was probably the end. He waved his hand and kept muttering, "The next time I come into contact with this kind of domain, I must use the Nethervoid sword." The force of the collision numbed my hand. Hui laughed dryly as he walked over. "So, the domain has been destroyed?" He tried to touch it with his hand, and his palm immediately touched a layer of hard barrier. The feedback of the chaos energy made him tremble. I can touch it? 7 or 8 minutes ago, only the scene of the battle could be seen. Now the scene was still the same. However, their line of sight seemed to have passed through a layer of ripples, causing the scene behind them to become blurry. In the center of the ripples, there was a colorful light spot that kept flashing. It seemed to be the remnant of the origin energy. Destroyed. Yin Nuoxing laughed bitterly. "You're thinking too much. It's just an opening. Next, we might have to go in I Ching. Ask the Void Frontline to send emergency reinforcements. Ask Sui Jingyun and the others to copy this. Bring 1,000,000 special energy towers here and blow this place up." Ouch! Yin Nuoxing knocked Huey's head with one hand and shook his head. He placed his hand on the light spot left by the origin energy. The origin energy surged into the void in front of them, and the faint colorful energy ripples replaced the circles of black ripples. The bright light spread and gradually solidified in the distance. Strings of strange black energy runes appeared, dyed in a colorful color, and then disappeared into the void. Along with it, the 6-foot-wide barrier in front of them disappeared. Let's go and meet this new friend. Chapter 1807. Yin Nuoxing naturally did not think that she could really go head-to-head with the Chaos Concept body. But since they met here, she had to go over and greet them. They were sealed by the gods of origin and should not be able to do as they pleased. Otherwise, they would not have taken so long to deal with this group of celestial beings. They did not have the abnormal hobby of killing, and the only thing left in their minds was to flatten the entire Order Void. Since they could not do as they pleased, if anything went wrong, they could quickly find a way to escape. Maybe they could escape or die back to the front line of the void, although it was not worth it to die here. It took a lot of effort to finally squeeze into the territory. Just as I Ching had guessed, this was another void territory, a void territory dominated by chaos. Although this was still the void of order, a large area had been dug out by the power of chaos. Currently, it was unknown how much area it had taken over. Another void territory, and it's a void territory occupied by the chaotic concept body's domain. Hui murmured after entering. He spread out his god soul and tried to explore the borders of this void territory. However, he gave up after a while. The void of order that had been dug up was much larger than he had expected. Just as they were trying to squeeze their way in both sides of the battle, the forces of order had retreated far away because they were no match for the soldiers of chaos. Yin Nuoxing looked at them and pointed to the front without hesitation. "Energy towers, blast them." Hui had just retracted his divine soul when he heard that. He shuddered and hurriedly said, "What's the use of killing chickens?" Boom! The energy tower burst out in a mighty torrent of energy with endless destructive power penetrated the void. In just 2 seconds, it had crossed the battlefield near the chaos soldiers. The thick dark clouds and the billions of chaos soldiers within were vaporized by the light of order. The collision of chaos and order erupted into violent energy balls, wildly expanding in the void as if there were suns blooming silently. Butcher's knife. Huey's jaw dropped in shock. After finishing his sentence, he looked at Feng with a face full of sweat. "You should have told me earlier that you were going to attack from behind. You scare me to death. I thought you were really going to flatten them together in the void." Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him. "That's why I don't know what you're thinking every day." Hui laughed dryly. "It's all because someone doesn't take order and chaos seriously. God knows if he would really blow up the Order Void on a whim one day. Even if it really happened on that day, he wouldn't be too surprised. At most, he would just watch and see what made this guy so anxious that he wanted to blow up the Order Void." Both sides who were in the midst of a fierce battle were startled when they saw this scene of the void collapsing. The members of the Order faction were all stunned. They watched as the mighty torrent of energy swept across the void like a sharp sword, engulfing hundreds of millions of enemies. For a moment, they were all dumbstruck and forgot to think. The Chaos Soldiers who were suddenly attacked sensed an even more powerful order power under the influence of their instincts. The remaining billions of Chaos Soldiers turned their eyes in unison. Under the command of a seemingly superior individual, they turned and charged towards Yun Noashing and the others in the depths of the void. Dozens of equally vast torrents of energy appeared again, falling in an orderly manner like a curtain of light, cutting off a charging Chaos Soldier. The Chaos Soldiers behind also cooperatively crashed into the curtain of light across the void, and cooperatively crashed into a wisp of energy that dissipated into the void. Even if the Chaos Soldiers were of a higher level than the Abyssal Death Shroud spawn, they were still just a bunch of mass-produced, brainless high-level cannon fodder. They basically could not put up any effective defense or counterattack in the face of such an energy bombardment. However, this batch of Chaos Soldiers was of a very low level in terms of quality. After all, they were only comparable to celestial gods. There was no need for energy towers to deal with them. It was just that they needed to get used to using energy towers. The curtain of light condensed from an unprecedentedly powerful torrent of energy swept across, clearing the entire void in front of them. The immeasurable destructive energy made everyone's heart tremble a few times. Each energy flash and burst of energy would cause them to unwittingly take a few steps back. They could not even see where the attack came from, and could only see that the enemy was rapidly vanishing under the uniform torrent, as if it was a nightmare. The bizarre scene finally ended after half a minute. There was no sign of chaos energy within the range of their senses. Just as the commander of order breathed a sigh of relief, someone beside him suddenly cried out, "Sir, someone's coming." The commander of the order's expression trembled. His subordinates subconsciously gathered around him. Everyone had a nervous and blank look on their faces as they looked forward. In the void, a group of unusually conspicuous people appeared in front of them. When they sensed the power of order on their bodies, all of them let out a sigh of relief. However, they quickly raised their hands to be on alert. The hundreds of people scattered in the void quickly regrouped. The surging energy on their bodies did not seem to have any intention of stopping. Phew, we're on the same side. There's no need to be nervous. They didn't use the energy torrent just now to get rid of us. We're on the same side now. The commander of order waved his hand at the nervous crowd, and then he muttered to himself with a little doubt. Are they people from the upper realm? People with such power should be from the upper realm. However, why would people from the upper realm come to this remote and desolate place? Could it be that they had finally found their conscience and wanted to lend a helping hand to this place? Or something like that? No, that should be a daydream. Maybe some big boss was just passing by and happened to see them. Since they were in a good mood today, they might as well save them along the way. People from the upper realm? His subordinates furrowed their brows when they heard that. Even though they were just saved by others, they did not put down the weapons in their hands. Instead, they looked at the few people who were gradually approaching them with vigilance. They looked at each other, not daring to relax. Sir, give the order. I don't believe that people from the upper realm would have any good intentions. One of his subordinates said coldly, That's right. Why would people from the upper realm care about them? Yo, you're not scared, are you? Hui raised his hand and showed a friendly smile of 10,000% to greet them. As a result, he saw a group of people looking at them with vigilant eyes. He could not help but be stunned for a moment. He subconsciously turned around and looked at Maple. Well, they were in the form of order. They were not tainted with the aura of chaos, so there was no problem. These little guys were so vigilant. They must have been frightened by the power just now. It was just like how they had been fooling around for 5 or 6 eras, and now they had all become lunatics who would go all out to kill low-level cannon fodder. Using 1 second to fill in the blanks in his mind, Hui coughed softly and smiled. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. We're just a group of people who were passing by. We just happened to see you guys being besieged, so we reached out to help. His words seemed to confirm some of the guesses of the group in front of him. All of them showed a slightly relaxed expression. The middle-aged man who looked like a commander walked out of the crowd and showed an appropriate etiquette. He clasped his hands at Hui and said calmly, "Thank you for your help. My name is Gu Jiaheng. As you can see, I'm just a small commander in the lower realm." Yin Nuoxing and the others were stunned when they heard his indifferent tone. They expressed their doubts through the soul transmission at the same time. Moreover, the way he deliberately explained where he was from sounded a little strange. If they were in the divine realm, if they were living in the holy city of the divine land, when they were introducing themselves to others, they might say, "I'm from the holy city of the divine land." However, they would not add divine realm in front of it, let alone the three words upper realm. Everyone knew that this place was the divine realm of the upper realm. It was as if everyone knew that this place was the lower realm, but they deliberately emphasized it. Forget it. It should be nothing. It just sounded a little strange. Huey's expression did not change. He laughed, thought for a moment, and said, "Cloud Continent, Hui. You should not have heard of this name. After all, we have been hiding in a corner and fighting among ourselves." The commander of the Order of the Lower Realm nodded calmly. He was indifferent to Huey's friendly expression. He was even a little cautious and vigilant. "I wonder what you people from the Cloud Continent are planning to do in the lower realm? What are we planning to do?" Hui scratched his head. They had not discussed this question yet. They just saw that this place was a little strange, so they came in without thinking. As for what they were planning to do, they really did not think about it. They subconsciously blurted out, "Moving? Ahem, no, we just came out for a walk. We're looking for something while we're at it." Gu Jiaheng and the others had a strange expression when they heard this strange explanation. However, in short, they did not feel any hostility or malice from the other party. It was as if they could communicate normally. They looked at each other for a moment and put down the weapons in their hands. "But it's possible that we're here to fight while we're at it." A group of people suddenly raised their weapons with a nervous look on their faces. Hui was also stunned for a moment. He finished his next sentence. "And those annoying things. Well, if we see them here, they'll probably fight, just like just now." Then the group relaxed again and breathed a sigh of relief. They all thought that a fight was going to break out soon. "Is there any place to rest nearby? We've been wandering around in the void for a few days. We're a little tired." The commander looked at Huey's group and hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "If it's just a rest, it's time for us to go back. You can come with us, but the conditions aren't that good." They led the way in front, and the group of people from Yin Nuo planet followed behind at a moderate pace. Even at this moment, they could still feel that there were many people in the former group who were vigilant and slightly hostile towards them, which made them feel puzzled. "Feng, what do you think?" Hui said through the soul transmission. "I don't know." Hui smiled bitterly. He looked at Gu Jiaheng and the others in front of him, and then turned his head to look at the void. "We haven't finished exploring the void yet. I feel that this place is a little strange. I can't put my finger on it. It's strange everywhere. It's normal. This is a space dominated by the order of chaos. The internal rules are still order because this is still the order of the void. However, the outer shell is already filled with the aura of chaos." I know that. That's not what I'm talking about." Hui waved his hand and stretched out his finger and twirled it in front of his eyes. "It's that kind of strange feeling that I can't put my finger on. It's just that I feel that something's not right." Feng Qing Wang seemed to understand what he was trying to say. As the top power of order, we're being guarded by another power of order. Moreover, we're on the battlefield between order and chaos. That's the situation. We snapped his fingers and turned around to face Feng. He floated backward and said, "When we were dealing with the abyssal death mist in the past, I don't think anyone was so vigilant against us, right? Weren't they very cooperative? In the face of this void disaster, order and chaos are of the same family. At least, this is the case when we're fighting against the order of chaos." "Vigilant?" Yin Nuoxing looked forward. His overly indifferent eyes made contact with the gazes of some people who quietly turned back to look at them. The latter and the others were shocked. They hurriedly retracted their gazes and broke out in cold sweat. "This is hostility. This is not vigilance. They have the intention to fight, but they are suppressed by their own commander. Without orders, they should not act rashly. Siyu was puzzled. Why? God knows what's going on. Yin Nuashing looked up at the void. The origin energy quietly gushed out and touched the conceptual layer of the rules. It was only natural that it was sealed. No matter what, this is the territory of the chaos concept body. Although I don't know how it managed to reach into the Order Void, it's best for us to be more cautious. With the concept layer sealed, we have to be prepared for a battle with the chaos concept body at any time under the coverage of the law of chaos. We quickly said, should we expand our forces? Should we ask for reinforcements from the front line? The frontline forces all have places to go. Let's not alarm them. Yin Nuashing shook his head. Everything that had been arranged was progressing rapidly according to their respective paths, and it was not advisable to disrupt the progress at this time. Although we may have to fight a battle, we can still run if we can't win. There's no need to fight to the death with the chaos concept body at this time, and it's not the time to do so. All right. We shrugged and reached out to I Ching and the others who were floating around in the unfamiliar void. Everyone, how's the situation? We haven't found the border of the void. It's either a void that extends all the way or has a vague border, and it's very large. The power of chaos doesn't seem to be very powerful. Nothing out of the ordinary for now. Continue exploring the void. We've just set up the power of order. The 300 million talismans left in various parts of the void are guaranteed to work during critical moments. I Ching said, giving everyone a thumbs up. Why did you start already? Hui stared blankly. Had the lad been accumulating power since he came in? 300 million talismans in the blink of an eye. Your Excellency I Ching, please don't be so nervous. Hui breathed a sigh of relief when someone tried to dissuade him. Then, that person took out an energy ball and smiled. I got this from logistics. There are 100 million scrapped origin energy towers in it. We can throw them out at any time. I found a place with good feng shui. I'm building energy towers here. There's no one here, so you can come if you want. It won't be too late to move after building millions of energy towers. This is the realm of chaos, after all. It's not safe to wander in the void without something in hand. I'm planning to make a few more of those. Hui. Sure enough, the front line of the void was full of lunatics. These guys, they were sent out to search for the Order Void, not to fight with the Abyss Death Mist. They even brought such a huge amount of explosives and found a place to build energy towers. They were afraid that they couldn't blow up other people's void. 100 million scrapped origin energy towers could directly penetrate the defense of a high-level premier. They were already a little crazy to begin with, and their minds were filled with thoughts of shattering the void and piercing through the chaotic void. Now that they had run into the domain of the chaotic concept body, it was as if they were out of control, and they wished that they could sink the entire void into the void. This group of killing machines of the Order Void. Hopefully, they wouldn't sink the people of the Order World into the void too. Don't be like this. Yin Nuashing also felt that something was wrong. She shook her head and said to everyone, Do you want a raise? I have. You better know your place. We pressed hard on Maple's mouth. This void was already in danger. You, the number one killing machine of the Order Void, shouldn't act recklessly. Following Gu Jiaheng and the others, they left the remote void. After a while, the light spots of the world orbs began to gradually enter their vision. In front of them, there's a large area of sparse world orbs. Some of the world orbs were very close to each other. Some of the world orbs were relatively far away from each other. However, as a whole, they were very close to each other. They were so close that they could gather together to form an entire world group. There were thousands of world orbs here. They could form a small world group. Maple looked between those world orbs. Huey's sharp eyes discovered something. He pointed to the side. Yin Nuashing turned her gaze. In the place where Hui pointed, there were 3 to 5 world orbs gathered together. They were connected by weak energy threads. See? We noticed a slight change in his expression. He pointed to another place and said, Look at the others. They all seem to be in the same situation. Some of the world orbs floating alone in the void had already gathered together. They were slowly evolving toward a world group. However, at present, there were only 5 world orbs gathered together. The others were mostly in groups of 2, 2, or 3. According to the normal situation of the world orbs evolving into a world group, this phenomenon should not occur. All the world groups should be slowly moving towards the largest world orb. It should be man-made. We scratched his head and said, but for what purpose? Indeed, it was man-made. Yin Nuoxing's eyes were filled with a colorful luster. The change in the scene in front of him made him confused. However, it was man-made. This used to be a world group. However, it was torn into pieces and became the sparse appearance that we see. It's like a destroyed spider web. Only a small part of it is still hanging. Hui and see you were stunned. Why? How would I know? Was it done by the soldiers of chaos? No. There are no traces of the presence of chaos here. Moreover, if the energy of chaos has grown strong enough to tear the world group apart, it would be enough to turn the entire world group into its lair. It would not be a situation where half of it was destroyed. Feng Qingwang narrowed her eyes and said, so, it was man-made. That's the only explanation. Yin Nuoxing nodded slightly. We're here. The small commander of the order suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at Yin Nuoxing and the others. He saw that they were frowning as they looked at the world orb in front of them. Perhaps he felt that they had noticed something. So he said, this place has no name now. If we forget their presence, we can't even find the existence of this place through other means. It's just a small place in the lower realm. The environment is not as good as the upper realm. It can only be a place for you to rest. There's nothing else you can do. It's meaningless. Come in. He shook his head and waved his hand. He led the others into the world orb at the front. Yin Nuoxing and the others looked at each other and followed. After entering the world orb, you could not help but ask, it has no name now. Does that mean that this place used to have a name? That's right. Gu Jiaheng nodded at her. It used to have a name. Hui shrugged. Because the world group was torn apart, it was normal that it did not have a name. Normally, no one would give a name to a single world orb. It was meaningless. As long as you remembered the presence of the world you were in, you would not have to worry about not being able to return home. Gu Jiaheng looked gloomy. He did not seem to want to explain these things. So he did not ask further. However, some things cannot be covered up just because he did not want to ask or say. We did not intend to let him remain silent. The world group was torn apart, so it has no name. Then, can't we just rebuild it? He said this on purpose. He wanted to see how this group of people would react. Sure enough, when his voice fell, the group of people all stopped in their tracks. They all turned their heads and looked at them with extremely complicated and even unfriendly gazes. Gu Jiaheng also frowned. When he noticed that Hui did not have any ill intentions and was still looking at them with a friendly expression, he also did not quite understand. He shook his head. As you said, it is meaningless to rebuild a name that has been torn apart. The scars that have been healed are still scars. They will not fade away just because the scars have healed. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Maybe to you, it is just a code name. There's no need to talk about it. The atmosphere was even weirder now. However, we also found out something that he wanted to know. He turned around and gave Feng a thumbs up. Feng rolled his eyes. Feng Qingwang pulled Yin Nuoxing's sleeve. She whispered in her soul, is the name very important to the world group? It depends on the meaning of the name. To us, it is not important. However, we do not know what others think. Yin Nuoxing blinked and said, suppose we lived in a city in the Taiyuan region for 100 million years. One day, the city was torn apart by the enemy and could not be rebuilt. In the future, when people talked about it, they would subconsciously use the word ruins. How would you feel? Feng Qingwang pursed her red lips. Probably very sad. Maybe angry. Maybe in a trance. That is probably how it is for them. Yin Nuoxing patted her hair. The world group was torn apart by the forces of order and the hatred and resentment in their eyes. When they met for the first time, there was no conflict and no resentment. In other words, the target of resentment was the concept that they represented, the concept that Gu Jiaheng and the others recognized. The people from the upper plane tore apart the world group. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and said softly in her soul, I Ching, stop what you are doing. Go and investigate the phenomenon in the lower plane. A collective phenomenon. It seems that I found something not very interesting. Hui. Siyu and Qing Wang looked at each other. The internal strife of the world of order. They had experienced it once before. Chapter 1808. The weak void, energy, and spatial power released by the teleportation gradually subsided, leaving behind a palm-sized, twisting vortex in the starry sky. The group from Yin Nua planet finally arrived at Gu Jiaheng and the others' lair. Just as they had said on the way here, this was a barren place. Not to mention what was in front of them. The number of stars in this star field was relatively small, and most of them were gathered together as if they were huddling together for warmth. The number of stars was low, but the density was high, so it made the entire star field appear very empty. The number of stars in this star field was much lower than the number of light clusters in normal worlds. The small planetary system that Gu Jiaheng and the others were in was not considered lonely. A bright light blue fireball was accompanied by dozens of planets. 3 inner and 3 outer circles were densely packed, and their orbits were also spaced out. It looked like each planet was in a state where they would not affect each other. Well, that was strange. The entire planetary system was full of traces of man-made modification. On the surface, it did not matter if it was intolerable or not, as long as it was forcefully integrated and modified by the power of higher life forms. There would be no problem. In this planetary system, the most primitive thing was, well, that light blue fireball was a naturally born star in the planetary system without any trace of man-made modification. Of the 30 to 40 planets, half of them clearly had traces of life activities, and the other half had traces of existing life activities. There were some strange buildings on them, which seemed to have some function. Although he wanted to immediately ask or find out by himself, he thought of the subtle, unfriendly attitude of Gu Jiaheng and the others and held back the thought. This was not the time to do something that could easily cause misunderstandings. It was not too late to slowly explore when they left. After all, I Ching and the others were also investigating. The middle-aged commander raised his head and looked at the stars for a while before speaking to them. I wanted to bring you to the first planet, but strangers are not allowed to enter the central area before being screened. So I could only bring you here. When you go in, you will have to go through a purification process. He paused for a moment, looked at Hui and the others, and let out a sigh. Forget it. Anyway, the low-level purification here is just a small trick for people from the upper realm. You don't have the presence of chaos on you, so there's no need for that. We have suffered a lot in this battle. We have to go back and tidy up. You can do whatever you want here, but do not go to the uninhabited planets nearby. There is a defensive barrier there, and, as mentioned before, trespassing without permission will be attacked. That's all. Please have a good rest. If you need, I will bring you around when I am free. Gu Jiaheng saluted Hui and the others and led them away from the planet. When the others left, they looked at Hui and the others with a rather complicated expression, and as Maple said, there was a slight hostility in their eyes for a while, and they were very worried. Hui had every reason to believe that this group of people had intended to do something to them, but he knew that he was not strong enough, and his group was still in a state of battle. He could only suppress the many thoughts in his mind and follow his commander towards the inner part of the planet. That look of wanting to do something, but completely unable to do anything to them, made him feel inexplicably comfortable. How is it, this place? Walking on the wide street on the ground, we looked around for a while and asked Maple with a slightly sideways glance. Barren, various meanings. It was a simple comment, but it completely described the state of this place, this region, this planet, this star system, and this starry sky in one go. However, he felt that he had finished, but when it fell into Huey's ears, he grimaced in confusion, and he had to say more. You should be able to recognize it just by looking around. Barrenness is a literal barrenness. It's the same everywhere. It's not just this planet that's in this situation. CU and Blue Phoenix looked around and could not help but frown. Yes, it was really barren. If they had to change the word, Perhaps it could be said that it was disorderly. It was like some places that had experienced years of war or natural disasters. So when a city was difficult to repair, materials were scarce, and the environment was not good. Slums. However, for a city, slums could only account for 20% to 50% of the total composition. But here, the general situation was barren. There were no streets. Since this was the inner part of the city, the ground was not paved with smooth blue stones, nor was it covered with a thick layer of crystals as smooth as a mirror. It was just an ordinary loess road, and one could see weeds, gravel, and mud. There was no distinction to speak of. They could not see how long or wide the streets were, nor could they see the dividing line. Even the shops, houses, functional buildings, and other buildings around were placed randomly. As for the symbol that allowed them to recognize that this was a city, not a small town or a rural area, it was a defensive equipment built by a circle of broken stone walls and fences. It was really a city wall, but it was very difficult to see that it was a city wall. Among the citizens wandering in this city, there were ordinary people and also cultivators with various levels of cultivation. Naturally, there were some high-level life forms hidden in some places in the city, but compared to other worlds, the number was too small. Even in the lower plane, there are not so few. Moreover, this kind of environment was not limited to this planet. A little further away, near the inner circle and the planet where Gu Jiaheng and the others were on were almost the same. If he did not know, he would have thought that the group of people deliberately arranged them here to discuss them. It is indeed a little shabby. Huey's cheeks twitched, and he looked around in confusion. Why is it like this? There are high-level life forms here. Although the number is a little small, the entire star system has at least 2,000 or 3,000 high-level life forms, right? The divine realm can already change and reverse the rules by themselves and create a place with good feng shui. No, they don't even need to be in the divine realm. As long as they are in the later stages of the divine realm, they can do it. They just need to put in a little effort. Why do they have to live like this? His gaze passed through the leaky mud wall and landed on the alley, and he could see a group of dirty children in tattered clothes, shouting slogans, punching and kicking there, looking very energetic. In front of them was a middle-aged man in coarse linen clothes, and his realm was not weak. Looking at the scene, he should be teaching the children how to cultivate. Shabby. Huey's cheeks twitched a few times, and the corner of his mouth trembled a little. But Feng Qinghuang's eyes flashed with pink light, and she looked around for a while, and then she said in a low voice, "Although the conditions look bad, everyone's mental state is very good, and their life force is normal. Some of them are a little tired, but only some old people. Most of the ordinary people are not sick or in pain, and none of them are thin and weak to match the environment here." Is that what you mean by although the environment is shabby, but they're living well? Huey's cheeks twitched again. You can't say that this is the style of this world, right? There is not much difference between this planet and most of the planets with life. If there was something that stood out, it would definitely be the sun of their home, a huge light blue fireball. Even if they were far enough away, they could still see that it took up 1/10 of the sky. Other than that, what else was there? He looked at it. The air was a little thin, but there was enough energy to sustain life, so it was not a big problem. The energy density was also at the level of the lower plane. Ordinary people could adapt to the rules and energy density here, so they would not feel uncomfortable. However, ordinary people from other planets would feel uncomfortable if they came here. Besides that, more than 90% of the things on this planet were natural, and the remaining 10% were traces left by human activities, such as the houses. Although there were many gathering places, they were generally small, and the number of living beings was not particularly high. Not only the human race, there were also very few other living beings in the wilderness. This could only be attributed to the fact that the natural environment of this planet was not particularly good. The place they were in was the largest plain. Away from here, there were mostly mountains, hills, mountains, and valleys. The sky was clear and bright, with a deeper shade of blue, and the clouds were also faintly blue. It seemed that it was not the effect of the big guy, but he did not analyze this part of the matter. Apart from the terrain mentioned just now, there are not many places where vegetation grew, and there were not many, sparsely covering many places. It looked like there were a lot of them, but when gathered together, looking from the starry sky, it was probably just a small patch of green. Based on the size of this patch of green and the size of the ocean, it would probably suffocate the life on this planet in a few years. Oh, that was not right. There were not many life on this planet, and there was a suitable, normal energy cycle, so it would be fine. Are you studying the origin and ecological environment of this planet? Yin Nuashing could not help but look at Hui and asked. She kept muttering to herself in her soul, I'm just taking a look. Well, I'll tell you about it. Yin Nuashing coughed softly and cleared her throat. This planet itself is artificially formed, and so is this star system. In the entire star system, only the blue sun does not belong here. The rest are local. It should have been moved here to look after the star system that was formed after the catalysis. The environment on these planets is not suitable for normal life. There are too many unsuitable conditions in the ecological system. I'm too lazy to talk about this part, so I'll skip this part. The reason why there are living beings here must be because they have been artificially modified. It would be weird if those celestial beings did not do anything. As for the living beings here, they were not born in this star system. They were moved here. Their composition and aura are different from the original living beings here. There is no rejection. They can adapt to the environment, and they can live normally. This is also one of the results of the modification. Including all the living beings on other planets, they came from the same place. They wandered here and settled down here, but stop. We quickly stopped Maple, who wanted to continue. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. I just took a look. You don't have to say it so clearly. Ahui smiled bitterly. He was not really interested in the origin of the planet. He was just a little confused that there were so many high-level beings living here, but so poor. However, he had come here as a wanderer. He had fled from his home that had already been destroyed and was struggling to survive in the distant starry sky. He had seen many such things. He had lived for more than a dozen epochs and had seen many things. Bah, he had said the same thing every time. He had seen some strange things every time. However, it was still very strange. Since their former home had been destroyed once, and they had escaped to this place with great difficulty, shouldn't they have started a new life and lived more comfortably? Plus, with some fighting spirit, they shouldn't have turned the entire star system into such a state. He looked at the poor scene around him, and his cheeks twitched. It was very poor. Boss, you have thousands of high-level beings. Yin Nuashing and the others listened to Huey's complaints the whole way through the soul transmission. The four of them walked on the street, rode, walking on the ground. They were seriously out of tune with the surroundings. Look at the clothes of the people around them. Coarse linen clothes, full of patches, comparable to a coarse cloth coat that had been remade. Some of them wore shoes, and some ran barefoot on the yellow earth, not afraid of knocking their feet on the ground. Then they turned back to look at the four of them. They were all dressed up, neatly wearing the clothes of 5 eras. Hiss, why did it feel like they were the same? This lower plane is a little weird, Sie muttered softly as she scratched Yin Nuashing's hair. What are the other places like? Perhaps we just happened to come to a place that is more poor? Regrettably, the entire world orb is the same, including 2 or 3 world orbs next door. It could even be assumed that the hundreds of world orbs around us are the same, maintaining a more primitive and backward stage, Yin Nuashing said, pinching her fingers. The void frontline would not be like this. That's true. Hui smiled bitterly. Leaving the frontline world aside, every member of the void frontline is 100% high-level beings, masters who could survive by breathing deeply into the void. Moreover, the frontline world is a place where we nurture new forces and export new forces. That place is stuffed with all good conditions, and now the energy and rules inside are about to be replaced with origin energy and rules. How could you say the conditions are not good? Still, there was no superiority to speak of. On the contrary, it was precisely because they were at the void frontline that they needed such conditions to maintain the eternal war. If they simply removed a few conditions, The front line might have already fallen during the Underworld's greatest assault in the last few years. Furthermore, those were conditions that Maple had risked his life to bring back. If they did not use those conditions, they might as well jump into the abyssal death mist and commit suicide. Then what about other places? So you did not think that every place was like that, and said, unwilling to give up. Places further away from the void we are in. You mean over there? I Ching and the others have been investigating for a while. Let's hear the news. We replied with an "oh." Everyone focused their attention on the soul communication. Everyone, let's talk about the situation. Lord Maple, Lord Hui, this place is a little mystical. I think it's so mystical that the front line would send reinforcements. This place it would take 7 to 8 years to tidy up after moving back. I Ching replied with immeasurable awe, causing Cuyu's face to twitch. It's one thing for a group of high-level beings to build infrastructure here, but I heard that it took thousands of years. I thought that there would be a place where high-level beings would be as numerous as dogs, with heavenly gods everywhere and divine palaces everywhere, as if the gods were living in the mortal realm. But when I saw the development of this planet, damn, walking when you go out, shouting when you talk, thatched huts, coarse linen clothes, and 7,000 to 8,000 heavenly gods after integrating the entire world's light clusters are gone. Now that you've finished, I have nothing else to say. Where did you all go? I think the environment here is quite good. Look at the green mountains and clear waters, the blue sky and white clouds, rare beasts, distant nature, tranquil and harmonious. Where is everyone? Everyone asked in unison. There's no one. You're F***king bullshitting. But there's really no one around here. I found 29 worlds like clusters, and all of them have no people. Let alone humans, there aren't many intelligent beings. After much difficulty, I finally found a planet that seemed to have something, but the result was even more ridiculous. There isn't even life on it, and it's the only planet in the entire world of light cluster. The rest are all suns, and the sky is filled with suns. What a godforsaken place. Summing up the information that they had gathered, it was as if they had come to a godforsaken place. It was a place where high-level beings lived in poverty, but everyone was in high spirits. There were very few patients, and those who could cultivate were still cultivating. The ordinary people were still living ordinary lives. This was a fact that had not changed at all. Other than that, I found 22 scenes of the battle between order and chaos in the void. There's one on your side too. A total of 177 times, and the intensity of the battle is not particularly high. I Ching said as he waved his arms. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, I suggest that we go to the middle and upper planes to check out the situation. From what I've heard from the people here, the situation in the lower planes seems to be related to the upper planes. I think the lower planes are more or less like this. All right, you all go first. We'll check out the situation in the lower planes. This void region is full of dissonance. Returning their attention to the main plane, the four of them looked at each other for a moment. Yin Nuoxing shrugged. See, what did I say? In the end, the lower planes and the upper planes shouldn't have too much interaction. I'm also very curious as to why there's such a strong interaction. For now, let's see what I Ching and the others have. Smack! Yin Nuoxing said as she widened her eyes and slapped herself on the forehead. The movement was so loud that Hui and the two girls were shocked. What's wrong? What's wrong? I've been talking about the upper planes and lower planes for a long time. Don't you find it strange? Yin Nuoxing put her hand on her forehead and said, This is the lower planes, inside someone else's territory. Where did the upper, middle, and lower planes come from? There should only be the lower planes here. Hui was stunned. Huff, 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 it's haunted. He had forgotten about it. What the hell? Yin Nuoxing pulled her bangs and frowned. There are only two guesses at the moment. The first is that the territory is directly related to the concept of the upper, middle, and lower planes, and we just came from the lower planes. With the power of the chaotic concept body, it shouldn't be difficult. Hui asked, What about the other one? This is the chaotic void. The three of them. Alas, they felt a chill down their backs. Headache. I feel a headache everywhere. Hui let out a long breath and shook his head violently. Let's talk about the bigger picture later. We can't figure it out now. We can only figure out the problem at hand first. Then, there's no time to lose. Let's find the high-level life forms guarding this place to understand the situation. Feng, it's your turn. Find a place where the plot can be triggered. Yin Nuashing. That's right. We can't figure out other people's territories in a short time, but we'll figure it out eventually. Now, we should prioritize the situation at hand. We slapped him on the shoulder. There are more than 200 high-level life forms on this planet. Just find a place, and you'll definitely trigger a point. Don't hit me. I was wrong. Seeing Hui run forward with his hands on his head, Yin Nuashing put down her hand and sighed helplessly. It was the only way. She pointed forward with her chin. Then, let's go forward. Where are we going? Hui ran back in a flash. I don't know. I just chose the nearest one. You said you wanted to find the high-level life forms to understand. There's a celestial active a few hundred miles ahead. Let's find it. All right. Hui shrugged. He said he wanted to find someone to ask and look for someone to see. In fact, some things had already been touched. The fragmented information could almost be put together. From the beginning to the end, it was probably a more ordinary mess. A mess in the order void. As for whether or not there was a hidden agenda, who knew? However, right or wrong was never something that could be easily determined, regardless of whether one was an insider or an outsider. An insider might have no choice but to do so, and might only choose to do what was most beneficial to them. An outsider would only look at the situation one-sidedly, and would probably think that this was a group of bastards from the upper plane joining forces to oppress the lower plane. In other words, it was an internal strife in the order world. It sounded very stupid. When the entire order world was facing a catastrophe, there were still people who could squeeze into a group and fight for some small benefits. Well, it was impossible that there were no such people. Not to mention this void territory, there were also such people on their side. They had even set their sights on the void frontline, although they had not appeared in the past 5 eras. But for the sake of the fleeting peace and false stability of the order world, they must not mention this to Maple. Something big was going to happen. To put it bluntly, they did not know much about the void territory. A one-sided judgment was useless. If they were to make an overly subjective judgment in the end, it would be embarrassing. However, this was also influenced by Gu Jiaheng and the others. When the words upper realm were mentioned, their hostility skyrocketed. It was as if there was an irreconcilable hatred between them. It was not their fault for thinking the wrong way. What if it's really an internal strife? Feng Qingwang whispered. What if? Hui frowned and sighed. 5 years ago, we had integrated most of the forces in the order world. Later on, we had accumulated little by little to build up the void frontline today. But that is our territory. This is the domain of the chaos concept body. We have not thought about whether our actions would affect the chaos concept body or this domain. We don't dare to act recklessly. What do you think, Maple? Let's wait and see. Yin Nuashing was expressionless. When the war between order and chaos is going on, there is not much need for internal strife in the order world. But even if we want to stop it, we have no right to intervene. Like you said, this place is not our territory. It's not good for us to intervene. In the past, we only intervened a little in other worlds. But if we were to stir up trouble in the entire void territory here, are we going to repeat the farce you did in the Cloud Continent? Hui tilted his head, and then suppress the entire void territory? We'll beat them up if necessary.